Hello friends, this is a meta fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry Potter became the hero of war before old Mark rise. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if you possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. After Sirius's death, Harry risks everything to change fate, but instead of saving his godfather, he's thrown into 1930s Britain. Stranded decades before his time, Harry must uncover hidden truths, face a new Dark Lord, and stop history from repeating itself, even if it means becoming the legend the world forgot. Harry liked to think of himself as quite competent with his wand, the previous year having been spent preparing for, and competing in the tournament having seen him come on in leaps and bounds. Even with the DA this year, he had continued in that vein, but seeing Dumbledore and Voldemort duel one another had only showed him just how far below both men he was. They wielded magic that he had never seen nor heard of, all without speaking a single word, and yet, the headmaster had informed him shortly after witnessing the fight that it would be Harry who would have to put an end to the Dark Lord. The notion was laughable, though not even a humorless chuckle passed Harry's lips. If Dumbledore believed there was a chance he would emerge victorious from a duel like that, he was as insane as Bellatrix. Still, the man insisted that the prophecy was true. Neither can live while the other survives. The words were damning and filled him with a cold dread. Harry was under no illusion that he would survive such an altercation, not now anyway. If there was to be any hope of defeating Tom Riddle, he needed time, or a miracle. With how far out of his depth he was, Harry suspected only the latter would suffice, but as his thoughts turned to the friends that had accompanied him, he felt the stirrings of determination within him, or was it stubbornness? Regardless, he may be broken right now, but he was not done, and though it offered little comfort, there was still some fight left in the teen somewhere. Harry had never been one to quit, and although what he faced was undoubtedly the most daunting thing he would be confronted by, he wouldn't now. Not when there were those that had wronged him so that still breathed. He frowned at that thought. Where had that come from? Was it his grief and anger speaking? In truth, it mattered not. They would pay for what they had done, whatever part of him having sprouted such thoughts of vengeance positively humming with excitement. He released a deep breath as the enormity of what he faced burdened him once more, though he refused to allow it to bring him to his knees. He may no longer have so much to fight for, but he had those that had fought for him when it mattered, those that had died for him. He could never forget that. For Sirius, he muttered sadly, for my parents. Turning off the shower and stepping into the bathroom, he dried himself off with his wand and observed his appearance in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin pale and his ribs visible. With the occlumency lessons from Snape, the lack of sleep and appetite, he was gaunt. He would never stand a chance against Voldemort being as unhealthy as he was. That would be something he would need to address, that and the undeniable fact that he was so far out of his depth to even hope to survive. The Dark Lord's equal, he snorted at the thought of being considered such. Thus far, he had been lucky, nothing more. There was no great feat of magic that had saved him. Even during the graveyard it had been mere coincidence that his wand core matched that of Voldemort's, and that Priori Incantatem had come to his rescue. Hadn't it? Or was there some other power at play here? It mattered not. Eventually, his luck would run dry and there would be no more coincidences to save him, no more strange acts of magic to come to his rescue. He needed to be ready for that, but for now, he wished to only grieve for the closest thing to a father he'd had. Voldemort wasn't going anywhere, and if what Dumbledore said was true, he would be safe once more when he arrived at Privet Drive. When he was there, he could turn his attention to the Dark Lord and just how he could hope to one day defeat him. Swallowing deeply and shaking his head of the image of seeing Sirius pass through the veil again, he dressed in some fresh clothes before picking up his soiled and discarded robes. He frowned as something metallic clanged to the floor, and when he picked it up, he stiffened, his eyes widening. He knew what this was, had seen one at the end of his third year, but how did a time-turner end up in his robes? There was a room full of them in the Department of Mysteries, maybe one fell in there whilst he, Luna and Neville had passed through. Harry couldn't be certain. All he was focused on now were the possibilities this little device presented. He had used it once before to save Sirius, why couldn't he do it again? Awful things happen to wizards who meddle with time. Hermione's words did little to deter him. Sirius was dead, and his friends were hurt. Awful things had already happened. With his mind made up, he felt oddly calm as he entered the dormitory, though his mind was frantically planning just what he would do. It was nearing 11 p.m. They had left the castle at close to 3 and it had taken them hours to reach London on the Thestrals, so long that it had been dark when they had arrived. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had time. To do what, he didn't know yet, but if he could arrive at the ministry before himself and the others, he could prevent all that had befallen them. But how? How could he reach London before them? The night bus. Although he had vowed to never use the nausea-inducing vehicle again, it was his best hope. His firebolt was still locked up somewhere in the castle and he didn't have time to look for it. No, the dreaded triple-decker was the only option. He would need his cloak, and perhaps the map. Maybe the penknife Sirius had brought him for Christmas. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Not knowing what may come in useful, he threw all his belongings into his trunk before shrinking and pocketing it. He felt unprepared for what he was going to do, but at the very least, he had his anything and everything he owned that could be needed. With everything prepared, he turned his attention back to the time turner, his stomach filling with butterflies. What if he failed? What if something else went wrong that would not be fixable? He shook his head of those thoughts. It would serve no purpose to dwell on what-ifs, and he would only be wasting time if he continued to ponder things much more. Sirius needed him, his friends needed him. The clock next to Ron's bed chimed in the coming of the hour. It was 11 p.m., and if he remembered correctly, the group had not arrived at the ministry until almost 7. An additional 2 hours of time should suffice, 6 turns of the device would do it. That would allow him time to overcome any unexpected occurrences he faced as he made his way to the ministry, and if fortune favored him, he would reach it long before the others. 6 turns, he decided firmly, bracing himself. It would be perfect. The rest of the castle would be in the Great Hall for dinner, leaving his path clear to make his exit. Carefully, he took the device in his fingers and began turning it whilst whispering the number of revolutions to himself. 4, 5, 6. Nothing happened, and Harry felt his heart sink before a sudden, albeit delayed rush of energy dragged him into the void. Try as he may, his eyes would not open, but the feeling of spinning felt as though it would never end. That was until he felt himself slam hard into the ground. Allowing himself a few moments for the sickness to pass, he groaned before pushing himself to his feet, relief washing over him as the late afternoon sun poured in through the window of the dormitory. It worked, he whispered. His gaze shifted around the room. Where Dean and Seamus had been sleeping behind their drawn curtains only a moment ago, the beds were all empty. Satisfied, he left the dormitory and headed down the spiral staircase, frowning as he heard music coming from the common room below. That was odd. It was not often that music was played in the castle. The Muggleborns and Half-Bloods couldn't play it as their devices wouldn't work here, and the Purebloods just didn't seem to have much interest in it. Only at the opening feast when the school song was played was there any semblance of the art at Hogwarts. All thoughts of music, however, left his thoughts as he reached the bottom of the staircase. The soulful song continued from an old gramophone that had been placed on a table, but that was not what had grabbed his attention. In the center of the room where the tables and sofas had seemingly been swept aside from was a girl. Her back was to him, but long, black ringlets of hair spilled down her bare shoulders, the creamy skin of her torso on show as she waved her wand in intricate patterns, transfiguring several items that had been placed around her to the melody of the music silently. Much to Harry's relief, the girl was at least dressed from the waist down, a long, gray skirt flowing down the lengths of her legs. A white blouse and a jacket that matched the skirt had been thrown over the back of one of the chairs whilst the girl carried out her risky display. Did she not realize that anyone in the house could walk in at any moment? Harry had, and he cursed for finding himself in such an awkward situation, but before he could bid his retreat, she turned towards him, her large green eyes widening in horror at being found in such a position. She didn't scream, likely from the shock she felt, but she did level her wand at Harry, who returned the gesture. He did not recognize her, though if truth be told, he didn't pay much attention to anyone in the house other than the boys he shared a room with and Hermione. "What on earth are you doing here?" the girl demanded in a strong northern accent, her free arm coming up to cover her beasts that were, thankfully, concealed for the most part by a brassiere. "Me," Harry squeaked. "What are you doing dressed like that in the common room?" The girl's cheeks reddened. "I thought everyone had gone," she huffed before frowning. "Who are you?" Was she serious? She genuinely didn't seem to know who he was, and though a part of Harry was glad for that, how could she not? He had spent the last 5 years being gawped at by almost everyone that passed through the school. However, he did not recognize this girl either, and she was someone he would remember, especially with such a strong, Scottish accent. "Who are you?" he returned, feeling more apprehensive by the moment. Before the girl could answer or the tense situation deteriorate any more, the two were distracted as the entrance to the common room opened and 2 men that Harry did not recognize entered with their wands drawn. "This just gets better," the girl groaned, trying her best to preserve her modesty whilst keeping her wand trained on Harry. "Who the bloody hell are you two?" Harry demanded, panic beginning to set in. The younger of the two, a man with short brown hair and a cropped beard to match, shot a look of amusement towards the girl, whilst the older, a thick-set man with darker hair, kept his questioning eyes fixed on Harry. "You have some explaining to do, young man," the latter growled. "How did you get in here?" Harry frowned confusedly. "I'm a student here," he fired back, turning his wand towards the man. He seemed to be the most volatile of the two and the most likely to attack. "I think it would be best if we all calmed down," the younger urged. "We were alerted to a rather significant magical disturbance." "Was that you?" There was something very familiar about his demeanor and the way he spoke, though Harry could not place it. He said nothing, and the standoff resumed for a moment before the younger man spoke again. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am the Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor House here at Hogwarts," he introduced himself. Harry's eyes widened, his chest tightening at the words. No, it couldn't be possible. This must be a mistake, but as Harry slowly looked into the man's eyes, he could not deny it. The face was youthful and unfamiliar, but this was undoubtedly his own headmaster, only much younger. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry balked. The man smiled somewhat reassuringly, though his expression was one of confusion. "You are aware of who I am?" he asked. Harry nodded as he lowered his wand and the tension eased somewhat. Had he done something wrong with the time turner? If so, what had happened? He must have traveled back several decades. Dumbledore, seeing his state of turmoil, lowered his own wand. "Perhaps we should begin with how it is you find yourself here," he suggested. "I know every student that attends the school, yet I do not know who you are. What is your name?" His mouth was dry, and Harry could feel his heart thumping in his chest. This was not right, but if there was any chance that his mishap could be undone, Dumbledore was likely the best person that could help him. He hoped. "Harry Potter," he answered honestly. Dumbledore frowned, and the other man's eyebrows all but disappeared into his hairline. "As in the Potters?" he asked. "The pureblood family?" Harry shrugged. "I suppose so. I don't know anything about them. I'm not a pureblood," he explained. The older man looked at Dumbledore and shook his head, evidently not knowing what to say. "Does the name William Potter mean anything to you?" Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. "What about Charles?" The girl broke in, seemingly confused by everything that was happening around her. "No," Harry answered. "I don't know any of them. I'm an orphan." "Impossible," the older man declared. "If you were a Potter, William would be your father. He is the only possibility." Before Harry could refute the man, Dumbledore spoke. "Wait, Armando. I think there is much more to this," he said as he turned to Harry once more. "How did you find yourself here, Harry?" How could he even begin to explain that? He couldn't. What he had done should not have been possible. If he remembered correctly, the longest anyone had managed to go back in time was by around a week. Just how far had he gone? Without saying a word, he opened the hand that was clutching the time turner and showed it to the men. "Merlin, is that a—" "It is," Dumbledore cut off his colleague severely. "May I?" Harry nodded and the professor carefully took the device. Staring at it thoughtfully, he hummed and tapped it with his wand. "Where did you come by this?" he asked. "The Department of Mysteries." Dumbledore's gaze snapped towards him. "And how did you end up in such a place?" He did not seem to be angry but curious how such an event had occurred. "That is a long story," Harry sighed. The other man, Armando, seemed keen to hear it, but Dumbledore held up a hand to prevent any questions. "This is unlike any other time-turner I have seen," he muttered as he continued to examine it. "Might I assume that it did not work as intended?" "It didn't," Harry answered. "I only wanted to go back 6 hours. And yet, you have come back much further." "What is the date?" Dumbledore asked. "It's the 18th of June, Harry answered. He knew it only because he had been counting down the days to his final OWL exam. "And what year?" Dumbledore pressed. 1996. Armando scoffed, his eyes almost bulging from their sockets as the girl gasped. Dumbledore said nothing, his reaction calm, as he stared speculatively at Harry. "Then something has certainly gone amiss," he sighed apologetically. "There is no other way of breaking this to you, Harry, but the time-turner brought you back 6 decades instead of 6 hours." "Impossible," Armando whispered. "Albus, this is madness." Dumbledore nodded, his eyes not leaving Harry, who was speechless. "The study of time is an imprecise art," he mused aloud. "Given where this device came from, I would hazard a guess that this is an experimental piece and was certainly not intended for a young man to come across." Albus watched the almost catatonic boy as the reality of what had happened set in. "What year is it?" he croaked after a moment. "It is June 28, 1935, Dumbledore informed him. "I suspect this was designed to send you back 6 decades, but as I said, and though I am no expert in the field, it is very imperfect. It has sent you back an extra year. Quite the feat, I must say." Harry could only rub his eyes. This must be a bad dream. There was no other explanation for this. "But, this can't be right," he denied. "Can't you send me back?" Dumbledore offered him a sympathetic smile. "Have you heard of a time-turner that can send you forward in time?" he asked. Harry hadn't, and he remembered questioning Hermione about that. He couldn't remember her exact explanation, but she had been very clear that such a thing had not been achieved. If it hadn't been done where he came from, then it certainly hadn't here. He felt his world crumbling around him, and his thoughts turned to Sirius, to Ron, Hermione, and everyone else. What had he done? "I think perhaps a calming draft is in need," Dumbledore declared as he took Harry by the shoulders and began leading him from the room. Harry did not even attempt to resist. His mind was awash with the horror of what had happened, his thoughts frantic and unclear. It wasn't until he was seated on a bed and a goblet was being placed in his hands that he was aware they had arrived in the hospital wing. "Drink," Dumbledore urged. "It will help with the shock." Mechanically, Harry did so, and though he became somewhat calmer, the worry was still there. What was he going to do? He could not even begin to consider that. He was so far out of his depth here that he did not know where to begin. "Try not to worry, Harry," Dumbledore said comfortingly. "If something can be done, rest assured, it will be." Although it was said with the best intentions, Harry felt little of the comfort Dumbledore attempted to instill within him. How could he when he found himself in such a situation? "What am I going to do?" he asked. Dumbledore shared a questioning look with his colleague. "We will figure it out," Armando replied. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "This is not something we have had to deal with before, but we will do what is best for you," he assured the teen. "But first, you seemed to recognize me when I introduced myself." "Have we met?" Harry snorted and offered the man a nod. "You were my headmaster here." Dumbledore appeared to be taken aback by the revelation but did not press the issue. "For now, I do not think it wise for you to divulge too much to us. What you are experiencing is unprecedented and we do not know what effect it could have. Without going into specific details, why did you use the time-turner? Should we not be asking how he ended up with it in the first place?" Armando broke in. Dumbledore shook his head. "No, that could involve details we should not be privy to." Harry here was evidently trying to achieve something from using it, however. "Is the use of time-turners less regulated where you're from?" Harry shrugged. "They are," he sighed. I was trying to save my godfather. He was killed at the Min. Armando cut him off with a wave of his hand. No specifics, please, he reminded Harry. Your godfather was killed recently. Harry swallowed and nodded. And you do not have any other family? No, my parents were murdered when I was a baby. I live with my Muggle relatives during the summer. Good grief, Armando gasped, what on earth is going on in your life? No, don't answer that. Too many things, Harry mumbled cryptically. Well, for as long as you are here, I would suggest you take up residence in Gryffindor Tower. You are familiar with it, and we will figure out what can be done regarding your situation, Dumbledore assured him. Any objections, Armando? The older man shook his head. Oh, this is the current headmaster of the school, Armando Dippet, Dumbledore explained. I've seen your portrait in the headmaster's office, Harry said to the man almost apologetically. Armando chuckled. I am already an old man. I do not expect to live for the next 60 years, Mr. Potter, he finished with a frown. Potter, you're certain your father isn't either William or Charles? You do look very much like them. Harry shook his head. My father's name was James, and my mother was a Muggleborn. Say no more, Dippet urged. I think we can safely say that you are related to them somehow. Another thing for us to look into, but I think getting you fed and then some rest will do you the world of good. Morgana, he called. An old lady with graying hair pulled back into a tight bun emerged from the office. Could you give this young man the once-over? He has had a rather trying series of events this evening to say the least. Of course, headmaster, the woman answered formally, drawing her wand as she approached. This is just a precautionary measure, Dippet explained. We will give you your privacy. I think it best if you remain under Morgana's care for the night. Tomorrow, we will try to understand the situation a little more and see what can be done. He too was trying to keep Harry calm, but the teen was feeling anything but. In the space of only a few hours, he had lost Sirius, he had been possessed by Voldemort, and he had somehow traveled more than 60 years into the past. How could this get any worse? Harry shook his head. With his luck, things could always be worse. Nonetheless, he nodded and Dippet gave him a smile of encouragement. Should you need anything, Morgana is well equipped to help you. She is an excellent healer, and we are fortunate to have her. With that, the two men left the hospital wing, Dumbledore offering him a final questioning look before he did so. Okay, young man, my name is Madame Morgana. Before we begin, do you have any allergies or any medical conditions I should be aware of? The woman was candid and to the point, very much like Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps it was the way of all healers. No, Harry answered uncertainly. He didn't think he had any allergies or medical conditions, but he couldn't be sure. Pomfrey had never asked those questions. So, we will need to give you a more extensive check, the woman muttered as she scratched away with a quill. Have you never been tested for allergies? Harry shrugged. Not that I can remember. The healer tutted disapprovingly, taking another note. Okay, first of all, I will need to take a little blood. Blood? Harry asked warily. Ever since Voldemort had used his blood at the end of the tournament, he had been rather reluctant to part with any of it. Your blood can tell me all I need to know. It contains your magic and will reveal anything I should be aware of before I run further tests. Just a small amount will do. Reluctantly, Harry offered the woman his hand. Thank you. She took it in her own, and less than a minute later, she had extracted a small amount into a vial. Now, I just need to test it, the healer explained as she summoned several bottles and more vials, placing them onto the small bedside table. First, the test for allergies. She proceeded to fill one of the empty vessels with an unpleasant-smelling brown liquid. This is a concoction of the most common, and some not-so-common allergens that affect witches and wizards. If it turns green, none will affect you. Any other color, then they will. The color will determine what it is you are allergic to. Harry nodded his understanding. Just a single drop, the healer muttered, levitating the required amount of Harry's blood from the sample he had provided and placing it in the liquid. For a moment, nothing happened, but then the liquid turned green before violently fizzing, the mixture vibrating until the vial exploded. Dear me, the healer gasped. What is it? Harry asked worriedly. The woman shook her head. I have never seen that before. But it turned green. The woman frowned confusedly before nodding. It did, she conceded, a look of disbelief and curiosity aimed his way. Perhaps we determine if you are suffering with any ailments next. She added another liquid to another vial and cautiously placed another drop of his blood into it. Much to her relief, it turned blue, and there was no volatile reaction. When she felt it was safe, she picked it up and placed her thumb over the top before shaking it. It remained the same shade of blue and she hummed thoughtfully. You are very undernourished, she explained. Have you not been eating well? Harry shrugged. For much of his life he hadn't eaten well. Not really, he admitted. It is of no concern and can be easily fixed, the healer assured him. Other than that, you are not suffering with anything else. Now, I need you to remove your shirt, if you will. Why? Harry asked. I need to check you over physically for any magically induced injuries. The headmaster was insistent on a full check. It is better to be safe than sorry. With a sigh, Harry did as he was asked. Do not be alarmed, I am just going to check you for any lingering effects from curses or any other foreign magic, she explained. Harry flinched as he felt the tip of her wand pressed against his chest, her whispers following her movements as she traced it across his torso and down the length of his left arm. This is a magical scar, she murmured, running her fingers over the puckered wound on his forearm. Where did this come from? How did Harry explain that? Oh, I was bitten by a 1,000-year-old snake, sounded ridiculous even to him. A snake, he answered simply. A snake, the healer questioned disbelievingly. To leave a wound of this size, it would have had to have been enormous. To my knowledge, snakes do not grow that big. Even magical ones. Basilisks do, Harry sighed. A basilisk. The woman choked. Harry merely nodded. The only no antidote to the venom is phoenix tears, Harry cut in. That's how I'm still alive. The healer's eyebrows rose considerably, evidently surprised. Well, that would explain it. Her voice had gone up an octave or two at his admission, but she shook her head. That does also explain the reaction to the allergy test. If you ever did have any, the venom would have eradicated them. Should it not be there anymore if the phoenix tears healed it? Harry asked curiously. The healer shrugged. Very little is known about the venom, young man, but given the reaction your blood had, I can confidently conclude that it is in there still. I can only assume that your body and magic have accepted it as part of itself. I don't understand, Harry huffed. The healer offered him a reassuring smile. Think of it as your body making use of it. It has taken something foreign and is using it as a weapon of sorts, another form of defense, and a rather powerful one too. Is that not dangerous? The fact that you are sitting in front of me breathing suggests otherwise. If the venom was going to kill you, it would have done so when you were bitten. I suppose it could be quite the boon for you in many ways. You're likely immune to most venoms, but I would not be in a rush to test that theory, and not that I would encourage such practices, but any blood magic you were to perform would have that additional element. Anyway, as curious and unprecedented that this is, perhaps we should continue. Harry nodded and the woman continued with her work, shooting him the occasional look of curiosity as she did so. Another one, she muttered, indicating the scar on his upper right arm. How did this come about? Hungarian horntail hit me with its tail, Harry shrugged. I will not even ask, she sighed, but whomever healed this did an admirable job. Harry nodded. Madame Pomfrey was an excellent healer. For all the time he spent under her care, he had no reason to complain. She always managed to patch him up from whatever mishap he had found himself in. This scar here, this is a curse scar of sorts, she announced, having moved his fringe aside and come upon the one he was famous for. Merlin, how long have you had this? Since I was one, and no one has ever thought to look at it. Harry shrugged once more. Not that I remember, he answered. Maybe when it happened, but not since. The woman tutted disapprovingly. Scars like this come from exposure to some very dark magic. Does it cause you pain? Harry nodded. Sometimes it feels as though it is burning, and it gives me headaches, he informed the woman. I've just gotten used to it. The healer shook her head. No, that will not do. Let me see what I can do about that. Before Harry could protest, she had placed the tip of her wand on his scar and had begun murmuring an incantation of sorts. Overwhelming pain was what he felt, his vision swimming as the scar reacted to the ministrations of the healer. Young man, young man. The muffled voice of the healer sounded before darkness took him. Break. What are we going to do, Albus? Armando asked. I have never heard of such a thing, and I find myself at a loss. If the ministry were to catch wind of this. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Despite everything, Armando, he is a student of the castle. As such, we have a duty of care to him, he said pointedly. Armando frowned before his expression morphed into a look of realization a moment later. We keep it to ourselves. I believe that would be for the best, Dumbledore readily agreed. If what young Harry has done was to be discovered, they would take him, Armando finished with a shake of his head. We cannot have that, but that brings us no closer to what should be done. It does not, Dumbledore acknowledged. What he did was foolish, but he is not in his right frame of mind. He is grieving, Armando. You heard yourself that he has no parents and that his godfather was murdered. For all intents and purposes, he is alone in this world. Armando deflated at thought. The poor boy had evidently endured much in his short life. Is there any hope of him returning? Albus shook his head. I would not proclaim to be an expert in the field, but I do not think so and would be reluctant to consult with anyone else on the matter. They are one and the same with the ministry, after all. The device is different to the one other time turner I have encountered but does not have the faculties to travel forward. I believe Mr. Potter is the victim of a most unfortunate series of events that led to him being here. Armando released a deep breath. He mentioned the Department of Mysteries. What on earth was he doing there? Your guess would be as good as mine, Dumbledore sighed. I imagine it will come to light soon enough, but our priority is to ensure that he has suffered no ill effects of his rather unexpected trip. I am also reluctant to delve too deeply into his life. As curious as I am about what the future holds, his presence already presents the danger that things could be irrevocably changed. As having knowledge could mean that it changes for the better or worst. I do not believe it right for us to shoulder such a responsibility. Armando nodded. We find ourselves in a rather unfavorable position, he sighed as a frown marred his features. What if his intentions are not good, Albus? What if he orchestrated this intentionally? Albus shook his head. No, he did not, he said firmly. Mr. Potter was honest. Oddly, he has the beginnings of some rather impressive occlumency shields, but in his state, he exercised no control over them. His shock at being here was genuine and he told no lies. Armando gave his colleague a disapproving look. He did not like that Albus possessed the ability to delve into the minds of others at a whim, especially where the students were a concern. This time, however, he chose not to comment on it. Knowing the boy was genuine set his mind at ease somewhat. So, we do what exactly? Albus released a deep breath. We care for him, Armando. He is a child and needs help. We allow him time to adjust and let him come to us. He will need to unburden himself of whatever is plaguing him eventually. The poor lad, Armando despaired, but I agree. I will allow him to reside within the castle and he can have a place here come September. It will be quite the adjustment for the boy, but it is the best we can do for him given the circumstances. What a mess, he finished with a shake of his head. I think that is for the best. None who are not privy to what happened should be made aware. All it would take would be a whisper to reach the wrong ears and Harry would find himself in considerable peril. Armando frowned. What about? I will have a word, Albus assured the headmaster. She is trustworthy. Armando nodded, taking Dumbledore's word for it. He knew the girl better than any, after all. Come in, Morgana, he instructed as a knock sounded at the door. The woman entered, her skin pale and her head shaking. How is he? Armando asked. Fortunate to be alive, the healer sighed. The trauma he has sustained is not negligible, headmaster. Trauma. The healer shook her head once more and released a deep breath. I do not know where to even begin. I did not ask for too many details, but the boy is but a walking miracle. From what I did glean of him, he has not had an easy life, not a pleasant one at all. What did you learn? Albus pressed, frowning deeply. Well, somehow, he managed to encounter a basilisk and survived being bitten. A basilisk? Armando gasped. Unbelievable. How did he survive that? Phoenix tears, Morgana answered. Simply, I know no more than that, but I do not believe the boy to be fabricating the story, and the potion would not react as it did to just anything. The potion. To identify any allergies. It turned green and then exploded. I've never seen anything like it. Now that is a tale I would like to hear, Armando sighed. What else? He was wounded by a dragon, but that has healed well. There is no sign of lingering effects at least. What on earth happened to this boy? Armando asked. Dragons. Basilisks. I dread to think, Albus answered sadly. As harrowing as those are, neither are concerning me as much as the last thing I discovered, Morgana sighed. And that is? Armando asked worriedly. He has a curse scar above his brow, she explained. I do not know the origins of it, but Mr. Potter explained he has had it since he was a babe. What is worrying is that it causes him considerable pain and suffering. Whatever magic is in there, is still active, Headmaster. What curse? Dippet questioned. The healer shrugged. I do not know, but the magic is still there. After almost 15 years, it should have faded. That is concerning, Dumbledore mused aloud. I have not heard of a curse that would linger so long, unless, Armando questioned. I'm not sure. I will look into it for a more definitive answer. Armando huffed. For all his brilliance, Albus was a frustrating man and not so forthcoming with his thoughts until he was certain of them. So, the boy is 15. He asked the healer. Around that age. He passed out whilst I was investigating the curse scar. I do not know when he will wake, but he is stable. I believe he is tired more than anything else. The scar is a pressing concern, Headmaster. It is beyond my own skill. Worry not, Albus interjected. If my thoughts prove to be correct, it will not be a healer he needs. Madame Morgana gave the Transfiguration Professor a look of frustration but did not question him. He would give no indication of what he alluded to, as was his way. Anything else? Armando asked. His magic is exceedingly strong, the healer answered. I tested his blood for trace amounts, and it is rather spectacular. I suspect the trauma he has endured has strengthened it considerably. How considerably are we talking? Dumbledore broke in. It is mature, Albus, far beyond what it should be for someone his age. Again, I have seen nothing like it. I suspect he is already quite a powerful wizard and will only grow stronger the older he gets, should he be nurtured of course. Merlin only knows he's had little of that. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. I could always assess him, he offered. It would give us an idea of what his ability is and identify things he needs to work on. If he is going to be a student here, we will need to have an idea of how best to help him. Armando nodded his agreement. Allow him some time first, Albus, he instructed. Let him come to terms with what has happened before anything else. The boy needs to heal, and I would see him healthy first. Everything else can wait. Of course, Dumbledore replied. Is that everything? Dippet asked the healer. The woman nodded. He is sleeping, for the time being. I will keep watch over him and let you know when he wakes. Thank you, Morgana, Armando said gratefully. If there is anything he needs, let me know. The healer took her leave of the room to return to her patient and the headmaster turned his attention to Dumbledore. What a night, he muttered. Indeed. I think you should. Dumbledore was already heading towards the door before Armando had finished. I will speak with her as a matter of urgency. Best make sure she is dressed first, Albus, Dippet advised. The other man chuckled. We all have our ways to allow our creative side to flow, he replied as he exited the office. Armando shook his head. I never needed to remove my shirt for that, he muttered, his thoughts returning once more to the boy in the hospital wing. Break. Harry awoke with a groan, his head throbbing in uncomfortable rhythm. It took him a few moments to realize when he was, and all that had befallen him before he had slept came to the forefront of his mind. Any vestige of tiredness that remained vanished, and he sat up suddenly. Shish, it's all right, you're safe, the voice of the healer that was not Madame Pomfrey assured him. How are you feeling? Like I wished it had been a bad dream, Harry responded sincerely. The healer offered him a sad smile. I would like to apologize for what happened to you under my care. I did not understand what I was dealing with and should not have attempted to investigate it further. I merely thought it was perhaps a simple curse that had not been healed. Harry waved the woman off. She had only tried to help him, after all. It's all right, he replied. At least you didn't try to pretend it doesn't exist. That had been Dumbledore's attitude towards his scar unless Harry pushed him for information. The headmaster had skirted around the subject otherwise. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Harry shook his head at the question. My head is aching a little, but that's nothing new. Then I will get you a pain reliever, the woman declared, and then sent for the headmaster. He has been rather worried about you the past 2 days. I was out for 2 days. The woman nodded. You clearly needed the rest, she replied. Think nothing of it. It would only have done you good. Are you hungry? He was. Harry couldn't remember when he last ate, but he felt the need for it now. Then Professor Dippet can wait a little longer until you have eaten. I will have something brought for you. Before Harry could respond, the woman was gone, but only a short while later, he was enjoying a plate of sandwiches with the throbbing in his head now absent. Better? The healer asked amusedly as he polished off his 5th helping of food. Definitely, Harry answered gratefully as he leaned back into his pillows, though his mind was still plagued with anguish. Then I will inform the headmaster that you are awake. He is rather keen to speak with you. Harry could only nod and await the arrival of the man. When he did come a few moments after he had been sent for, his expression was one of relief as he took a seat next to the bed. A foolish question, I know, but how are you feeling? He asked. Not so bad, Harry answered uncertainly. Dippet nodded his understanding as he deflated. I fear I am to be the bearer of bad news, he sighed. I would like to reassure you that we will continue to look into it, but there does not appear to be a way for us to send you back, not one that we are aware of at the very least. Albus has checked the EU used as extensively as he can, and there appears to be nothing to indicate further uses than the one yourself employed it for. I am sorry. He meant it. Harry could hear the sincerity in his voice, but it did not soften the blow. Although he had expected as much from the little he knew of time turners, he had held on to the thread of hope that remained that he could return home. What am I going to do? He asked. Dippet offered him a look of sympathy. Worry not, young man. You will have a place here as long as you need it. I will ensure that you are cared for and need for nothing, and if any developments are made, you will be the first to know. That is the best I can do for now until we have a better understanding of what has happened. I do not wish to build your hopes too high, however. This is not something I have ever heard of, let alone encountered. Harry could only nod, a sense of numbness filling him. How old are you, Harry? Dippet asked. I will be 16 at the end of July. So, going into your 6th year in September, the headmaster mused aloud. Well, you will have a place here, the rest, we have the summer to figure out. I think it best that you use this time to adjust, but know that I am here for you as is Albus. The only thing that I ask is that you mention to no one else what has happened to you. Were the ministry to discover it, you would find yourself in considerable trouble. Trouble? Dippet nodded severely. The use of time turners is heavily regulated. For what you have done, you would likely find yourself in Azkaban for a very long time. I do not wish to see that happen. You were young and made a foolish mistake. I do not believe you should be punished so harshly for it. Harry had not considered that, but was relieved Dippet thought the way he did. It was a foolish thing to do, he could see that now, but he had been desperate. What do I do? He asked. He felt lost, so far out of his depth that he did not even know where to begin. Live your life, Harry, the headmaster suggested. Take as much time as you need to let all of this sink in and then we can go from there. For now, we take it a day at a time. Harry released a deep breath. It sounded so simple, but it was not. Although his life had been rather poor overall, there were things he would have continued to endure it for. Ron, Hermione, the rest of his friends. The sinking feeling of never seeing them again set in and it filled him with a sadness he would always carry. They had been there with him through it all, and now, they were gone. Just like that, his life took yet another devastating blow. You make it sound so simple, he snorted, a watery chuckle escaping him. Things usually are much simpler than they sound, Dippet returned. I wish there was more that I could do for you, Harry, I do, but I will not lie to you. The chances of you returning home are very slim. And that was what it came down to. Harry would admit that he had been reckless in the past, impulsive when he should have perhaps exercised caution, but none of it had led to anything as dire as this. It was a harsh lesson that even things done with the best intent could backfire spectacularly when due consideration was not given. It would be a lesson he would never forget. Would you like to remain here or return to the tower? You were a Gryffindor, are you not? Harry nodded. Despite how different the healer here was, he would never relish any time spent in the hospital wing. It was a dismal place and would do nothing to improve his mood. At least the tower was familiar and held good memories. I think I'd like to go to the tower. I'm sure Minerva would be grateful for the company. Minerva? Harry asked with a frown. Ah, the young lady you met upon your arrival. She is quite embarrassed about the state you found her in, but she will get over it, Dippet assured him. I'll wait for you outside whilst you dress. The headmaster left the room and Harry began the process of readying himself, his thoughts wandering to the sudden turn his life had taken. 1935, he muttered. 60 years he had gone back in time. Only something so horrendous could happen to him, though he knew he only had himself to blame. Using a time-turner that had come from the Department of Mysteries was indeed a foolish thing to do, and looking back on it, Harry chastised himself once more for his impulsiveness. Bloody hell, he grumbled as another thought came to the forefront of his mind, his stomach sinking in horror. 1935, he could not have arrived at a worse time, the situation he found himself in even less favorable than it had seemingly been only a few moments prior. He remembered his lessons from when he had attended his Muggle primary school, and even more so the dreary ones under Professor Binns. Grindelwald, he whispered worriedly. Not only was the infamous Dark Wizard about to rise to prominence, but Harry had also arrived at a time that most of the world was on the brink of war. He could only shake his head in disbelief at just how unfortunate he was. Suddenly, Voldemort seemed rather insignificant in comparison to what was on the horizon. How is he doing, Armando? Albus asked. I have not seen him these past 2 days, Dippet sighed. He is eating, however. He has been visiting the kitchens regularly. Dumbledore chuckled. He knows his way around the castle, he said amusedly. Armando nodded. I take comfort in it. At the very least, Hogwarts is familiar to him. He needs that right now. He does, Albus agreed. I cannot even imagine what he is feeling. No. It is bad enough that he has endured what he has. With what has happened, it can only have made it harder for him. I do hope he comes to us, when he is ready. It would be unwise for him to bottle it all up. Dumbledore gave the headmaster a sympathetic smile. Armando Dippet was one of the most caring men he had met. It was what made him an excellent headmaster and afforded him the respect he had earned from the rest of the staff. Would you like me to speak with him? Albus asked. Armando shook his head. Not yet. Give him time, Albus. I do not wish for him to think we are prying into his affairs. He is grieving, we must allow him to do that. Of course, Dumbledore replied with a bow. If there is anything I can do for him, let me know. Thank you, Dippet returned with a grateful smile. I don't suppose you've had any luck with the time-turner. Albus shook his head. Nothing, he answered. Without testing it, I do not believe anything else can be learned from it. All appears to be as intended. The rune work is flawless, though I cannot identify what the sand within is. I can only imagine it is something that we do not know of. I feared as much, Armando huffed. Well, if nothing comes to light by the end of the summer, I would have you destroy it. We cannot afford to have such a device in the castle with the students here. Were it to fall into the wrong hands, the results could be disastrous. We are fortunate that Mr. Potter does not harbor ill intentions. I agree, Dumbledore returned. Will you tell him? Of course, Armando said immediately. I will not lie to the boy, Albus. I would like to earn his trust. Dumbledore nodded. We have the entirety of the summer for that. When he is ready, perhaps we should give him something productive to put his time into, he suggested. He is going into his 6th year, and we have no OWL results for him. That is not a bad idea, Armando mused aloud. I will offer to tutor him, and you can help too, if you have time. We can have Marchbanks come in and assess him during the last week of summer. Her workload will have eased by then. I will help any way I can, Albus offered. I think having something to focus on would serve him well, even if only to distract him from what he is going through for a while. Then I will discuss it with him when the opportunity presents itself, Armando decided. Thank you, Albus. We both want what is best for him, headmaster. Getting him through this is our priority. It is, Dippet acknowledged. It is indeed. Break. He ran his fingers over the photo that had been taken of Sirius and his parents on their wedding day. They looked happy, and yet, where he found himself, this day had not yet come to pass. His parents were not even born yet. He had spent the past 2 days questioning just why this had happened to him. Why was it always him that had to endure everything that life could throw at him? He released a calming breath. Harry would get no answer to these questions. In truth, this was just another one of those things that could only happen to Harry Potter. Carefully, he closed the photo album and placed it back in the trunk that contained all his worldly possessions. It added up to very little of a personal nature. There were his clothes, his photo album, his cloak, and the gifts he had accumulated since starting Hogwarts, but little else. The rest was a rather sizable collection of books, robes, and other items he required for school. It was a rather sorry ensemble. With a shake of his head, he closed the lid of his trunk, no closer to figuring out what he was going to do. Live your life, Harry. Was it so simple? Harry shook his head. No, it wasn't, but he could not lock himself in the tower and wallow for the rest of his days. Sirius would be furious with him if he did that. If the man was here, he would give him the same advice Dippet had, and though it was the last thing Harry wanted to do, he pushed himself off the bed and headed towards the showers. Perhaps this time around it would help. He doubted it, but he needed to wash and find something to occupy his time. Being left alone with his thoughts would not do. As things were, they were rather bleak. Still, he needed to vent, to release the anger and hurt he was holding on to. Evidently, showering helped little with this, so he dressed and took his leave of the thankfully empty tower and headed towards the one room he would be able to let some of what he was feeling go. I need somewhere to let it out. He repeated it over in his mind as he passed the expanse of wall 3 times and took a deep breath before pushing the door that appeared open. Having slammed it shut behind him, he turned and was faced with a mass of furniture, stone statues, and even an assortment vases. Harry nodded. This was what he needed. He hadn't known what he was feeling since he had watched helplessly as Sirius had passed through the veil, had used the Cruciatus curse on Bellatrix Lestrange, or even when Dumbledore had revealed the prophecy to him. He was angry, of course, hurt from the loss of his godfather, but there had been no clarity, no differentiation between the emotions. They had come so soon, one after the other, and even in this moment, he could not tell one from the other. Harry had never been one for tears, not for as long as he could remember. He had learned from a young age that crying changed nothing, that his tears were meaningless, but here, they flowed, and his wand trembled in his hand as he tried to make sense of what it was he was experiencing. He knew not, but the urge to destroy everything in the room prevailed. With an agonized roar, he brought his wand to arms. There was no incantation, just the need to destroy what was in front of him. He continued in this vein for some time, the various cabinets, chests of drawers and statues being reduced to splinters and rubble as he unleashed what he was feeling. When that was no longer enough, he pocketed his wand in favor of throwing things, kicking, and dismantling with his hands. By the time he was finished, he was sweating profusely, his chest heaving from the exertion, and he stood amongst the remains. Perhaps it was a childish reaction, but wasn't that what he was? He was a child, and time again, the world seemed to treat him as though he was the butt of a cruel joke. Being sent here was just a punchline too far for Harry Potter. Eventually, something had to give, and it had been this that sent him over the edge, Sirius's death, and the damned prophecy too. It felt good to vent. For years he had endured such things happening to him. From first through his 5th year of school, not one had passed without incident, and he had been expected to merely accept it for what it was, to return to the Dursleys at the end and return the following September as though nothing had happened. Harry couldn't do that anymore, and letting some of what had burdened him felt good, a relief to be rid of some of what he carried. A small part of him felt foolish for his outburst, but he didn't care. There was none here to see it, and he felt better. For how long it would last, he didn't know, but as he surveyed the damage, he chuckled darkly. Nothing had escaped his wrath. Everything that had stood had been reduced to an unrecognizable mess of what it had once been, and he released a final deep breath before taking his leave. His feet felt lighter as he made his way through the castle and back towards Gryffindor Tower, and the cleaning charms he cast on himself refreshed him, removing the lingering sweat from his hair and skin. For the first time in days, he felt something other than misery, and though he was no closer to returning home, nor having Sirius back, his future did not seem so dismal. What he did not anticipate, however, was that when he entered the Gryffindor common room once more, was the same girl he had encountered the night he arrived being there. Much to his relief, she was fully dressed this time. "Oh, hello," she greeted him awkwardly. "It's Harry, right?" Harry nodded. "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore spoke to me. I won't tell anyone anything," she assured him. "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully. In truth, he hadn't given the girl much thought, but her presence did leave him pondering what she was doing here. "Where is everybody else?" he asked. "They left for the summer the day you came," she answered. "That's why. You were practicing transfiguration half-naked," Harry finished. The girl blushed before shooting him a somewhat familiar stern glare. "It helps me be creative," she defended hotly. Harry held up his hands to placate the girl. "I'm not judging, it was just not something I expected." "Well, I didn't expect a random boy from the future to walk in," she returned. Harry conceded the point with a nod, though he could not help but feel amused by the situation. "If everyone else has left for the summer, why are you here?" he asked curiously. "I'm working with Professor Dumbledore on a project," she explained proudly. "I'm hoping that he may take me on as an apprentice when I'm finished here." "In transfiguration?" The girl nodded enthusiastically. "It is what I'm best at. Ever since my first lesson, I fell in love with it. Most people don't understand because it's hard for them, but not for me." "You looked very good from what I saw," Harry praised before his eyes widened in horror. "I meant your spell work, not anything else." The girl's cheeks reddened as the realization of what he said dawned. "I do not know if I should be grateful that you were referring to my spell work or offended that you did not like what you saw," she teased. Harry did not know what to say, and instead, gaped dumbly at the girl who eventually took pity on him. "Do you make a habit of putting your foot in it?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck as he nodded. "It happens more than I would like it to." The girl snorted, a bright smile cresting her lips. "Then maybe we should forget what happened," she suggested. Harry readily agreed with a nod as he offered his hand. "I'm Harry Potter," he introduced himself. She took the proffered limb. "Minerva McGonagall." Harry immediately stiffened at the response. He knew the glare she had given him was familiar. It was the same one he had been on the receiving end of more than a few times over the last 5 years. "Is something wrong?" Minerva asked worriedly. "What is it?" Harry shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong," he denied. The girl tutted. "You're a terrible liar. It's not anything bad," Harry tried to assure her, but the girl glared at him again and he almost wavered under it. "If it is nothing bad, then why won't you tell me?" "Because I shouldn't," Harry sighed. "There are things I want to change but others I don't. If I say too much, I don't know what will happen." Minerva frowned thoughtfully but nodded her acceptance. "But you know who I am," she pressed. "You could say that," Harry chuckled. "Oh, Merlin, I'm not your mother or anything like that." Harry shook his head. "Bloody hell, no," he said firmly. "We're not related. Besides, if you were my mother, you would have been 60 when I was born." Minerva grimaced. "I've never thought of myself as old before." "Thanks for that, Harry." Harry released a deep sigh. "I'm sorry, it's just a shock for me, all of this," he explained. "I think for now, the less said about some things the better. All I will say is that you are very respected and well thought of by everyone." Minerva seemingly accepted his position on the matter. "That will do, for now," she replied. "I can't imagine how hard this is for you." Harry could only shrug. "What can I do? I can spend my life complaining and sulking about it, or I can take it for what it is. I won't pretend I'm happy about it, but there's nothing that can be done. Dippet said himself that me going home is very unlikely." Minerva shot him a look of sympathy. Well, as one of only few that will know about you, I'm here if you'd ever like to talk. I don't mean to tell me anything, just if you need someone, she offered. I appreciate that, Harry said sincerely, the situation only having become much stranger with his now former Transfiguration professor the same age as him. It would certainly be quite the experience getting to know the woman on equal footing. She smiled at him once more. Well, you know that I'm good at Transfiguration, what about you? What's your best subject? She asked. Defense, Harry answered immediately. Minerva frowned. Defense is just a mixture of different branches of magic, she replied. I hadn't really thought of it that way, Harry mused aloud. She made a valid point. The spells used were varied between several topics. When you put it like that, I don't really know what I'm best at. I suppose I'm good with charms and curses. He'd spent the previous school year teaching up to 7th year's defense, and the year before competing in the Triwizard tournament, that had to count for something. Minerva nodded appreciatively. What's your transfiguration like? Probably average, Harry answered honestly. In truth, he hadn't put so much thought into the topic beyond what he learned in the classroom. It was useful, that he wouldn't deny, but he hadn't had much call for it. He doubted that changing Voldemort's robes into a dress would be much help, amusing, but little else. Well, you can't be that good at defense if your transfiguration isn't up to par, she half-joked. What do you mean? Harry asked curiously. He was interested to hear what she had to say. The Professor McGonagall he had known had never mentioned transfiguration use in defense, but this one had piqued his curiosity. Minerva pondered it herself for a moment, evidently thinking of a relevant example before nodding thoughtfully as she drew her wand. If you were going to block a spell, how would you do it? She questioned. I'd use a shield or dodge it, Harry answered. Minerva nodded. What if you were stuck somewhere narrow and you couldn't dodge? Shield charms are tiring to use and not always reliable. There are spells designed to destroy them. That's true, Harry acknowledged. What would you do? If there was nothing around me to use as cover or to intercept a spell, I would conjure something, she said simply, demonstrating by seemingly creating a sizable rock from nothing. It may be destroyed by some spells, but it will block even the most dangerous curses. Harry nodded appreciatively. He had seen Dumbledore do something similar when he used parts of the Statue of Magical Brethren during his fight with Voldemort in the atrium. That's brilliant, he praised, thinking of how he could incorporate it into his own dueling. That's not all, Minerva continued, her eyes widening excitedly at having a captive audience. You can also use it to attack. You can conjure things and banish them, and when you get really good, you can use almost anything as a weapon. This time, she turned her attention to a chair in the corner of the room, and with a wave of her wand, it was transfigured into a snarling wolf that bounded towards Harry. Bloody hell, he gasped as he drew his own wand, but even before the beast crossed half the distance between them, it was a chair once more. Sorry, Minerva offered, I got a little excited. Harry waved her off and chuckled. No wonder she had become a transfiguration professor. He had never met anyone so passionate about a subject. It's all right, he assured her. I get your point, and you've given me a lot to think about. Minerva positively beamed. Give it a try, she urged. Give what a try? Anything you'd like to, Minerva replied. Try using transfiguration as if you were in a duel. I don't really know any spells that would work like that. That's because you've not thought of them in that way, Minerva returned with a grin. What was the first spell you learned? Harry snorted at the memory of his class attempting to turn a matchstick into a needle. There wasn't a matchstick to be found, but there was a quill on a nearby table, and with a tap of his wand, he turned it into what he wished for it to be. Minerva's eyebrows rose considerably at the demonstration. I thought you said you weren't very good at this, she muttered, inspecting his work. I turned a quill into a needle, Harry pointed out confusedly. Minerva scoffed and shook her head when she realized he wasn't merely being humble. No, you turned something organic into something synthetic, she explained. Not only that, but you also shrunk it to several times smaller than its natural state. That's really advanced transfiguration. I thought everyone could do that, Harry returned with a shrug. I didn't really think about what I was doing. Minerva gave him a look of disbelief. The simple thing would have been to keep it at the same size for a start, she informed him. Your magic and intent are really in sync. They must be to be able to do what you did. Harry shrugged. He had no idea what he had done, but if the girl was as surprised as she seemed to be, he had evidently done something more than what he believed he had. If you did that unintentionally, then you were better at transfiguration than you thought, the girl insisted. Most students won't be able to do what you just did before they leave here. That, Harry struggled to believe. He had never been conditioned to accept praise and he began to feel awkward as the girl bestowed it on him. I really didn't even think about it, he reiterated. Minerva nodded before retrieving a log from the pile next to the fire and breaking it into several pieces. Try again, she encouraged, indicating one of the chunks of wood, but this time, don't turn it into a needle, turn it into a metal spike. Harry sighed but focused on what he wanted to achieve before waving his wand over the target. The result this time was less than admirable. The spike he tried to create was more of a warped metal rod with the pattern of the wood still visible. You overthought it, Minerva explained. It is the same principle as what you did first, but easier. You need to see what you want it to become before you change it. Try again, she urged. Harry nodded and took a deep breath, imagining what he wanted the piece of wood to become. When he was ready, he cast the spell once more. You did it, Minerva cheered, picking up the metal spike he had created and checking it over. This is brilliant, Harry. Is it? He asked skeptically. The girl nodded. This is why we are taught this spell first. It is to prepare us to do the same thing but on a bigger and more complex scale. It is the foundation that we build our entire skill set in transfiguration on. Okay, Harry replied uncertainly. It's quite sweet that you don't even realize what you've done, Minerva replied amusedly. Just one more demonstration, she asked. Harry could not deny her. Her enthusiasm was rather contagious, and he found that he was enjoying her company. With an exaggerated sigh, he gestured for her to explain what she required of him. This time, I want you to do the same thing you just did, but to the rest of the pieces of wood at the same time. Isn't that difficult? Harry asked. It is, Minerva agreed, but not as difficult as what you did first. Go on, give it a try, she encouraged. With a shake of his head, Harry focused once more and carried out the task, eliciting a joyous laugh from the girl as she checked over his work. How much work do you put into this away from the classroom? She asked, squinting at one of his creations to take in the finer details. None, Harry answered honestly. None, Minerva questioned with a raised eyebrow. You have never put in extra work in transfiguration. No, nothing more than the homework we've been given. Minerva huffed irritably before grinning once more. Then you're a natural at this, she returned, shoving him playfully. Charles is really good too. Charles, the other Potter boy, Minerva clarified. Oh, right, him, Harry shrugged. Harry didn't know Charles, didn't even know if he was related to him, and Minerva gave him a look of sympathy. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I forgot. Harry waved her off. It's fine, he assured her. This will all just take some getting used to. The high he had felt whilst completing the task set for him had vanished, and Harry felt the darker mood begin to descend once more. I guess it's not just you that puts your foot in it, she muttered. Harry snorted. Well, I suppose that just makes us even. Minerva nodded and the two fell silent for a few moments before she spoke once more. Don't keep it all in, Harry, she suggested. It won't help if you just let it eat away at you. Find something worthwhile to put the energy into. An idle mind is one that becomes bogged down with things that are out of your control. That's what Professor Dumbledore told me. Dumbledore. Minerva gave him a sad smile. He's a smart man. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here doing what I am, she explained. He gave me something to lose myself in so the other things I couldn't control didn't matter as much. I think that would help you too. The girl was being sincere, and though Harry was curious, he did not press her for what she was referring to. It was something that bothered her still. He did not need to be a master in legilimency to see that. I will, he answered simply. Maybe I should speak to the headmaster and see what he suggests, he decided as he stood. It's not like I have much of an idea of what I can do here. You won't even have CDs here yet. What's a CD? Minerva asked. Just a muggle thing where I came from, Harry answered as he exited through the portrait hole, leaving behind a thoroughly confused girl in his wake. Break. Well, if we switch the second-year charms with the third year, then there will be no conflict with the rest of the electives, Albus suggested as he and the headmaster pored over the timetables for the upcoming year. That would work, Armando agreed, making the changes with his quill. That way, the first-year flying lessons can remain as they are also. Excuse me, headmaster, one of the portraits hanging on the wall interrupted. There is a young man heading in this direction. Ah, thank you, Davin, Dippet replied, sending a spell towards the door to allow the boy entry. I was not expecting him so soon. From what little we know of him, I expect he is quite resilient, Dumbledore guessed. Armando nodded his agreement. Come in, Mr. Potter, he instructed when a knock sounded. The boy that entered looked just as lost as he had when he'd arrived, though he had a little more color to him. He was still grieving and would be for some time, but Armando took what he saw as a positive. Harry, he greeted him, what can I do for you? The boy seemed uncertain and shrugged as he took a seat. Honestly, I don't know, but I can't spend my life moping, can I? No, but you are allowed to grieve, Harry, Dippet replied. It's natural, but keeping your mind off it will help. What would you like to do? I suppose I should prepare for being here, Harry sighed. There's not much hope of me returning home, so I have to get used to this at some point. Armando offered him an understanding smile. I am sorry. I wish there was more that we could do, he said sincerely. Albus did make a suggestion that I believe would help, he revealed, turning to his colleague. Dumbledore nodded. Well, you of course will have your place here to complete your schooling. Unfortunately, we do not have any OWL results for you. I didn't think of that, Harry groaned. I just finished them a few days ago. And did you do as well as you could have? Dumbledore asked. Harry grimaced as he shook his head. I didn't finish my last exam. I fell quite ill. And the rest? Harry shrugged once more. I probably could have done better, he conceded. Then take this as an opportunity to do your best, Armando suggested. I would like to offer you the chance to be tutored by me and take the exams at the end of the summer. Harry frowned at him. You want to tutor me? He asked suspiciously. Armando chuckled at the cautious nature of the boy. I'm an educator, Mr. Potter, he reminded him, but it would also give me the opportunity to see what you have learned for myself. I will not attempt to force you, but there is much that you can learn from Albus and myself. Harry pondered the offer for a moment before nodding. It would be something worthwhile, he acknowledged. It would, Armando agreed. There are, however, a few things we must discuss. I do not wish to pry into your life, Harry, but some concerns were raised with me by Madame Morgana. Is it about the basilisk bite? Harry asked. No, Armando assured him. As curious as that is, Madame Morgana does not believe it has had a detrimental effect on your health. I am very curious as to where you encountered such a creature, but as I said, I have no desire to pry. To do so would serve no purpose other than to risk altering things that we may not wish to. We are in a very precarious position, after all. Then what is it? Harry pressed. Your scar, the curse one. Harry's hand immediately reached for the infamous mark, a deep frown marring his features. What about it? He asked defensively. It is most unusual in that it causes you great pain and discomfort, Dumbledore broke in. If it were only a scar caused by a curse, your body would have purged the foreign magic from you, and it would be only a scar. How did you get it? The man asked curiously. Won't me telling you that alter things? Harry returned. Dippet shook his head. Unless we act upon it, then no, I do not believe so, Dippet replied. I am not asking you to learn of your personal affairs, Harry, but so that we may help you if we can. The boy stared at the professors uncertainly for a moment before deflating. When I was a baby, a dark wizard murdered my parents and tried to do the same to me. This, he said, lifting his fringe, is what is left from when he tried to kill me. Good grief! Armando exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. Why would anyone want to murder a babe? Harry released a deep breath. I don't want to talk about that. I only learned why myself a few days ago. Of course, Armando agreed immediately, followed by Dumbledore, who nodded as he looked sadly upon the boy. Again, this is not to pry, Harry, and I do not wish for you to relive such unpleasant things, but do you know how he tried to kill you? What method was used? Dumbledore asked. Really, Albus, does that matter? Armando chastised. Dumbledore nodded. Knowing the method is the only way we can hope to help him, he explained, gesturing towards the boy. You have my apologies for the lack of tact, Harry. It's fine, Harry assured him. You'll probably find this hard to believe, but he fired a killing curse at me. It rebounded back onto him. Armando was speechless, and Albus eyed the team curiously. There was no hint of untruth in his voice nor in the expression he wore. It was something he had grown used to throughout his years, and Armando could only shake his head. How? He asked simply. How did you survive it? Harry shrugged. My mother sacrificed herself to save me. She pleaded for my life, and he laughed in her face before killing her. When he tried to kill me, it didn't work. What was clear before anything else was that he remembered it. The haunted look in his eyes as he spoke was not something that could be fabricated. It was as though the boy had told the tale so many times that it no longer resonated with him, and Armando's heart tightened in his chest. No child should have to experience nor witness such a thing. Albus, he prompted. The other professor was just as saddened as him and released a deep breath before speaking. Magic works in mysterious ways, he said simply. I believe what you experienced was old magic in its rawest form. I cannot be certain, but there are accounts of sacrificial magic creating some remarkable events. This is undeniably one of them. Your mother's sacrifice undoubtedly shielded you from what happened. I do not know how, but as you are here breathing, that is the only explanation I have. Armando did not know what to say. Albus's understanding of magic exceeded that of any he had met, and he would not be the one to question the man's theory. More often than not, he proved to be correct. What happened to the Dark Wizard? Did he die? Harry shook his head. Everyone thought he was dead for a while, but he came back. He came back? Albus asked severely. Harry nodded. He didn't have a body for a long time, but he got one back eventually. Armando frowned. No, that did not make sense at all. He would not profess to be an expert on such things, but that did not add up. That Harry survived the killing curse due to his mother's sacrifice was difficult enough to believe, but the caster also living having been struck by it. No, something was amiss. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully, pulling him from his musings. With your permission, I would like to discuss this with someone, he requested of the teen. I can assure you, he is the most trustworthy person I know, and the only one I believe that could give us definitive answers. Of course, I will not mention your status. Nicholas Flamel, Harry asked, surprising the Transfiguration professor. You know him? No, Harry denied, but I know of him and his work, he added cryptically. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. Would you object to me discussing this with him? I do believe that he could be of help to you in understanding what happened and what can be done to help. Harry nodded. If you think it will help. Dumbledore smiled encouragingly and began scrawling a missive to the rather elusive wizard. When he was finished, he signed it with a flourish. Fox, he called. The man's companion arrived in a burst of flames, trilling melodically. Could you take this to Nicholas? Dumbledore asked. The Phoenix, however, was not paying attention to the man. His small, black eyes were fixed on the teen. Hello, Fox, Harry greeted the bird. The creature's head turned as it stared at Harry curiously before it trilled once more and landed on his shoulder. You are familiar? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It was Fox tears that saved me when I was bitten by the basilisk, he explained, stroking the bird's plumage. The core of my wand is also one of his feathers, he added, drawing it. Fox trilled again and Dumbledore chuckled. Is that so? He returned thoughtfully, a smile of his own aimed at the odd duo. I remember when Bertram came and asked him to donate them. He took some convincing. It saved me more times than I can count, Harry said as he eyed his wand fondly. I wonder, Dumbledore mused. What is it, Albus? Armando questioned. Well, I would not pretend to understand the wonder that is wand lore, but with all the discussion of the mysteries of magic, I am rather intrigued by the relationship between Mr. Potter and his wand. I imagine the bond is rather strong. What do you think, Harry? Harry pondered Dumbledore's words for a moment before nodding. There was a time I managed to cast a Lumos with it when it wasn't in my hand. That is a considerable feat, Dumbledore replied. I cannot help but think that with Fawkes having become a part of you through his tears, that it has strengthened your connection with your wand. Of course, I am merely speculating. You would need to speak to Bertram or Garrick to clarify it. The understanding of the craft is something the Ollivanders are experts in. But that is for another day, is it not, Albus? Armando interjected. Indeed, Dumbledore acknowledged. You have my apologies, Harry. I tend to get caught up in my own observations. I know, Harry snorted. Armando and Dumbledore looked at one another before the former shrugged. When would you like to begin your tutorship? He asked. As soon as possible, Harry answered. I don't think leaving my mind idle will do me much good. Minerva said the same. Minerva. Yeah, she spent the half an hour before I came here putting me through my paces in Transfiguration, he chuckled. That was strange, this whole thing is strange. Armando felt another stab of sympathy for the boy. Well, I think giving you some normality will help, Harry, he offered. Professor Dumbledore, will assess you tomorrow to identify where you are, and what we can work on during our sessions. If you arrive here for 9 am, we can begin then. Harry nodded as he stood and gave Fawkes a final pet. Shouldn't you be delivering something, he chuckled. The phoenix took the note where it had been left on the desk and vanished in another burst of flames. Is something wrong, Harry? Armando pressed when the boy remained where he was, seemingly torn on whether to take his leave or speak further. He released a deep breath and Armando could not miss that he needed to get something off his chest, unburden him of something he knew. I know I have to be careful with what I say, but I have to tell you. Could it have significant repercussions to do so? Armando asked. Harry nodded. Even if I don't tell you, it will, he muttered. War is coming, Headmaster. In the coming years, the Muggle world will be at war, as will we. There's a wizard that will plunge us into it. I don't think there is anything that can be done to prevent either. Armando deflated. There is already talk of the Muggles preparing for conflict on the continent. It was something I hoped would be avoided. The conflict amongst wizards, however, I know nothing of. Who is the man responsible? I need to ensure the students will be safe from this. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore froze, his eyes widening in horror. Grindelwald has not been heard of in some years, not since he visited the States, Armando explained. Are you certain of this? Yes, Harry said firmly. Unless you have a plan to put a stop to him, the war will happen. He will not be stopped, Dumbledore whispered. Gellert will not strike until he is ready to resist what force will be sent to meet him. Unless you know of his whereabouts, there is nothing that can be done. Harry shook his head. None of the books he had read nor tedious lectures that Binns had given contained that information. Could you not find him? Harry asked Dumbledore. The man released a deep sigh. I cannot. Gellert is as gifted as any wizard you will ever meet, charismatic, strong, elusive. I suspect he will use the Muggle war to push his agenda and gather followers of his own. Until he comes out into the open, there is little that can be done about him. We can prepare as best we can, but it will never be enough. Gellert Grindelwald is as dangerous as any man you will ever meet. Dumbledore's expression had darkened, and it took all of Harry's willpower not to blurt that it would be the man himself that would defeat the one that concerned him so. Even when discussing Voldemort, Dumbledore had never shown such worry, and Harry could not help but think there was much more to Grindelwald than he knew. He suspected Dumbledore knew more than he was letting on, and it would not surprise the teen. The man had kept the prophecy hidden from him for his entire life, even when given the many opportunities he'd had to reveal it to him, he hadn't. As such, Harry no longer felt he could trust him entirely, not where his safety was concerned. Dumbledore was too secretive when it came to important things, and that did not sit right with him. Nonetheless, he nodded his acceptance of what little he had gleaned. I just thought it was something you should be aware of, Headmaster, he said to Armando before taking his leave of the room. Armando looked at his colleague and shook his head uncertainly. Any thoughts, Albus? Until we can learn more, then no, the man said worriedly. It is concerning to say the least, but I will stay alert to any rumors I hear. Mr. Potter is evidently concerned, and with good reason. Gellert should not be underestimated. You know him better than I, Albus, Armando pointed out. If what happened in America is anything to go by, dark days may indeed be on the horizon. Dumbledore could only nod. What are your thoughts on Harry so far? He asked. I believe that he is a boy that has had a very difficult life, Albus. You only need look into his eyes to see that. Indeed, he is rather fascinating, and fortunate to be alive. His stories would be fantastical to all, but he has been nothing but truthful. Armando shook his head. Do you think Flamel will be able to help him? That remains to be seen, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. If anyone can, it is Nicholas, though we must first learn what it is that ails the boy. After all this time, even such a horrific curse should either have killed him, or the effects he is experiencing all but absent. Armando frowned. He may not be as well versed in magic as Albus, but he too knew enough that the man was right. What are your thoughts on the matter? Albus scratched his chin. I believe that Mr. Potter's scar is not a product of the killing curse, but a failed ritual. The protection of his mother did not work as intended, and I believe it is because there is more to it than even Harry knows. Without a memory to view, it will be difficult to confirm, but I think Nicholas is best equipped to help us. He is a font of knowledge that we would be foolish to not implement. So, we wait until we have spoken with him. That would be for the best. Break. Having left the office of the headmaster, the final part of the conversation Harry had shared with Dippet and Dumbledore did not sit right with him. The latter did not seem surprised that Grindelwald would surface sometime in the near future, but neither did he show any urgency to confront the issue. Harry found himself questioning why, but with the recent behavior of the man, he was not as shocked as he should have perhaps been. As much as he appreciated what Dumbledore had done for him, it's what he had not that weighed heavily on Harry's mind. There had been ample opportunity for him to be made aware of the prophecy, for his life to be bettered by his headmaster, but neither had evidently been a priority to the man. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. It was not the words that haunted him now, but the vagueness of the prophecy, and the label that had been attached to it in the Department of Mysteries. SBT to APWBD. Dark Lord N. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Harry Potter. His steps paused and he shook his head. No, the prophecy could not refer to him and Grindelwald, could it? The prophecy did not specifically mention whom the Dark Lord was, but it had been made years after Grindelwald had been defeated. He shook his head once more, ridding himself of those thoughts. It was not possible. Dumbledore would be the one to defeat Grindelwald. Harry was destined for another, one that could only be but a small boy at this point. Where even was Tom Riddle? Harry remembered that he was an orphan, but little else. He did not know where he had grown up, nor when he would be arriving at Hogwarts. He huffed irritably. Why did Dumbledore not see fit to tell him these things? It was not as though that the old man could have predicted what would have happened to Harry, but there should have been some urgency for him to provide information. He did expect Harry to defeat Riddle, after all. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly as he entered the tower. It was empty this time, something he was pleased for. He felt a headache coming on and he wanted little more than to find his bed. Although he had an understanding of what was coming, there would be no plain sailing, no easy solution or preventing it. Things were already in motion that could not be changed and all he could do was wait to see how it would unfold. However, if the opportunity arose for him to intervene, he would do so. From Dumbledore's demeanor, he could not count on the man acting, not against Grindelwald and certainly not Tom in a timely manner. That meant it would be up to him, and though he did not relish it, he would not sit back and wait for things to conclude as they had before. Thousands had died during Grindelwald's rise to power and subsequent war. If there was anything Harry could do to prevent it, he would, and damn the consequences. If that meant acting alone, so be it. He could not simply sit back and allow what had once been to come and go again as it had. Maybe he did have a saving people thing, as Hermione called it. Wish me luck, he muttered to the photo of his parents that he had left on his bed. Perhaps he would get help, but he would not rely on it. If anything, Dumbledore's secrecy had proven only one thing to Harry, and as much as it pained him, he could not hide from the truth. When the time came, it would be him alone that would have to deal with Tom. There would be no Dumbledore to protect him, to rescue him from certain death. With that in mind, Harry knew he had to be prepared for what the future held. At the very least, he took comfort in the knowledge that he had time to do so. Now more than ever, he was alone in this. In the end, it would come down to him and Voldemort. Without the necessary knowledge, he may be unable to prevent the rise of his foe, but there were things he could do that would not make it so easy for him. Even whilst in the castle, there were steps Harry could take. He nodded thoughtfully as he pondered what he faced and the chance he had been given. It was unlikely that he would have ever been ready to face Voldemort during his own time. The man had decades of experience on him, but here, he could be his equal. Perhaps being sent back was going to happen regardless of what he had done. He frowned at the thought, the words of the prophecy haunting him once more. And either must die at the hand of the other. It was fated that they would meet, that Harry would have to kill Voldemort if he wished to live. Still, being here at this time when the world was on the brink of here, he could not shake the feeling that the prophecy held much more than he had believed thus far. "You're making excellent progress," Dumbledore praised. "It doesn't feel like I'm making any," Minerva yawned. "Nothing is happening." Before the sun had risen, she found herself in the Transfiguration classroom with the overly chipper man working diligently to make strides in their current project. Her professor was an excellent practitioner of Transfiguration, a brilliant wizard overall in truth, but even Minerva had her limits at 5 am when she should still be resting. "Nothing that you would pay attention to, my dear," he countered with a chuckle, "but I believe I would be right in saying that the hair on your arms is longer than when you arrived." Minerva scowled at the growth. She thought that learning to be an animagus would be a fun process, but thus far, all she had done is spent her free time removing rogue hair from her arms, legs, and even her feet. If this was progress, then she wanted no part of it. "Patience, Minerva," Dumbledore urged. "This is one of the most complex forms of transfiguration to master, but when you do, it will all be worth it." Minerva nodded. The project had been her idea, after all, and knew that it would not be simple. It was a very dangerous undertaking, and in truth, she should be grateful that there had been no mishaps. It was not as though she had completed a partial transformation that she had been stuck with. "Not yet anyway." "I know," she sighed. Dumbledore offered her an encouraging smile. "This could take several years of work to complete, but you are well on your way towards it. Stay positive, you will get there. And I will just have to tolerate the additional hair growth along the way," she said dryly. Dumbledore chuckled. "Indeed, but it could be worse. You could be a fish and have to descale yourself instead." Minerva grimaced at the thought. "Why did you never do it, Professor?" "Become an animagus?" she asked. Dumbledore hummed at the question and nodded. "I considered it many times, but my attention was always turned towards other ventures. I apprenticed under Nicholas for my studies in alchemy, and forgive me a moment of immodesty, but I did not have such a proficient instructor to hand. I exceeded the capabilities of my own professor before I finished my 4th year." Minerva nodded her understanding. For all his quirks and whimsical ways, Dumbledore was already perhaps one of the best transfiguration practitioners who had ever lived. "Anyway, I do not wish to be rude, but I am required to assess Mr. Potter with Professor Dippet shortly," he explained. "We will resume our work tomorrow." "Of course," Minerva readily agreed as she began gathering her things. "What do you think of him so far?" Dumbledore asked curiously as she did so. "Harry." Dumbledore nodded. "He mentioned you put him through his paces." Minerva smiled at the memory. "He is a natural, Professor, but he lacks the confidence," she replied honestly. "He completed an organic to synthetic transfiguration without realizing how advanced it is." "Really?" Dumbledore questioned. "That was a very difficult practice to grasp, one that many 7th years struggled with. He says that he hasn't done much work beyond the classroom, and that he is better with defense than anything else." "I suppose he would have to be," Dumbledore said sadly, shaking his head. "Professor." "It's nothing, Minerva. I will not break his confidence, but Mr. Potter has experienced much more than any should for one even as old as Professor Dippet. He is quite the remarkable young man." "He seems nice," Minerva agreed. It must be horrible for him. He doesn't know anyone here, or anything really. I wonder what it is like where he came from. Something that I would urge you not to question him on, Dumbledore said firmly. Mr. Potter is in a very unique position, one that is dangerous, and I must again stress the importance of maintaining his secret. If word were to get out of what befell him, he would be in considerable trouble. Of course, Professor, I will not say a thing to anyone, but there is a problem. Dumbledore gestured for her to continue. How will he explain that he has the same name as a really prominent family? He even looks a little bit like Charles. Dumbledore released a deep breath. That is indeed something that must be addressed, and I am sure the headmaster will do so. However, for the time being, his name is the only thing that he has. I do not think that he will part with it lightly. So, what will happen? I do not know, Dumbledore muttered. I will discuss it with Professor Dippet and Harry when the time is right. Break. Nicholas was sulking. He always did when he did not have something to keep his mind occupied. After more than 6 centuries of living, he had kept the same routine when he found himself at a loose end. At first, he would pace in his library, perusing his vast collection of tomes for something to sink in his teeth in. When nothing emerged to pique his curiosity, he would take to driving Muggle golf balls from the adjoining balcony. This did little to ingratiate him with his neighbors who did not take kindly to the occasional broken window, but Nicholas didn't care. Perenelle was much more social than him and was forever apologizing for his behavior, mostly because he refused to. Why would he when he wasn't sorry? Besides, soon enough, they'd die, and others would move in to begin the process once more. Maybe he was immature, childish even, but the thought of having new people to upset brought him a sense of joy. It distracted him from the tedium of life for a while at least. Do not even think about it, Nicholas. Perenelle warned as he passed her by with his favorite club in hand, whistling a tune he'd heard on the radio. You broke 3 of their windows yesterday. Mr. Ames was furious. Mr. Ames can get stuffed, the stuck-up old git. He spends his days swanning around his estate and getting his end away with the staff. I've seen him disappearing into the potting shed with that bee, that isn't his wife. Maybe I'll send her an anonymous note, he mused aloud. You will do no such thing, Perenelle huffed. Leave the man be, Nicholas. He threw dogshit over our wall. You have no proof it was him. Please, can we not just have neighbors we get on with? No chance, Nicholas grumbled. I know it was him, so a few broken windows should be the least of his worries. Perenelle shook her head but grinned amusedly at her husband. Will you never grow up? No, the man answered petulantly. Well, before you decide to launch a plethora of balls towards Mr. Ames' greenhouse, a letter arrived for you from Albus yesterday. Maybe he has something that will turn you away from your foolish rivalry. Nicholas nodded eagerly as his wife handed him the missive. Albus is a good boy, he said fondly as he tore the parchment open. He always has such trivial problems for me to solve. Perenelle watched as her husband's face morphed from one of excitement to one of horror. Perhaps not so trivial this time, he muttered as he handed back the note. Good gracious, Perenelle exclaimed. Surely he is jesting with this. Nicholas shook his head. Albus is not one to make light of such things, he mumbled. No, whatever has happened to this boy is troubling. I can think of no single thing that would result in this. Then perhaps it is several things. Nicholas nodded. Undoubtedly. With something to occupy his mind, his petty rivalry with Mr. Ames was all but forgotten, and Nicholas headed towards the library. If what Albus had said was true, then something was amiss, but he would need to consult a few works first of all. From there, he would need to speak with the boy to ascertain the series of events that led to his condition, but there was one thing the man was certain of. Whatever was ailing the boy would be no easy fix, if it could be fixed at all. Break. There's no need to be nervous, Harry, Dippet assured him. We just wish to see where in your studies you are and how best to help you moving forward. Harry nodded his understanding. All right, we will begin with some questions on potions, and judging by your reaction, it is not your favorite subject. Harry had unwittingly grimaced. Not really, he replied with a shrug. No matter, Dippet dismissed. We can't all favor spending our days in front of a cauldron, but it is a mandatory topic for the first 5 years of your schooling, so let's see what you can remember. Harry sighed, but gestured to the man that he was ready. Can you name 2 ingredients used when brewing a polyjuice potion? How could he forget? He had spent much of his second year helping Hermione brew her illicit concoction. Boomslang skin and lacewing flies. Dippet nodded appreciatively as he made a note on his parchment. Can you name 2 ingredients that can be used to heal or cure in their natural state? The back of Harry's hand itched at the memory of Umbridge's quill, and he flexed it, the skin still tight from where it had bitten into it. Essence of myrtlap and a bezoar. The latter he would not forget. Snape had ensured that from the first lesson he had under his instruction. Good, Dippet praised, and finally, can you explain why we would use a brass cauldron instead of a pewter one? Harry frowned. I have no idea, he answered honestly. That's fine, Dippet replied. That is one of the things we can cover during our tutoring sessions. Harry nodded gratefully. We will move on to transfiguration next. Albus, Dippet prompted. The man stood from where he had been leaning on the headmaster's desk and approached, removing a box and enlarging as he did so before placing it on the table Harry was seated at. Okay, Harry, to begin with, I would like for you to turn this feather into a medal, he instructed, giving him an encouraging smile. That is rather advanced, don't you think, Albus? Dippet interjected. Dumbledore ignored him and nodded for Harry to continue. Harry drew his wand and did as he had the previous day with Minerva. When he was done, Dumbledore picked up the length of metal, his eyes twinkling merrily as he inspected it. Dippet all but snatched it from his colleague to get a closer look himself before his gaze swept across to Harry. This is a flawless transfiguration, he snorted. Good grief, that is impressive. Dumbledore took it back and placed it back on the desk, holding a hand up to silence Dippet. Do you think you could turn this into a bird? Any bird will do. Harry had seen Professor McGonagall demonstrate the spell once before, and remembered the incantation, though he had never attempted it himself. As far as he knew, it was not something they would attempt until their 7th year. Nonetheless, he aimed his wand at the length of metal he had created and focused on what he wanted it to become. Avifors, he murmured. The piece of metal warped and formed into what resembled a dove, but as it took flight, its wings were bent, and it thumped to the floor after only managing to stay aloft for a few seconds. Oh, he muttered disappointedly. No, do not be disheartened, Harry, Dumbledore urged, that was fantastic for a first attempt. Dippet nodded his agreement. You completed the most difficult part of the transfiguration. With just a little more work, you will perfect the spell. What do you think, Albus? I think that Mr. Potter has natural ability and that if he applies himself, he will do exceedingly well indeed, Dumbledore predicted. Minerva mentioned that you have not invested much into it. I haven't, Harry confirmed. Only what was required of me in the classroom. That is a shame, Dumbledore sighed. Your talent cannot be denied, Harry. It is not often I give such praise, but what you have demonstrated is exceptionally advanced transfiguration. Harry felt awkward being praised by the man and shuffled his feet in discomfort. He didn't know what to say or how to react, but Dumbledore seemingly noticed this. We can discuss it further when we meet for your tutoring in the subject. I do not wish to jinx my expectations of you, Harry, but I am expecting remarkable things from you. Again, Harry did not know what to say. Perhaps we should move on to charms, Dippet suggested, he too noticing that Harry was feeling a little overwhelmed. I would like you to repair this, he instructed, pushing a glass of water from the desk to the floor, shattering it. Reparo, Harry muttered having leveled his wand at the shards of glass. They formed back together, and he levitated it back onto the desk before casting a drought charm to clear up the water left behind. Very good, Dippet declared. We will need to begin working on non-verbal magic. Next, I'd like you to fill the glass halfway up for me. Harry did so with a steady stream of water from the tip of his wand. Excellent control of your flow. Now, out of interest, I'd like to see the spell fully with no holding back. Please, just aim your wand away from us, Dippet chuckled. Dumbledore looked towards the headmaster questioningly but found himself distracted by the geyser of water being propelled from Harry's wand. If anyone were to find themselves in the way of it, they would undoubtedly be sent sprawling. It was impressive to say the least. That will do, Harry, Dippet called loudly when he had seen enough. Well, I think it is safe to say that your charms work as exemplary and that you will grow into a rather gifted wizard in the branch. Have you seen anyone produce such a stream at his age? He asked Dumbledore. Only I and one other, the man answered with a light frown marring his features. Both of us grew to be rather powerful in our own right, though such a thing is merely one facet of being a competent wizard. Indeed, Dippet agreed, but you have a rather natural head start, Harry. Under the right guidance, and with work from yourself, you could be a great wizard. Once more, Harry felt awkward. From his work with DA the past year, he knew that he was above average when it came to power. Where most other students' blasting curses merely left a hole in a target, his reduced the training dummy to dust. Hermione had put it down to one of those hairy things, but he had not been convinced, not until she had shouted at him in front of everyone for doubting himself. What electives did you take, Harry? Dippet's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Care of magical creatures and divination, he answered, the last said with distaste. So, you found that you were not a natural seer? Dippet asked amusedly. Definitely not. That wasn't why he despised the subject, but for all the trouble that prophecies had caused throughout his life, the one that Trelawney gave at the end of third year just as much as the one he had learned most recently. Well, I certainly will not force you to continue with the subject. If it weren't for the governor's insisting it remains, I would remove it from the syllabus. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Well, we will move on to defense against the dark arts as we do not have creatures to hand and neither I nor Albus studied them. Harry's expression brightened considerably. This was the topic he was most confident in, after all. What spell would you use to render an opponent unconscious? A stunning spell would be the obvious choice, but it is easily shielded against and only works in a 1-1 duel. If you were facing off with multiple opponents, an area spell would be better. It is difficult to defend against as it has no wand movements to give away your intention and creates a fog that you can use to escape or better your position. He had found the spell in one of the books in the library after he had witnessed Dumbledore use it on the Ministry representatives when they tried to arrest him. That is quite a rare and little-known piece of magic, Dippet chuckled, surprised Harry knew of it. That was true. Harry had to sneak into the restricted section to peruse the books there for a reference to it. The hours spent amongst the stacks had been worth it, though he had not practiced it himself yet. He added a mental note to do so at his earliest convenience. It would be a useful spell to add to his arsenal. I won't ask you to demonstrate it, but if you could with a regular stunning spell. Harry did so with practiced ease, the jet of red light sizzling on the stone it impacted against. Impressive, Dumbledore declared. Your wand movements are textbook, if unnecessary. I'm sure Armando will talk you through that, but an excellent demonstration. Dippet nodded his agreement. What spell would you use to blast a hole through a target? Please demonstrate it on my door. Harry looked at the man questioningly but complied when he nodded for him to proceed. Reducto. A large hole was punched through the door and Dippet repaired it with a wave of his wand. I think it is fair to say that I would not like to be on the receiving end of that. I will not even ask for you to demonstrate the Defodio charm. There'd be nothing left of my office, the headmaster chuckled. Well done, Harry, another impressive demonstration. Thank you, sir, the teen replied. Finally, how would you defend yourself against a Dementor? Harry snorted and shook his head. For most people, I would recommend running away. The only thing you can use to defend yourselves against one or several is the Patronus charm, and very few people can cast it, let alone sustain it for long enough to be effective. Very true, Dippet agreed. I think Albus and I are the only people that reside in the castle that are capable. It is a very advanced and complex piece of magic. Every day I am grateful that the Dementors are guarding Azkaban. I can do it, Harry replied. You can produce a corporeal Patronus? Dippet asked skeptically. Harry nodded. I've been able to do it since I was 13, he explained. Dippet's eyebrows rose considerably as he stared at him. Why would you put so much effort into such an obscure spell? He asked curiously. Because I encountered them, and they seemed to be drawn to me, Harry sighed. I used to have a horrible reaction to them. My mother, I would hear her final moments. Both Dumbledore and Dippet were horrified by the revelation, the former shaking his head sympathetically with the latter appearing as though he wished to pull him into his arms and comfort him. He didn't, something that Harry was grateful for. Well, that would motivate you to learn it, he muttered unhappily. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred, his look of shock having morphed into one of questioning. Could you perhaps demonstrate it for us? I am certainly intrigued by your ability to cast it. Harry shrugged and closed his eyes, thinking of the time Sirius had wanted to give him a home, the moments spent with the man in the library of Grimmauld Place when he would sneak Harry away from his cleaning duties, and the one Christmas he had been able to spend with his godfather. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. He felt a lump form in his throat at the sight of the enormous dog that formed. It was not the stag that he was used to, but it warmed him to know that the man lived on. Sirius may be gone, but Padfoot remained. The light the Grim emanated was bright enough that Dumbledore and Dippet had to close their eyes, and though it burned, Harry refused to. He could not take his off the majestic creature before him. It made sense that this would be his Patronus. Sirius had been the closest thing he'd had to a father, and with the man no longer here, it was the next best thing. Could you end the spell please, Harry? Dippet asked, breaking into his thoughts. Sorry, Harry offered as he watched the Grim fade. No, there is no need to apologize, the headmaster insisted, what you did was incredible. I have never seen a Patronus like that. Neither have I, Dumbledore agreed. I suspect that would be strong enough to fend off several Dementors. Close to 100, Harry shrugged, his eyes still fixed on the spot Padfoot had been. Really? Dippet asked. When would you have encountered so many? Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter, he replied. He wasn't ready to talk about Sirius yet. Perhaps he never would be, not with those that didn't know him. I think that will do for the demonstrations, Dippet spoke once more, noting that Harry's mood had darkened. The only other thing I wished to discuss with you today was if there is anything that you need. I will not pretend to be an expert in fashion and such, but I imagine it is very different where you came from. We would not want people questioning such an inane thing. I think perhaps a trip to Diagon Alley soon would serve you well. I can do that, Harry agreed. He was curious to see how different it would be from his own time. Excellent, Dippet declared. I'm sure we can arrange an outing soon enough, but for now, well done for your efforts today. I will see you again tomorrow at the same time. The boy said nothing as he took his leave from the office and Armando turned his attention towards Dumbledore. He is an exceptional young man, is he not, Albus? Dumbledore nodded. It saddens me that much of his achievements have come from necessity rather than simply joy, but I would like to hope we can change that. I would like to instill a passion within him, give him something to work towards. Such a talent would be wasted if left to stagnate. I couldn't agree more, Dippet replied. We need to build him up, Albus. The boy has such little self-worth that it is painful to see. I would see him believe in himself, see him grow into the young man I believe he can be. As would I, Albus agreed wholeheartedly. We have time to work with him. Before he leaves Hogwarts, I will ensure he knows his worth. His ability is more than exceptional, but it will lead to nothing unless he sees it for himself and applies his talent. Then we have work to do. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. Break. It was a very reflective Harry that made his way back towards Gryffindor Tower. His thoughts turned to his times with Sirius, with Ron and Hermione, and what memories he carried from his previous life. If truth be told, most were unpleasant. From a little over a year old, it was as though everything terrible that could have happened had come to pass. He'd lost his parents, had to endure living with the Dursleys, and even his years at Hogwarts had been fraught with danger and near-death experiences. Not once had he had a year that had gone by without incident, it had just merely been preferable to the existence he had away from the castle. Would being here be any different? He released a deep breath as he shook his head. No. Deep down he knew that even though he had escaped the fame he had unwittingly brought upon himself, that there were things that he would have to do. He couldn't just sit back and allow people to die in their thousands whilst waiting for Dumbledore to confront Grindelwald, or for Tom Riddle to become the monster he would. But what could he do about either? Could he bring himself to murder a harmless child, the very same way Voldemort had tried to do to him? It was not a position he would relish, and though he was willing to do what was needed to put the prophecy to rest so that he could finally live his life, the killing of a child was a step too far. Regardless of all that Harry had endured, he was not Tom Riddle, and he would not become him. Sometime in the near future, a discussion with Dumbledore would have to be had. For now, Tom Riddle was but a boy waiting for his Hogwarts letter to arrive in the next year or so. Grindelwald was the more pressing threat. His knowledge on the war was admittedly lacking, but he could not sit idly by whilst it unfolded. If no one else would do anything about it, then Harry would. He would be ready to act when the time was right, he hoped. Bloody saving people thing, he mumbled as he rounded the corner and almost bumped into Minerva. Oh, she gasped in surprise. Sorry, I was just coming back from flying. You like to fly? Harry asked, taken aback by the revelation. Minerva nodded keenly. Her hair was a mess and cheeks were flushed from her efforts. I'm a chaser on the Quidditch team, she said proudly. I'll have to make sure I'm come and watch when you play, Harry replied. He missed being on his broom and had to ignore the pang of guilt and sadness at the thought of his firebolt having been left to wherever Umbridge had hidden it. I'd really like that, Minerva said sincerely. Anyway, I'm going to have a shower. You can probably smell me from there. Harry nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. It's overpowering, he returned, eliciting a rather familiar glare from the girl. I'll see you later, he said, bidding her farewell and making his escape before she could scold him. He entered the common room before her and immediately made his way to his own room. He needed to get away from here more often, but for now, he wanted to be alone. If he was going to be going to Diagon Alley soon to buy his supplies and more fitting clothes, he should really sort through his trunk and finally throw away Dudley's castaways and any junk that had accumulated. Undoubtedly, there would be much of that. First of all, he checked his money bag, the very same one he had taken from Gringotts during his very first visit to the bank with Hagrid. Over the years, he had been adding what money Mrs. Weasley had withdrawn for him, and when he finished counting, he had exactly 712 galleons, most of which he had taken during his first trip, not knowing the value of such coins. Even now he did not know what the amount would equate to in the Muggle world, but he knew it would not last forever. This was the sum of his wealth, and he would need it to see him through indefinitely. Was there a way he could make money? He certainly did not wish to rely on others for it. He never had and wouldn't do so now, so it was something he would have to ponder. There was little in his trunk of value, and he would never sell his cloak. To him, that was priceless. No, it was no good. He would have to think of something to build upon what he had. With his coins counted, he sorted everything else into piles and released a deep breath. There was much more to sort through than he had initially thought, and it would take time to do so. Nonetheless, he began by tackling the mountain of clothes. It wasn't as though he had anything better to do for the time being. Break. Nicholas had spent the past many hours hunched over his desk as he pored over book after book, his brow creased as he pondered the conundrum that Albus had presented him with. It was a difficult one, not only because he had never heard of anyone having survived the killing curse before, but because he was missing vital information. For the most part, ritualistic magic worked on the same principle regardless of what one was trying to achieve. For something to be gained, an equal sacrifice had to be given. It was a dangerous venture, rather simple on the surface, but so many had lost their lives to such practices. Nicholas himself had dabbled in the art, but never with anything that presented the risk of death. Only a fool or someone desperate would do such a thing. What happened to the boy Dumbledore referred to, Nicholas could only guess. Even his almost 6 centuries of life had never presented such a puzzle to piece together. He had several ideas of what had occurred, some more likely than others, and some so far beyond the realm of possibility that he had dismissed them. Still, those that remained had one thing in common: the boy should be dead. To understand just how he had survived against all odds and logic, he needed to speak with him. It was the only way he could glean for certain just what had transpired and what was ailing him. But first, he still had a few more tomes to trawl through, some other ideas he wished to put to rest. Truthfully, it mattered not what the outcome was. If the boy was to be cured, it would be a very unpleasant experience for him, but at least then, he could live his life without the taint of the one that murdered his parents burdening him. Or so Nicholas hoped. Magic often worked in mysterious ways, and it might just do so again. Already the boy was a product of something quite sinister from magic itself. Who was to say what would happen if it was to be interfered with? Nicholas would not hazard a guess, but out of his own curiosity, he would not miss it for anything. After all, there would never another opportunity to witness such a thing again. Still, he needed to ascertain all the facts before focusing on those thoughts. A boy's life was at stake. Break. It hadn't been until the early hours that Harry had found himself in his bed. He knew that sorting through his belongings would take time, but he did not account for the moments of reminiscing he would do when he came upon things that triggered memories, the jumpers that Mrs. Weasley would knit for him, the books and journals Hermione had given, and even a box of Bertie Bott's he hadn't eaten that came courtesy of Ron. It had been a roller coaster of emotions, the memories a myriad of happy and sadder times he had lived through. Of course, he had kept them all, but it had been when he came across the set of books that Remus and Sirius had gifted him the previous Christmas. Practical defensive magic and its use against the dark arts. Harry had all but forgotten about them until last night, and when he flipped open the cover of the first, he had received quite the surprise. The handwriting within was the familiar scrawl of his godfather who had scratched a note to him. To Harry, Dumbledore would not like you having these, but Remus and I think differently. It is no secret that he expects you to defeat the Dark Lord, and to do so, you will need to learn magic like this. This is a unique collection, gathered by my great-grandfather, Orion Black. We have taken the liberty of highlighting the things we think will be of particular use to you, but honestly, it is all pretty good stuff in here. Say what you will about the Blacks, but if there is anything we know, it is how to keep ourselves safe. Some of the spells you find may surprise you, but when coming up against the likes of Voldemort, and the Death Eaters, you will be glad to have them at your disposal. Use these wisely and be sure to practice as often as you can. When you come back next summer, we will help you with any you are struggling with. You never know when you will need them. Love, Sirius. It had taken Harry several moments to compose himself having read the message from the man, and though he continued to grieve for him and the moments they would never share, he was grateful. Out of everyone he had ever met, there was no ulterior motive with Sirius Black. He had cared for Harry and only wanted him to live. He would make use of the books, the spells he came across whilst skimming the first volume alone, ones he knew would be useful for what was to come. He would begin working on them as a matter of urgency, but first, he needed to meet with Dippet for his first tutoring session with the man. He did not know what they would be covering, but Harry was excited by the prospect of learning from him. As such, he readied himself and headed towards the office where he found the Gargoyle Guardian already stood aside in anticipation of his arrival. Passing the statue by, he ascended the stairs and knocked on the office door. "Come in," Dippet instructed. Harry entered the room to find the man alone, seemingly waiting for him. Without preamble, the headmaster gestured for him to take a seat. "Today, we will do some work on charms," Dippet announced as Harry sat on the opposite side of the desk to the man. "I have some questions that have come up frequently on the past exams. I would like you answer them to the best of your ability, and then we will go from there. Does that sound okay to you?" Harry nodded and accepted the proffered parchment. "Although I won't be timing you, I would expect you to finish those within an hour." "You may begin when you're ready," Dippet instructed. Harry turned his attention to the list of questions, reading the first as he dipped his quill in the ink the headmaster had provided. 1. Give the name of the charm and incantation that allows the caster to breathe underwater. What are the strengths and weaknesses of this charm? This was something he would never forget. Harry had spent weeks scolding himself for not having found the Bubblehead charm prior to the second task of the tournament. Both Cedric and Fleur had used it to great effect, though it was certainly not without its issues. Having become aware of it, he had asked Professor Flitwick about the charm and had learned more than enough to answer the question. He did so before moving on to the next. 2. What charm would be best used to freeze a small body of water, such as a puddle or pond? Provide the incantation and wand movements. The questions continued in the same vein, and it took a little under an hour for Harry to complete all 20 that Dippet had provided. When he was finished, he handed the parchment back to the man who read through his answers carefully. "Well, I think it is safe to say that you know your charms well, Harry," the headmaster praised. "Excellent work indeed. Perhaps we should move on to the practical aspect of these and see how you fare, he suggested, holding the parchment aloft. Begin with the bubblehead charm in your own time. As prompted, Harry worked his way through the list of charms, performing all the first time other than a hair-lightening spell he had only briefly read about but never performed. He managed it after a few attempts, and Dippet nodded encouragingly when he finished by turning the provided jar of vinegar into water. Very well done, Dippet said sincerely. That hair-lightening charm is a difficult one if you have never practiced it before. It requires finesse, and you made the necessary adjustments. That is what the difference is between a good wizard and a great one, knowing when to change your tact. It wasn't an easy one, Harry agreed. No, but you did what was needed to get it right, Dippet reiterated. It is not about getting it right the first time, Harry, but about how you correct yourself when it goes wrong. You have quite the natural grasp with charms that I did not even need to suggest for you to do so. Thank you, Professor. Dippet offered him a sad smile. Far be it for me to say, but you do not appear to be as chipper as you were yesterday. Has something happened? Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. No, nothing has happened, but it is all feeling more real now, this whole situation, he clarified. Dippet nodded his understanding. Your position is a difficult one, he acknowledged. It is, Harry sighed. I know that you and Dumbledore have warned me that I need to be careful, but you have knowledge of things that you would like to change, the headmaster finished. Exactly. Dippet stared at Harry thoughtfully for a moment before speaking once more. I will not even pretend to understand what it is you're going through, Harry. Your position is one that many would believe they would like to find themselves in, but the reality is rather harrowing. You face choices that no other will, you have things that you do not wish to experience or see come to pass. Of course, I urge caution as I do not wish for you to experience worse things than you already have, but ultimately, whatever you do with the knowledge you have is your choice. The only person that you must answer to is yourself. What if I do make it worse? Harry asked. I have knowledge, but not all of it. I have a vague idea of what is coming but not the important details to prevent it. Then you do what you can, Harry, Dippet replied. Despite everything you have seen and done, you are still only one person. Regardless of what you do, some of the things you wish to prevent will happen. Even the war. Dippet nodded. The war is something that has been brewing for decades. It does not surprise me that it will happen. Let me ask you something. What could you do in this very moment that would prevent it? Harry snorted. Kill Grindelwald. Dippet smiled as he shook his head. Grindelwald, like you, is only one man. If he were to die now, another would take the reins and continue his work. The war would still happen, Harry, that is inevitable. Grindelwald is not filling his followers with his own ideas, they already existed within them. He merely gives them legitimacy, a flag to fall under if you will. So, I can't stop it. No, I do not believe you can, Dippet returned simply. You should turn your focus to what you can do. You may not be able to stop the rise of Grindelwald, but you can be prepared to play your part for when the time comes it is needed. I cannot promise you that I will agree with your decisions, or that I will involve myself in whatever you choose to do, but I am here for you, Harry, even if you only need a pair of ears to listen or me to offer you advice. Harry nodded his understanding, though certain things coming to pass did not sit right with him. He had already made up his mind, but what Dippet had said did not make any decision he would make in the future any easier. Although Grindelwald was the more imminent threat, his mind was still occupied with Voldemort. When the time was right, Harry would need to make the headmaster aware of him, but for now, some things were better left unsaid. There were steps that Harry would take to inhibit his rise, and even if he was not what Tom Riddle would become, he would be prepared to act against him before he became such a threat. The first step to doing so sat mere meters below him now, waiting in the bowels of the castle itself. Still, he did not have the sword of Gryffindor, nor did he wish to confront the basilisk in such a manner. No, he would need to ponder just how he would rid the school of the beast and take control of the chamber. That would certainly hamper the young Tom Riddle. Whatever else that could be done to that end would be. Harry would not become a child killer, but he had no qualms in weakening his future foe by what means he could. It had been less than 2 days that Albus had sent the missive to Nicholas, and already the man had responded. The Transfiguration professor had not expected such a hasty reply, but having so meant only one of two things. Either Harry's ailment was elementary for the aged alchemist, or, as Albus suspected, it was a particularly difficult matter that his old mentor wished to investigate further before acting. The thought of the boy brought a pensive frown to the man. Harry was quite the enigma, not only because of his rather impressive journey through time, but all the other strange occurrences that surrounded him: a basilisk, dementors, an encounter with a dragon. The list went on. If Albus had not spoken to the boy for himself, hadn't heard the pain with which he spoke or seen the truth in his eyes, he would be hard-pressed to believe one person could have endured so much, especially one so young. Had there been any happiness for him? If there was, there couldn't have been much. It saddened him to think of a child living such a life. He was pulled from his thoughts by a trill from Fawkes. "I know," he soothed, stroking the phoenix's plumage. "I am worried about him too." Fawkes was quite taken with Harry. Perhaps the bond he shared with the boy had transcended time with him. Harry had one of the feathers as his wand core the bird had donated, and his tears flowing through his veins. That must be quite the connection he shared with his wand. He was still rather keen to have it inspected by Ollivander, though he would not push for it. That was not what Harry needed. The boy needed some freedom, an escape from all the terrible things that had befallen him, and Albus wanted to allow that. But first, he needed to be cured of whatever it was ailing him. "It's time. Could you fetch him?" Fawkes nodded and disappeared in plume of fire. He returned a few moments later with Nicholas. The man shot Albus an amused smirk. "You always were one for theatrics, Albie," he chuckled. "Not that I don't appreciate the assistance." Albus smiled warmly at his mentor and took his hand in his own before shaking it. "Thank you for your help, Nicholas," he said sincerely. "This is far beyond my own capabilities." "Hogwash," Flamel said dismissively. "If you did not have me at your disposal, you would have figured it out eventually. You're a clever man, and you learned from me." "Ever humble, I see," Albus chuckled. "Thank you for your help on the matter. I have never heard of anything like this." "Nor I," Nicholas sighed. "Even my rather extensive delving into the obscure over the centuries was little help, though I have narrowed it down to only a few possibilities, none of which fill me with joy. I will need to speak to the boy, but first, any other information you have could be of invaluable assistance." Albus deflated slightly. "I do not wish to break his trust, Nicholas. Not even to potentially save his life." Flamel returned. "Come, Albie, anything I learn will go no further. Our agreement on confidence still stands, even now that you are no longer my apprentice." Albus nodded his understanding. "Where to begin?" he muttered. It took several minutes to explain what he knew about Harry, that when he thought about it, equated to very little, but what he did know was of little comfort. He did mention an odd fascination that Dementors seemed to have with him, Albus said with a frown. So much so that he mastered the Patronus charm at 13 years old to protect himself from them. Forgetting the rather exceptional feat of the young man, did he say anything else about the Dementors? Nicholas asked. Flamel nodded appreciatively. "Only that he hears his mother's final moments, her pleading for his life." Nicholas shook his head as he mumbled under his breath. After a moment, his eyes widened. "No, surely not," he muttered. "Nicholas." The older man held a hand up to silence Albus as he rushed towards the desk and picked up a quill. Dumbledore watched as his mentor scratched away, writing in a language he did not recognize and drawing what appeared to be runic circles. When he was done, he shook his head once more. "As improbable as it is the only explanation," he murmured. "Is there anything else, Albus? Anything at all? It must be Sirius." Nicholas never used his full name unless it was. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked cautiously. "Think, Albus," Nicholas urged. "You were a very accomplished declumens. What is your earliest memory?" "Watching my father cutting wood in his workshop," Dumbledore answered fondly. "I was 3. And how old was the boy when his mother was murdered?" "He said he was a little over a year old." "And there is the problem," Nicholas sighed. "Even such a significant traumatic event would not leave a memory so vivid, Albus." Dumbledore nodded. "But what does it mean?" "I am almost certain, but I will need to speak with him." If it is what I believe, it is paramount that he is helped as quickly as possible. Then perhaps we should speak with Armando first. He will be able to send for Harry. Break. Even though there were so many uncertainties that he had to contend with, there was one thing that Harry was absolutely sure of: he would need to be prepared for anything that he may face in the coming years. Firstly, he would need to pick up with where he left off with whilst working with the DA, though this time he had the added benefit of only having to think of himself, to practice his own spell work. There would be no more checking on the others, correcting their mistakes in lieu of spending time on his own practice. No, for once in his life, this venture would be all about him. He had decided to begin with the area spell, a tricky little charm to get right, but the results were something to behold. He had seen the effect it had in Dumbledore's office, and though it would only be useful in scenarios such as that, he was keen to perfect it. Had he done so before entering the ministry the night Sirius had died, it could have made a difference. He shook his head of those thoughts. It would not do to keep dwelling on them, not when he needed to focus on the task at hand. The difficulty he found in such was that there was no incantation, something that Dippet said they would be working on but had not done so yet. Non-verbal magic was a necessity for Harry to learn, but where to start? He had seen both Dumbledore and Voldemort use it so casually during their duel, and Harry needed to be as proficient as them, but how? As though the room of requirement had read his thoughts, a book fell off the shelf in the training, hitting the floor with a dull thud. Frowning, Harry retrieved it. Connect with Your Magic, a comprehensive guide to intent-based practice. It was not a particularly lengthy book but was an old one and would take up several hours of reading at the very least. Having spent much of the past 5 years avoiding it when he could, Harry knew that would no longer be possible. He did not have Hermione to do that for him any longer, after all. With a sigh, he settled into a chair and began the menial task. He didn't know how long he had been at work, but by the time he had finished around a third of the book, he'd accumulated quite the pile of notes he had taken. It was an interesting book if a little dry at times, but he felt a sense of satisfaction at having taken in what he had and felt that he was beginning to understand the process of casting his magic non-verbally. For the most part, it would merely take practice, but there were many facets to it. Concentrate, cast, control, he muttered, writing down the mantra given in the text. It was when he read the follow-on paragraph, however, that the undertaking truly began to make sense to him. The difficulty in casting non-verbally does not lie in the casting itself. One will find that even more complicated spells to master are easier to achieve if the spell does not require prolonged concentration. A poignant example of this would be the use of the levitation charm compared to a blasting curse of any descript. The latter requires only a moment of concentration, with no effort needed to maintain the desired effect of the spell. When it leaves the wand of the caster, concentration is no longer necessary. The spell will work as intended from when it is cast. The levitation charm, however, is one that requires focus to maintain throughout its use. From when it is cast, concentration is required to maintain the effect of the spell. Any lapse in this will see the charm fail. Building towards these types of spells is paramount. You will be better served mastering non-verbal magic that does not require prolonged focus even if such spells are more difficult to master initially. Harry nodded thoughtfully. It was a logical approach to the practice, and as such, he marked the page where he had finished reading before taking his place opposite the training dummy. Perhaps a stunning spell would be a good place to start. He was quite familiar with it after all. Readying himself, he took aim with his wand. Nothing. Try as he might, he could not get anything to happen. He didn't expect for it to be so simple, but he thought that he would perhaps at least feel reaction of sorts from within him or his wand. Undeterred, however, he tried again, and several more times after, to no avail. Steadily, it became more and more frustrating. With nothing to show for his efforts, he released an irritable sigh as he took his seat once more, wondering what he was doing wrong. He had read and understood the theory, was certain that he was approaching it in the right way, it just wasn't working for him. It was testing his patience to say the least. With a sigh, his thoughts turned to the conversation he had shared with the headmaster the previous morning. You made the necessary adjustments. That is what the difference is between a good wizard and a great one, knowing when to change your tact. Perhaps there was something he was doing wrong, or something he was missing. Regardless, it was something he would need to pick up again later. Professor Dippet was expecting him in his office soon and Harry needed to make his way there. Still, his morning thus far had been productive. The book had been very useful, and he was determined to master non-verbal casting. It was something he would need in the future, and if truth be told, he could not progress much further with what it was he wished to learn without it. Even the set of books Sirius had gifted him reiterated both the benefit and necessity of casting without vocalizing intent. Many of the spells in there also had no incantation to which he could rely on. Intent-based magic, Harry murmured. The first time he had truly understand what that meant was when he had spent his days during 4th year mastering the summoning charm. It was very much the same thing, only without the benefit of having an incantation to rely on. Taking his leave from the room of requirement, his resolve had not wavered, but he would not deny that he had his work cut out for him. Maybe Dippet would have some insight on the matter. He knew that he shouldn't be so disheartened by failing to begin with, but the nonverbal aspect of his magic was only the beginning of his journey. He would ask the headmaster. He was due to arrive at the office shortly anyway. Frustrated, but hopeful, Harry took his leave from the room of requirement and headed there as he had the previous morning, wondering just what the man would ask of him today. Yesterday, he had completed some charms work, so today he was anticipating either potions or defense, the latter being preferred. Much to his surprise, when he did reach the office, it was to be met with 3 matching gazes, all grim. And one unfamiliar. "Is this him?" Dippet nodded. "I was just going to send for you, Harry," he said gravely. "You of course know Professor Dumbledore. This gentleman is Nicholas Flamel," he introduced the other. Harry was taken aback by the appearance of the man, and more than a little confused. "The same Flamel who created the Philosopher's Stone. And helped this one with his work on the 12 uses of dragon's blood," the man himself replied. "You must be a rather well-read young man to have come across me." "I've heard of you," Harry returned cryptically. He was not about to divulge his knowledge of the man nor what had transpired the last time he had seen the stone. "A boy who keeps his cards close to his chest," Flamel said approvingly. Harry merely nodded as he eyed the man questioningly. "Harry, Mr. Flamel has come today regarding your curse scar," Dippet interjected. The man was worried, that was easy to see. "What about it?" Harry asked defensively, his hand reaching for his mark as he spoke. "I wish to discuss some things with you in the hopes that I can rid you of the effects," Nicholas answered. "Anything you disclose to me will go no further." Harry frowned. "What would you like to know?" "Well, to begin with, I would like to see the memory of what happened the night your parents died." "I would not ask if it was not important." Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. "Perhaps a little sensitivity would not go amiss, Nicholas." Flamel snorted. "He is a boy that respects honesty and bluntness," Flamel said dismissively. "Why waste time sugar-coating shit? You can cover it in as much as you like, Albie, but it is still shit." Both Dippet and Dumbledore gave Flamel a look of disapproval. "If the boy wants rid of it, then I need clarity and honesty, just as much as he does," the older man continued. Harry was not sure. He had never shared the memory with anyone and was reluctant to do so. However, the thought of being rid of the headaches and visions he had endured over the years was difficult to ignore. "I want to help you, young man. That is all." "Okay," Harry finally agreed, placing his wand to his temple and withdrawing it. "Armando, I will need to borrow your pensieve," Flamel requested, accepting the memory strand from Harry. The headmaster complied, retrieving the stone basin and placing it on the desk. "There will be no need for either of you to join me," Nicholas said firmly to the 2 other men before adding the memory and submerging himself. He returned a few moments later, his head shaking and his expression one of sympathy as he gazed at Harry. "I'm sorry that you remember that," he offered sincerely, "but the truth is, you shouldn't. You were but a babe when that happened, it shouldn't be possible for you to see it all so vividly." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "I cannot be certain, but I believe I am close," Nicholas replied. "I have a few other questions that I need answering and then I will be closer." Harry nodded his understanding. "The man that attacked you, what happened to him?" Harry shrugged. "Everyone thought he had died, but he didn't. He came back a little over a year ago." "He came back. He completed a ritual and got a body back. Goodness me, is that even possible? Dippet asked. Flamel frowned as he nodded. It is, he answered simply, though to do so narrows down how he survived considerably. That curse should have killed him and you, he added to Harry. This ritual, do you happen to know it? Harry swallowed deeply. I was there, he confirmed. He used the bone of his father, the hand of one of his servants, and my blood. Your blood? Why yours specifically? He said that it made him stronger, that the protection of my mother wouldn't work if he had it. Nicholas's eyes widened for a moment and both Dumbledore and Dippet looked horrified. Your mother's protection, Flamel mused aloud. Old magic, Harry sighed. He said that it was old magic. Flamel nodded severely. Old and very dangerous magic, he muttered. If he wished to harm you, he would have needed to nullify it. I suppose that was why he needed your blood so desperately. But the question I do have is why you? He told your mother to step aside, that he would spare her life. He came for you, didn't he? Yes. Flamel released a deep breath. Why? Why would a man go to so much effort to kill a child? What is so special about you, young man? Harry did not want to answer that question. As such, he shook his head. Fine, Flamel huffed. Did you encounter him any more before he got his body back? Twice more, Harry answered. How? The first time he had possessed another man. His face was on the back of his head. Flamel frowned but held up his hand to prevent Dumbledore and Dippet speaking. And the second? Harry released a deep breath and shrugged. It was him, but not him. It was a younger version of him that came out of a diary after he'd been possessing a little girl and having her do his bidding. Merlin, Dippet gasped. What happened to this diary? Flamel pressed urgently. I destroyed it, Harry answered. Are you certain, boy? What did you use? The man was becoming frantic, and it made Harry nervous. Just what was the alchemist thinking? With a basilisk fang. I stabbed it, and the him that came from the diary vanished. A basilisk fang, Flamel replied interestedly, somewhat calming. Why does that matter? Harry inquired. Because basilisk venom is one of very few ways that one can be destroyed. One of what, Nicholas? Dumbledore asked. For now, that is unimportant. I need answers, Albie, not questions, Flamel chastised lightly. Have you ever had any dreams where you were seeing things through another person's eyes? He pressed the teen. Harry nodded. Whatever Flamel thought he was onto was likely correct. So many deductions could not merely be coincidence. I had visions of him, what he was up to when he was particularly angry. When he loses control of his composure, Nicholas murmured thoughtfully, a frown creasing his brow. Just 2 more questions, young man. Harry gestured for the alchemist to continue, ignoring the discomfort he felt under his gaze. Are there any things that you can do that you have no explanation for, things that don't make sense beyond what someone your age can do? Harry is quite the talented wizard, Nicholas, but none more so than either I or you were at his age, Dumbledore defended. I was not referring to his talent, Albus. I was referring to knowledge or capabilities he has that he does not know the origins of. Dumbledore remained quiet, he too looking as curiously at the nervous teen as Flamel and Dippet were. There is one thing, Harry sighed. The man who attacked me was a Parselmouth and, from what I have been told, he passed that ability on to me. Dumbledore and Dippet were certainly surprised by the revelation, but Flamel shook his head. Preposterous, he denied firmly. Willingly or not so, you cannot pass abilities like that from one wizard or witch to another. No, there is a much simpler explanation than that, an unsettling one, but one that is the only fathomable truth as to what is ailing you. Nicholas? Dumbledore asked worriedly. Flamel released a deep breath. Just one moment, Albie, he muttered, eyeing Harry questioningly. I can help you, young man, but you must put considerable trust in me to do so. I need complete honesty from yourself, do you understand? The man's thoughtfulness had all but faded and his expression was now one of grave severity. Harry did not know what he was inflicted with, but Flamel seemingly did, and he certainly was not going to turn away the only person that has ever declared they could help him. Of course, he acquiesced, nervous but also anticipating the revelation of his condition. Why did the man come for you that night? That was the one question Harry dreaded. He had avoided answering it the first time, but Flamel was evidently of the belief that it was important. With a deflating sigh and a sad smile, he met the man's stare before speaking. Because a prophecy was made. A prophecy? Nicholas asked. Harry had expected him to scoff, but if anything, he looked more unsettled than he had. A prophecy, Dippet parroted. Flamel shushed the man, his eyes not leaving Harry. What is the nature of this prophecy? The words had haunted him since he had heard them in Dumbledore's office, the very same night he arrived here. In the quietest hours, they would repeat themselves in his mind, that foreboding voice of Sybil Trelawney goading him. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Both Dumbledore and Dippet were aghast at the contents, both of their eyes flickering towards where Harry's hair hid his scar. That is rather ominous, Flamel mused aloud. He heard this and decided that you were the one the prophecy referred to. Harry nodded. Hogwash, Dippet denied. Prophecies. Dark Lords. I would urge you to not be so dismissive of magic you do not understand, Dippet, Flamel warned. Even prophecies have their place. This young man finds himself a victim of one, yet something much more sinister has happened in the process. I suppose that it does explain the memory he showed me also and how he stands before us now. What do you mean? Harry asked. Flamel offered him a smile of sympathy. My boy, I have no doubt that you survived the ordeal because of what your mother did, as unintentional as it was. Unintentional. Flamel nodded. It is indeed old magic, and unlikely anything she knew regardless of how wonderful she may have been, he replied. No, what she did was unwittingly take advantage of the residual magic of the man who attacked you. Her plea in that magic was enough to result in a ritual of sorts, a dark one at that. My mother was not a dark witch. Harry snapped. Of course, she wasn't, Flamel comforted. Even from the little I saw of her, she was a doting and caring mother, one that gave her life so that you may live, but I do not think for 1 second she knew what she had done with her final plea to spare your life. What do you mean, Nicholas? Dumbledore asked. She unintentionally instigated quite the feat of magic through no fault of her own. It was the man that attacked you that is to blame for what happened, but their combined efforts saved your life, Flamel said to Harry. Combined efforts? Dippet asked curiously. Again, not intentional, Flamel reiterated, but I believe that the man that attacked you completed a ritual shortly before he came to your home that night, with your death contributing to the desired result, he said to Harry. What on earth was he trying to achieve? Dippet questioned. Immortality, Nicholas answered simply. Neither Harry nor Dippet understood the implications, but Dumbledore recoiled in horror. Surely not, he gasped. Flamel nodded affirmatively. I'm afraid so, though the result certainly was not what he was hoping to achieve, but one that leaves us in quite the quandary. The question isn't how to remove it, such a thing is quite impossible without negligent experimentation. No, the task we have is to mitigate it, and perhaps find a way that it can be of use to the boy. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully as Harry continued to look questioningly towards Flamel. He was becoming rather concerned now. What are you thinking, Nicholas? Dumbledore pressed. I believe that whatever protection the boy's mother implemented, albeit unintentional, is partially shielding him from it. It served the purpose of preserving his life but led to quite the phenomenon of drawing from the same magic the attacker had used to prepare his own body for the extraction. As such, this is the result, he explained, gesturing to Harry who had finally lost his patience. Could one of you just please explain what the hell has happened to me? He snapped. Ah, of course, Flamel said apologetically, no longer continuing his tangent as he gave Harry his full attention. My boy, there is no easy way to say this, but you have been turned into a Horcrux of sorts. Harry frowned and shrugged. What does that mean? Nicholas sighed. It means that, somehow, you are carrying a part of the soul of the man that attacked you, he answered bluntly. Harry's frown deepened. He did not know what that meant, but he suddenly felt rather sick at the thought of having any part of Voldemort near him. His soul? He asked. What even is a Horcrux? Flamel nodded severely. Very unpleasant magic indeed, Dumbledore answered unhappily. A practice seldom used because of the process it takes to create one. If someone is willing to go to such lengths to achieve what they believe to be a status of immortality, then they are as foolish as they are unhinged. The soul is what makes us who we are, and if you begin taking pieces of that away from yourself, then you are something much less, a being of your own desire. To create one, you must already lack conscience, empathy, and care of others. To tear a soul away that is already inflicted by such inhumanity only accentuates that negativity further. That still doesn't explain what a Horcrux is, Harry pointed out. It doesn't, Dippet agreed. Flamel hummed, evidently pondering how best to explain it. A Horcrux is nothing more than a container that houses a piece of a person's soul. In theory, if that person were to be killed, they can be resurrected into another body, should they know how to create one, of course, he informed them. Even something already living with its own soul? Dippet questioned. Although it is all but unheard of, yes, Flamel replied. This young man here is proof that such a thing is possible. Good grief, Dippet whispered, looking worriedly at Harry. How do you get rid of it? Of a soul? Out of the question unless you use soul magic. The killing curse would do the trick, though I would be very reluctant to attempt it. No, removing the soul is out of the question. The only way to be rid of it would be to destroy the vessel, as this young man has already achieved. Again, you coincidentally had a basilisk fang to hand. Were you try anything else but very few other measures, you would have been unsuccessful with your efforts. Well, what else can destroy them? Dippet pressed. The only other known method is the use of fiendfire, no more desirable than the killing curse, I'm afraid. But you said you can help him. The headmaster pointed out. I can and will, Flamel answered calmly, but it will not be the soul piece I will remove. It will be the protection of his mother. That will be much simpler. But what will happen to the soul piece, Nicholas? Flamel nodded appreciatively at the question from his former mentee. I cannot be certain. Perhaps Harry will experience nothing from his own soul absorbing the foreign piece, but, if he has already inherited such ability from it from only partial exposure, there could be more changes to his magic. I expect his own soul will only take in traits that will benefit him and render the rest useless. This is unprecedented, he reminded the other three within the office. Is there not a danger that this soul piece could take possession of him? Nicholas shook his head firmly. No, a partial soul could never hope to seize control of a whole one, no matter how malignant and unpleasant it is. That's all well and good, Harry huffed irritably, having grown tired of being talked about as though he was not there, but how do you know all of this? The grin that Flamel gave him was almost chiding. I learned of Horcruxes many centuries ago. I did create the Philosopher's Stone, didn't I? Do you not think I spent many years beforehand seeking out all other possibilities of immortality? I suppose that makes sense, Harry conceded. Of course, it does, Nicholas sighed. Far be it from me to judge any that seeks the same goal I did, but I could not fathom attempting to create such a despicable vessel. Now, would you like my help or not? Are you sure about this, Nicholas? Dumbledore asked urgently. You said to me during my studies that the soul is not something to ever be messed with. And yet, here we are, Flamel returned evenly. I do not do this lightly, Albus, but the boy cannot spend his life having visions of the person that murdered his parents. Have you not considered the possibilities? If young Harry here can see through his eyes, what is to stop this man doing the same? Dumbledore paled at the implications and Harry felt sickened by the thought. He certainly did not want either Voldemort or even a young Tom Riddle seeing into his mind. I think it would be best to go through with it, he said, though not feeling confident. It is for the best, Flamel replied. What must you do, Nicholas? Dumbledore asked curiously. I will need a day or so to concoct a suitable ritual, Flamel answered. You mean, invent a ritual? Dippet questioned. Isn't that a dangerous thing to do? Yes, Flamel spoke candidly, it is the only way. This is very old, very powerful and very imprecise magic we are dealing with here. Then we should allow you the time to do so, Dumbledore interjected, appearing much more confident than either Harry or Dippet. Flamel nodded. I will be in touch when it is ready, he explained. I do not expect it will take long. I'll be, if you don't mind. Dumbledore chuckled. Fox, he called. The phoenix appeared, and only a moment later, the alchemist was gone. "Worry not, Harry," Dumbledore comforted. "If anyone can do this, it is Nicholas. He is a most diligent and excellent wizard." Harry could only nod, hoping the Transfiguration professor was right. Break. Nicholas arrived home via the assistance of the Phoenix and immediately headed towards the library, picking up his favorite club on the way. The boy he had met was quite the marvel, his survival of what he had endured, unbelievable. Had the aged alchemist not met Harry for himself, he would not have thought such a boy could exist. To be what he was, to have fallen victim to such an improbable series of events, was indeed unheard of. As such, the cure would have to be equally so. Nicholas was not afraid to admit that he had his work cut out for him, but he was confident that he would be successful. First, he needed to ponder the conundrum. And to do so, he needed to allow his mind time to wander freely so that an answer may present itself to him. Searching through his library would do no good. He would not find what he sought there. No, this problem needed a unique solution, not the musings of a dozen or so others. "Oh, no, Nicholas, we discussed this," Perenelle sighed as she spotted him passing her by in the library. "We did," he acknowledged, "but under the circumstances, Mr. Ames' windows are the least of my concerns." The boy, Nicholas nodded. "He has presented me with quite the task. I need time to think. And you can't do that with upsetting the neighbors." Nicholas grinned. "Maybe, but why deny myself the joy of upsetting Ames whilst I go about my work?" Perenelle said nothing more on the matter but gave her husband a look of long suffering. She was a good woman who tolerated his whims and odd moods. Anyone lesser would have given up on their marriage in less than one lifetime. Thus far, she had managed several, and though she often chastised him for his behavior, she was as amused as she was irritated. A brilliant man he was, how could he not be with all he had achieved, but Nicholas was still just that, a man. He was prone to his good and bad days as any other, and it turned out, problems with his neighbors. Whistling his latest favorite tune, he made it to his balcony where he placed his first ball on the permanent tee and took a swing. The expected sound of breaking glass didn't come, and Nicholas frowned as he pondered the rather monumental task before him. Perhaps, it would merely be enough to cleanse his blood of the protection. A dull thud from where his next ball collided with the side of Ames' house. No, it would not work. It would need something much more extensive. He hit the ball harder this time, missing the house completely. It landed in the lake on the property further back, its arrival announced with a splosh in the distance. A purity ritual could be a good place to start. Such a ritual was one used by some of the higher-class Egyptians so many centuries ago. It was used to remove the binds of Avery from a former master of South Avenue they had purchased. Binding someone by magic, who would have thought? Nicholas shook his head of such outdated and abhorrent practices. "It will not work as it is, but could be a good place to start. Perhaps I can create a variation of it." Crash. The greenhouse of Mr. Ames had been the recipient of that one. "Throw shit over my wall, will you?" Nicholas chuckled victoriously to himself as he lined up his next shot. A ritual of purity would be a good place to start, but would it be enough to eradicate the magic of the boy's mother? It would not. In a sense, the magic would be too similar. If anything, it would strengthen the protection, and the boy would be left with the sole piece hanging over him. No, that simply won't do. The next of his shots bounced harmlessly across the lawn of his neighbor. Hopefully the bastard breaks his neck on it on the way to his little love nest. He lined up the next, pausing thoughtfully and leaning on his club as he lined up his shot. It will need to be a ritual of purity, but one that will be strong enough to replace the protection of the boy's mother. The new magic will not recognize the soul piece as a threat and allow it to merge with his own. But how? Nicholas continued with his musings, his ball neglected as his mind became awash with idea after idea. Eventually, it became overwhelming, and with a growl, he swung. The ball did not ascend very much, but the resulting crash filled him with a sense of satisfaction. "I hope you were eating your lunch when that came in there." His aim, though born of frustration, was true, and his ball had gone through the window of Ames' dining room. Still, he lined up another, the answer he sought continuing to elude him. That could work. It would require some rather obscure ingredients, but all is not lost. If the boy survived a bite from a basilisk, as all be said, then there was no reason he would not survive this, was there? Another ball was sent towards the neighboring property, and another crash sounded. Maybe I'm getting too good at this. Nicholas paused suddenly as the words of the prophecy played over in his mind. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. He snorted. He had heard a few prophecies throughout his life, most leading to nothing and none certainly as ominous as this. If it was true, however, it only made him more confident that his plan would work. If the boy could only be killed by this Dark Lord the prophecy referred to, then nothing Nicholas would do could kill him, though he would need to discuss it with his wife first. She was always much more level-headed when it came to matters such as this. Not that they came up often, of course, but Nicholas could be a rash man, as demonstrated by his placement of a final ball. For the love of God, Flamel. Will you give it a bloody rest? I will be sending you the bill for this. Ames roared from his front door where he was dressed in only a gown. What kind of man remained in his sleepwear at lunchtime? Nicholas didn't know, but it was one of the reasons he didn't like his neighbor. Sorry, Ames, he called back, giving the man a sarcastic wave, before turning his hand and showing only 2 fingers when the man entered the house and slammed the door behind him. With his neighbor suitably annoyed and an idea forming, Nicholas at the head of his club before following suit and entering his own home. There was a conversation to be had with his wife, and work to be done, after all. Break. Armando and Albus had remained in contemplative silence after Flamel had left, both lost in their thoughts. Harry had taken his leave quickly, excited but nervous about the prospect of being cured of his ailment. A Horcrux, Dumbledore finally sighed. I would not have even considered such a thing was possible. Should it not be? Armando asked. Albus shook his head. No, though it is theoretically possible when pondered, though the thought of such is highly unnerving. It is not something that would be done intentionally. Imagine trusting your enemy with the most valuable thing you possess. Would you? You mean a part of my soul? Albus nodded. There is a reason that the soul is so revered in many cultures, magical and muggle alike, he replied. It is said that the soul is what is sent to the afterlife. Would you risk your place on your next great adventure on such a flimsy and vulnerable thing? No, Armando answered immediately. I would not maim my own, and certainly not through any despicable act. There are those that have, and others that yet will, Dumbledore sighed. Not all people are of such high morals of yourself, headmaster. I call it common decency. Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps it is not that we are better men, but that we simply would never resort to such measures. Perhaps, Armando agreed. You seem to know a lot about this, he added pointedly. Albus conceded the observation with a nod. In my youth, I sought something of the same that Nicholas achieved. Though with much less success to show for my efforts. I of course spent many hours questioning him on his work, and try as I may, he would not yield his secrets. A foolish effort on my part. Armando chuckled. Did you truly think he would tell you? No, Dumbledore sighed, but I thought that I could gain enough information to work it out for myself. Alas, I could not, and for that, I am grateful. I have no desire to live beyond what years have been gifted to me. Moving on is a part of life and not one that should be avoided when the moment is right. Armando nodded approvingly. You're a wise man, Albus. Dumbledore shook his head. The wisdom I have comes from the mistakes I have made. There will be more to come, but I can only hope they are not so detrimental as others have been. Armando looked at the younger man questioningly, but he said nothing else. What do you think Harry's chances are? The headmaster pressed. He was concerned for the boy and did not wish anything ill to happen to him from the efforts of Flamel. I think you will find he will be well, Albus said confidently, offering a reassuring smile. Nicholas would not act if he was not certain of this. Then I hope that 6 centuries of life has taught him enough, Armando muttered. I do not wish to see the boy harmed. Once more, Harry found himself in the room of requirement, his frustration mounting as his efforts to silently cast a stunning spell yielded no results. With the unexpected development of the previous day, he had not taken the chance to question Dippet, or even Dumbledore on the practice. He wished he had. After another morning of nothing, he had begun to wonder if he would ever manage it, but he shook his head of the negative thoughts. For 5 years he had been taught wand movements and incantations. Switching from such a habitual practice would take more than a couple of days of practice, wouldn't it? Regardless of his thoughts on the matter, he found himself having made no progress, and it was beginning to grate on him to no end. Releasing a deep breath, he muttered a stunning spell. It left the tip of his wand with practiced ease, and he narrowed his eyes. What was he doing wrong? Knowing he would find no answers for himself, he gathered his things before draping the cloak over his shoulders and taking his leave of the room. It would serve him no purpose to continue practicing without having discussed his problem with the headmaster first. He was due to see him soon enough, though he needed a shower first. As such, he headed back towards Gryffindor Tower to do just that. He had been here for several days now and had gotten himself into a routine of sorts. Still, he did not feel he belonged here any more than he did the night he arrived. He missed Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, of course. Despite the threat of Voldemort hanging over him, the losses he had endured and how he had lived, he missed his old life. He was not so naive to believe there was a chance he could go back, but he still held on to a little hope. The previous night, he had laid awake for a while thinking. He calculated that if he did remain in this timeline, by the time Ron and Hermione arrived at Hogwarts, he would be 71. An old man, one much older than his own parents. It was an unsettling thought at best, and one he chose not to dwell on. For what would likely be a permanent thing, this was his life now and he needed to find a way to accept it, something that was much easier said than done. "Hello, Harry," Minerva greeted him warmly as he entered the common room. "How's it going?" he replied, offering her a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Coming to terms with his new life was one thing, but sharing the tower with his former professor, who was turning out to be nothing he expected, was something else entirely. The young Minerva McGonagall was quite vibrant, enthusiastic about Quidditch, and evidently an exhibitionist when she practiced magic. Much to his relief, she seemed to be keeping that to her own room, and he had not stumbled upon her in such a state of undress since the first and only time it had happened. "Not bad," she answered cryptically. "I'm on my way to see Professor Dumbledore now." "Have fun," Harry offered sincerely. The girl was just as passionate about transfiguration as her much older counterpart, and as she nodded excitedly, her dark ringlets bouncing, he couldn't help but find just a little more respect for the stern woman he had come to know during his school years. Being passionate about something was fantastic, but to maintain that same passion over 6 decades was something else. She must really love transfiguration, he chuckled once she had left through the portrait hole. With Minerva gone, Harry ascended the stairs to his own room, where he completed his morning ablutions before he too headed to where he needed to be. "Ah, Harry," Dippet greeted him with his usual smile. "I trust that you slept well." "Not really," Harry snorted. "I'm still getting used to all this and the meeting with Flamel." "Understandable," Dippet replied sympathetically, "but for the next hour or so, you should put that all to the back of your mind. We still have work to do." Harry nodded as Dippet drew his wand. "I thought today that we would work on some defense against the dark arts," he announced. "From what I saw of your demonstrations already, I do not believe you need assistance with your owl, so I am asking you what you would like to work on." "I am having trouble with non-verbal casting," Harry sighed. Dippet gave him a knowing smile. "No matter what you try, it doesn't seem to work?" he asked. Harry nodded and Dippet chuckled. "The only advice that I can give you, Harry, is that persistence pays," the headmaster replied. "When you achieve it, you will understand what I mean. The process of learning is different for everyone, and some never manage it. They give in too easily when their efforts seem to be for naught, but be patient, and it will happen. When it does, the work will be worth it. So, that's it. Just keep trying." Dippet nodded. "Not very helpful, I know, but that is all. Patience and persistence. Then I'll just have to keep working on it," Harry huffed. He should have known there was not a quick fix to the problem, but he at least expected something from the man other than to be patient. "Oh, it appears that Albus is going to be joining us," Dippet spoke, breaking into Harry's thoughts. "Come in," he called. The door opened to admit Dumbledore and a rather keen Nicholas Flamel who eyed Harry speculatively as he entered the room. "Surely you can't be done already?" Dippet greeted the alchemist. "Why ever not?" Flamel answered cheerily. "Having taken some time to ponder it, and receiving some advice from my wife, it proved to be a rather trivial, albeit complex matter. If young Harry here is amenable, I would like to invite him for brunch with my wife and I." "Now?" Harry asked. "There is no time like the present," Nicholas returned. Harry looked to Dippet who nodded. "I think spending some time with Nicholas and his wife would be much more beneficial to you than sitting here with me this morning," the headmaster said. "Worry not, Harry, our lessons will continue tomorrow." "Perhaps, a few days from now," Nicholas broke in. "I am hoping that young Harry here will be willing to complete his healing today. He may need a little time to recover afterwards." "Of course," Dippet replied. "You will keep Albus and I in the loop." Flamel nodded. "That can be arranged," he agreed. "Come, Harry. Will I need to bring anything?" "Just yourself, and a little faith," Flamel answered as he headed towards the door. Harry followed but felt his arm gripped gently by Dumbledore as he made to pass him. "Honesty is always the best policy, Harry," he said pointedly, though not unkindly. With a nod of encouragement, he released the teen and Harry followed in the wake of the alchemist. Had Dumbledore said something to Flamel? Why would he offer such odd advice if he hadn't? He felt suddenly nervous, and it was not only due to the impending procedure he was likely to endure. Why would the Flamels want to share a meal with him? As convenient as it would be to borrow Albus's wonderful companion, I would not wish for you to be harmed by my wards. The same can't be said for Ames, but Perenelle insists he is not harmed too much, he muttered. "Ames?" Harry questioned confusedly. "Ah, my Muggle neighbor," Nicholas explained. "A thorn in my side, but with his diet, he'll be gone in a few years." The answer did little to alleviate Harry of the confusion he felt. Nonetheless, he shrugged and followed the man through the gates of the castle. "Have you ever traveled by Portkey before, Harry?" Harry nodded. It was not a pleasant experience but was the next best thing to apparating according to Sirius. "Then this will not feel unfamiliar to you," Nicholas said as he took him by the arm. The feeling of being hooked through the navel was overwhelming, and Harry felt himself being spun uncomfortably through the void. He stumbled upon landing at their destination but was held steady by Flamel who offered him a grin. "Welcome to my home," he said, gesturing towards the house beyond the large iron gates they found themselves in front of. "Best not dally too long, Perenelle is quite the stickler for punctuality, but first." The man drew his wand, muttering under his breath in a language Harry did not understand before tapping him on the head smartly, sending a chill running through the teen's veins. "Unpleasant, I know, but the wards protecting this property are excellent. The cold will shift before we reach the house," Nicholas assured him as he pushed open the gates. Once more, Harry followed the man. The grounds were rather modest for the house that sat within them. It was a grand building, more modern than he would have expected from someone who had lived as long as his companion. "We bought the estate when it was first built some 250 years ago," Nicholas explained. "Perenelle wished for a change of scenery, and we have been here since. It's a nice place to be. Even if you have to tolerate Ames?" Harry asked. Nicholas's nostrils twitched irritably. "Even with him just on the other side of that wall," he grumbled, pointing in the distance to where the next home along could be seen. Harry said nothing and followed the man into the home once he had opened the door. If Nicholas was wealthy, he wasn't one to show it off. The decor was rather neutral and there didn't appear to be anything grand to be seen other than the expanse of space he seemingly occupied with only his wife. "You seem disappointed," the man chuckled. "You will find if you live as long as I have that material things are of little use. Why waste gold on expensive paintings and whatnot? No, my wife and I appreciate the simpler things that life has to offer, Harry. We like to have a nice home, eat well, and enjoy going to the theater. Neither of us have ever been particularly inclined towards much, though we have our vices. Perenelle is a collector of rare flowers. What about you?" Harry asked. Nicholas smirked as he led him to a door just of the entrance hall. And opened it. I quite enjoy Muggle weaponry of old, he revealed. The room was enormous, and the walls lined with an array of swords, axes, bows and many other arms that Harry did not recognize. That's quite a collection, he said appreciatively. Quite, Nicholas agreed. There is something rather noble about two men fighting to the death with only a blade in hand. It's a shame that guns came along to replace them. I used to quite enjoy the duels, he finished longingly. Do you watch wizard duels? Harry asked. Flamel nodded. Occasionally. It is not the same, but entertaining, nonetheless. Do you wish to be a duelist? Harry shrugged. I used to want to be an auror. I'm not so sure anymore. Nicholas offered him an understanding smile. You're young yet. You will likely change your mind on what career you wish to pursue several times before the need to choose arrives. Come, I can show you around here any time you like. We will be late if we do not leave now. Again, Harry found himself following the alchemist, this time through the halls of his home until he reached a set of double doors. When they entered, it was to the sight of an aged woman placing food upon the large plate in the middle of the room. You couldn't resist showing off your collection, she commented, her eyes alight with amusement. He asked, Nicholas defended, eliciting a shake of his wife's head. And you must be Harry, she said, greeting him with a warm smile. Harry nodded, unsure on how to address the woman, who noticed this. You may call me Perenelle, she offered. We care little for formalities. Please, take a seat and have some food. You will need your strength. Harry did so and helped himself to some bread and butter when the Flamels joined him, a brief silence falling over the trio as they ate. I hear that you know of my husband's work, Harry, Perenelle spoke curiously. How did you become familiar with it? Do you wish to replicate his achievement? Harry shook his head firmly. Thus far, his life had seemingly been one disaster after another. Living 6 centuries if it continued the way it had been was the last thing he wanted. No, a regular number of years were more than sufficient, so long as he was able to enjoy them. I just came across the name, he answered somewhat truthfully. He had, of course, searched for it during his first year of Hogwarts when Hagrid had let it slip in his hut, but had found nothing in the library. The only information he did have on Flamel was what he had read on the back of Dumbledore's chocolate frog card and what his headmaster himself had told him. Perenelle eyed him speculatively for a moment before nodding her acceptance. I see, well, why don't you tell us about yourself? Surviving the killing curse is unheard of, and encountering a basilisk. You have lived an interesting life for one so young. I wish I hadn't, Harry muttered. There's not that much to tell, he shrugged. My parents were murdered, and I lived with my Muggle relatives. I suspect that they were rather unpleasant judging by your expression. They could have been better, Harry agreed with a sigh. They didn't like magic. Perenelle offered him a look of sympathy. Were they unkind to you? I do not think that is an appropriate question, Nicholas interjected. No, it isn't, you have my apologies, Harry, Perenelle offered sincerely. Harry waved the woman off. It was odd being asked such a thing. The only other person that had taken enough interest in him to ask had been Sirius. No, the pertinent question I do have is how you managed such a significant journey through time. Nicholas spoke. Harry froze in his seat. Worry not, Harry, he continued comfortingly. Nobody told me, but the memory you provided me with gave me more than enough information. I confronted Albus with my suspicions, and no matter how long the boy studies occlumency, I can see through any lie he would tell. What information? Harry asked. Well, firstly, your name was carved into the headboard of your cot, Nicholas began. I know of only one Potter family, and certainly only one that has ever resided in Godric's Hollow. A single look out of the window confirmed that for me. It is a rather famous dwelling after all. Harry conceded the point with a nod. He should have considered there may have been things in what he provided that could have given him away. The most obvious, however, was the rather wonderful watch your mother wore. Not only did it tell the time, but also the date, the alchemist revealed. Living 600 years, I often forget what year or even decade it is, but I know that we are still quite away from 1981. He didn't appear to be irritated, merely curious, and the last words Dumbledore spoke to him before he left Dippet's office only a short while ago replayed in his mind. Honesty is the best policy. I didn't do it intentionally, Harry replied after a moment's pause. I only wanted to go back 6 hours, but it brought me back 6 decades. That is unfortunate, Nicholas mumbled. Luckily for you, I noticed, or the ritual I will carry out could have had some rather unpleasant consequences. Time travel of any sort leaves a mark, and it had to be accounted for. I'm sorry, Harry returned. I just thought it was best that I keep it to myself. Only Dumbledore, Professor Dippet and one other know. And now Perenelle broke in softly. We are not in the habit of sharing secrets, she assured him. Harry nodded gratefully. Now, why don't you tell us about yourself, she urged. It would be good for you and us both if we know exactly who you are and the events that led to us meeting. Releasing a deep breath, Harry told him of his childhood with the Dursleys and how he discovered that he was a wizard. It was when he reached the occurrences of his first year of schooling that he hesitated for a moment. The reason I know your name was because, and I don't know why, Professor Dumbledore was in possession of your stone. He was keeping it safe in Hogwarts and the man that murdered my parents tried to steal it. Nicholas frowned thoughtfully. I suppose that if I thought the stone was in danger, Albie would be the only one I trust to keep it safe. We may be immune to the ravages of time and illness, but we can still be killed. The elixir of life is a marvelous thing, but not infallible. Do continue. Well, no one believed me when I told them what was happening, so myself and my friends went looking for it. Not for ourselves, he added quickly, but so Voldemort didn't get it. And you found it? Harry nodded. Dumbledore had hidden inside the mirror of Arised. Only someone who wanted the stone, but not to use it could retrieve it, he explained. When Voldemort made me look in the mirror, it appeared in my pocket. But he didn't get it. No, Harry replied. I think I killed the man he was possessing. He tried to kill me, but when I touched him, it burned him badly. Your mother's protection, Nicholas acknowledged. Well, I must say that your intentions must have been noble. Albie was so very proud when he acquired that mirror and spent many years studying it. If he placed such an excellent intent-based ward within it, then I have no doubt that it worked as planned. You demonstrated an unheard level of selflessness with what you did, Harry. There are many who would do anything to take possession of our stone. Even now our lives are occasionally threatened by them, Perenelle added. So long as we live, there will be those that try to take it for themselves. Indeed, Nicholas said gravely. Anyway, do proceed with your most enthralling tale. I am curious to hear of the rest of your feats. For the first time in his life, Harry unburdened himself of all he had experienced to 2 people he barely knew. In an odd way, the more he spoke, the better he felt, and by the time he was finished, he was emotionally exhausted, his life story culminating in the death of his godfather. You poor dear, Perenelle said sadly, and yet, you lived through all of this and remained such a sweet and caring boy. Nicholas nodded his agreement. You were resilient, Harry, he said seriously, but if there is one piece of advice I could give you, it would be push back harder than you were pushed. There are those that will try to walk all over you. Do not allow them to. You are strong enough to do so, but perhaps a little less kindness is needed at times. I know, Harry acknowledged with a sigh. I've learned that with what happened to Sirius. He told me the same, but it didn't change anything until it was too late. A harsh lesson, Nicholas murmured, but so long as you do learn from it, his death will not be in vain. Harry nodded. We do not ask you these things to only sat our curiosity, Harry, Perenelle spoke once more. I insisted upon it, because the ritual Nicholas wishes to carry out to heal you will require the use of our blood. I needed to be sure of the young man you are before I agreed to help you, but speaking with you today has made up my mind. If you are amenable, of course, I would like to offer my assistance. Harry frowned confusedly. Blood, as you know from your experience of the ritual you witnessed, is a powerful and sacred ingredient. Even the most basic understanding of alchemy will tell you that, Nicholas explained. The reason we need to use ours, however, is not because ours is special, but because of what it contains. The elixir of life, Perenelle clarified. Nicholas offered his wife a grateful smile. I could simply use the elixir as the key ingredient, but you would then become reliant on it to survive. In our blood, it will be diluted enough to do what is required without that side effect. The reason we are discussing this with you, however, is that once our blood is mixed with your own, it will be a permanent change. For all intents and purposes, we would become related through it. Harry swallowed deeply. That sounded rather important as it did ominous. What effect will that have on me? Nothing detrimental, Nicholas assured him, but we wished to be as transparent with you as you have been with us. I will not press you for an answer now, but I think it best to proceed with the ritual as soon as possible, if you agree, of course. You would have no obligations to us, Perenelle assured him. We only wish to help you, and even more so having heard your story. You are a good boy, Harry, and I would see you rid of the final vestiges of that monster. Harry nodded his understanding. Ever since he had learned what his scar was, he had become more aware of it than usual, felt sickened by the taint of Voldemort that resided within him. If this was the only way to be rid of it, it was better than having it remain. I'd like to go through with it, he said. Anything to get him out of there. Perenelle smiled warmly at him. Then you had best eat up, she urged. Ritualistic magic is not something to be taken lightly. Harry did so, already feeling better for making the acquaintance of the woman and the man before him. When you are ready, we have prepared a room to carry out our work, Nicholas explained. Harry finished his last mouthful of food and gestured that he was. Nervously, he followed the Flamels from the room and down a set of dark stairs only a short walk away through the adjoining hall into a large cellar. In the center, a stone table had been placed and a circle of runes carved into the floor. Having never taken the subject, he recognized none, but Perenelle rubbed his shoulder reassuringly. As someone who has studied the practice for more than 5 centuries, I like to think I have acquired some skill in the art, she chuckled. You need only remove your shirt, and we can begin. Harry complied, the chill of the room making his hairs stand on end and skin become awash with goosebumps. So, what happens now? He asked. Well, Perenelle will do much of the work, Nicholas explained. She is much more versed in runic magic than I. I merely gathered the required ingredients and completed the calculations. Come, I will explain some of what will be used to cleanse you of the soul piece. Harry took a seat on the table, next to an odd array of things one would expect to find in an apothecary. Looking at them, he recognized very few. Now, there are very few things that can compare to the power of a mother's love, Nicholas began as Perenelle checked over her work. Removing such magic would be difficult, and inadvisable. It is still within you, and I would see it remain so, if only for you to have a piece of her left. Harry nodded gratefully. The plan is not to attempt to remove it but add an even stronger protection that would supersede that of your mother's magic. What will happen is that the new magic will not recognize the soul piece as threat, but as something your body can use, very much like it has with the basilisk venom. I suspect that any other bite from a serpent would have little effect on you because of the presence of the superior venom within you. Understand. That makes sense, Harry acknowledged. Even when I was bitten by an acromantula, I wasn't as sick as I probably should have been. I didn't think of it much since that happened the same night he came back. An excellent example, Nicholas praised. Now, do lay down, Harry, we will begin shortly. The stone against his back was uncomfortably cold, and rough in certain places that it had not been smoothed down. Now, for the ingredients, the alchemist continued. Of course, you already know that we will be using just a little blood from each of us, but there are other things I felt poignant to include. You have a strong connection with Dumbledore's companion, and he was kind enough to provide a feather and a tear when I asked him, but not until I explained what they were for, he chuckled. That coupled with a sample of your blood will be a strong catalyst for the ritual, so I will ask you to provide us with a file. The only downside to it, if you see it that way, is that your already strong connection with the basilisk that bit you will become stronger also. If you can, I would see it as a boon. Basilisks are resilient creatures, much like yourself. Harry nodded. As much as he tried to ignore it over the years, the basilisk venom was as within him as much as fox tears were. He hadn't really explored his relationship with serpents, the connection they had to Voldemort leaving him unwilling to do so. Perhaps investigating it would prove to be beneficial. That, however, was for another day. The rest are rather inane, Nicholas continued, just some plants and a few other ingredients that will assist with powering the runes. Any questions? Only one, Harry replied. In Professor Dippett's office, you said that ritualistic magic requires a sacrifice, an equal one to what the benefits you would receive for it to work. What am I sacrificing here? Nicholas smiled appreciatively. I'm glad to see you were paying attention, he praised. For this, you are sacrificing some of your blood, and some of the benefits your mother's protection has afforded you. I do not believe it to be much of a loss since they have been nullified by the man that stole your blood for his own ritual, but more than enough for this to work. It is like I said, Harry, there is little else more powerful than that of a love of a mother. I just need his blood, Nicholas, Perenelle broke in. Ah, of course. Harry, if you would be so kind to pass me your arm. The man's grip was strong, but not overly tight as he drew his wand and placed the tip on the scar the basilisk had left behind. I see no reason to damage you further, he said with a grin. This will sting a little. The resulting spell stung, and Harry grimaced as Nicholas squeezed to wound to bleed it. He continued with his efforts until he had a phial full of red, viscous liquid that he held up towards the dim light to inspect. You have strong blood, he mused aloud. Strong blood indeed. Perenelle, when you're ready, I believe Harry is as keen as I to have this over with. Perenelle nodded and approached the table, leaning over and placing a on his forehead. This will hurt more than that little cut, she whispered sadly. The words were foreboding, and Harry braced himself as she began to speak in a language he did not understand. At first, it felt as though nothing was happening, but the room grew steadily warmer, and an odd pressure filled his head as though it was slowly being filled with water. Then the burning began. It filled his veins, and as he looked down, he could see 3 phials hovering above the wound in his arm, all being emptied into the wound that Nicholas had created. For as long as he could, he resisted screaming, but the pain became overwhelming, and that was all he knew. He could no longer see the room he was in, had been blinded to everything other than the agony tearing through his body. After an inordinate amount of time of this, it suddenly felt as though his head had been ripped wide open, but then it was gone as suddenly as it had started. He didn't know if he had passed out or was hallucinating, but he caught glimpses of his own life flashing before his eyes, and images of another. A rabbit hung from the rafters, 2 children screaming in pain within a cave, pleading to be left alone, person after person being held under the Cruciatus curse, tortured, and then murdered. It was harrowing to say the least, but the worst thing was the enjoyment he felt by witnessing these atrocities, the sense of satisfaction at having his revenge against those that Harry knew had never slighted him. These were the thoughts of Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, he realized, as the piece of soul was allowed to merge with his own. In this moment, he regretted going through with the ritual, but it was too late to change his mind now. That was his last thought before he did lose consciousness, the images fading and being replaced by darkness. That was awful, Perenelle sighed. Nicholas, check on him. Her husband had paled considerably, evidently not having accounted for such a volatile reaction. Nicholas stepped forward to check on the teen. A lesser person would likely not have survived what Harry had just endured, and the aged alchemist breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted the chest of the boy inhaling and exhaling, albeit rapidly. He's alive, he announced. Then let us get him somewhere warm, Perenelle insisted. His body will need to recover. Carefully, Nicholas stabilized Harry before levitating him from the room, followed by his concerned wife. Did we do the right thing? She asked worriedly. Nicholas nodded. I believe that when he has recovered, Harry will be grateful for our assistance, he said confidently. Imagine living your life carrying a piece of the soul of the man that murdered your parents. Perenelle shook her head. He has had a trying life. That he has, Nicholas agreed. I hope now that he can move forward and live one that will be much kinder to him. And this prophecy, Nicholas could only shrug. If it is meant to be, it will come to pass, but Harry is strong. With what he has already endured, I think a final battle with the man that has caused him so much misery would be a fitting ending. Whether he wins or loses, that is up to him. Anyway, that is many years from now, he added dismissively. I would see him healthy, and I will need to visit Albie. I did promise to keep him and Armando informed of his progress. Then you do that, Perenelle urged. I will watch over him for a while. Of course, but I would like to check him over first to ensure that our efforts were indeed successful. Break. The day had dragged slowly. Armando had tried to busy himself with his work but found himself unable to concentrate through his concern for Harry. Albus too had been similarly restless, the man not having left the office either. How long do these things take? The headmaster huffed. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not know, he sighed, but Nicholas will give us an update as soon as possible. We must be patient, Armando. Dippet nodded. He knew little of such magic, but if it was as severe as Flamel claimed, it could be a while. With that in mind, he turned his attention back to his work, half-heartedly reading through the various missives he received in his capacity of headmaster of a prestigious school. Many of the letters were from eager parents, wishing to know when they could expect to receive the examination results for the year. To them, he wrote out a simple reply explaining that it was at the discretion of the Department of Magical Education when they would be released, but from experience, he knew it would not be for a few weeks yet at least. Results would reach the students towards the end of the summer. It had been this way for as long as he could remember as an educator, though the school owls would be busy informing the families of this. It was the same every year. These letters would always be received so long as the exams took place, and as he finished writing the final note to Mr. Ogden, the fireplace flared into life and a rather tired Nicholas Flamel entered the room. How is he? Armando asked immediately, forgetting the queries of the parents in favor of his need of information regarding Harry. He is doing well, Nicholas answered, eliciting a collective breath of relief from him and Albus. It was an unpleasant experience for him, but he is already on the road to recovery with no signs of a foreign soul plaguing him any longer. Thank Merlin, Armando sighed. There are no ill effects. I do not think so, but he is yet to wake, and I do not expect he will in the coming hours. What he underwent was rather extensive and will take time to recover from, but I can assure you, he is in safe hands. Perenelle has taken it upon herself to oversee his care and I do expect that he will wake feeling better than he has in years. Thank you, Nicholas, Dumbledore offered sincerely. Flamel waved him off. I helped a boy that proved to be worthy of it. He has endured much through his life, and I only wish to see him thrive. If he is to continue his education here, I want assurances from both of you that will happen. Of course, Armando replied, affronted. The welfare of my students is of paramount importance to me. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Good, Nicholas declared. I will be watching him closely, as I suspect will my wife. You remember what it is like to get on the wrong side of her, Albie. Dumbledore chuckled, seemingly at a memory of doing just that. I do. Then you will not underestimate me when I say that she has already become fond of Harry. He is an exceptional boy and made quite the impression on her, the same way that you did when you first arrived in our home all those years ago. That is perfectly understood, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. He has made quite the impression on us all, I believe. Armando nodded agreeably. Then I have no issue with him returning, Nicholas declared. I only ask that you keep us updated with his progress and allow us to visit him from time to time. I'm certain Perenelle will insist upon it also. That can certainly be arranged, Armando confirmed. Then there is little more to be said, Nicholas returned as he approached the fireplace once more. When he is ready to return, he will. With that, the alchemist was gone, and Armando looked towards his subordinate questioningly. What on earth was that about? Dumbledore frowned. I would not even speculate, he sighed. Nicholas will not disclose such, but I suspect that there was more to the ritual than we know. Anything to be concerned about? Dumbledore shook his head. No, Nicholas would never give me cause for such, but his protectiveness over Harry does raise questions, though none we will have answered. We must merely wait and see the outcome for ourselves and hope that all is well with him. Break. He was warm and comfortable. That was the first thing Harry felt as his vision began clearing and he realized that he was no longer laid upon the stone table in the Flamel cellar. The bed he found himself in was large, the room dimly lit by the sun that peered through the slight gap in the drawn curtains. For a while, he remained where he was, pondering how he felt, if there were any noticeable differences, and if the ritual had worked at all. He couldn't be certain. When he sat up, the room spun, disorientating him for a few moments before it settled, and the sudden bout of nausea passed. Vomiting on a floor that did not belong to him would not do, and though he managed to avoid it, it had been close call. Steadying his trembling legs as he pushed himself to his feet, he took a deep breath, pleased that he felt somewhat normal if only a little tired. The ritual had evidently taken a lot out of him, but he was no worse for wear for it, no worse than the sleep he had wakened from after the basilisk had bit him around 3 years prior at least. "How are you doing, Harry?" Perenelle asked as she entered the room, an expression of relief aimed his way. "I'm okay," he assured the woman. "I felt a little sick, but it passed." Perenelle nodded. "Are you hungry?" "I am," Harry replied, realizing that he was feeling rather famished. "I'm not surprised. You have been out for the best part of 3 days. 3 days. You needed the rest. It was quite the ordeal you endured," Perenelle reminded him. "Come, we will find Nicholas and then get you some food. I suspect he will be on his balcony working on putting Mr. Ames into an early grave." Harry snorted and followed the woman from the room. "What is his problem with Mr. Ames?" he asked curiously. Perenelle released the labored sigh of a woman who'd had her patience relentlessly tested. "Nicholas does not like people as a rule, with only a few exceptions. You must remember, over the course of 6 centuries, we have seen the best and the worst the world has to offer. Nicholas tends to remember the latter more than the former, and it has tainted his view of people overall. My husband is a brilliant man but does not suffer those he deems to be foolish." Harry nodded his understanding, a slight grin tugging at his lips. "And here he is," Perenelle announced quietly as they came upon the man. Nicholas was wearing a sweater vest, a flat cap, and had a lit pipe hanging from the corner of his mouth as he took aim with his golf club. "Throw dog shit over my wall, will you?" he muttered, cheering jubilantly as the sound of breaking glass was heard in the distance. Perenelle huffed frustratedly, garnering the man's attention. "Ah, Harry," he greeted the teen, choosing to ignore the look of chastisement his wife sent his way. "It's good to see you up. How are you feeling?" "Fine, I think," Harry responded uncertainly. Nicholas offered him an encouraging smile. "Well, the procedure was a success, and you look all the healthier for it," he observed. "You may not notice any immediate changes, but you may well do with time. This is a unique occurrence, after all, so we can't know what to expect as time goes on." "Nothing bad, I hope," Harry replied. "No," Nicholas said with certainty. "If there were to be any ill effects, they would be immediately obvious. I suspect you will be as you were for the most part, but there is a chance you may reap some benefits from the soul piece you have absorbed." "I don't see what part of Voldemort could be beneficial," Harry muttered. "Was he not a gifted wizard?" Nicholas asked. "Despite the things he did, can you not acknowledge that he was talented?" Harry's mind drifted back to the duel he had witnessed between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. Reluctantly, he conceded the point with a nod. "He was. And he has unwittingly bestowed a very rare gift upon you, has he not? Parselmouths are almost unheard of in this day and age. At the very least, you have a new branch of magic to explore." "I can use it for magic?" Harry asked, surprised. "It is a magical language," Flamel pointed out. "I would not pretend to be in the know as one who cannot speak nor understand it, but yes, there are tales of those that have used it to great effect. I may even have some books in the library I have accumulated over the years that may help you. I will have a look and pass them on." "You don't have to do that," Harry replied. "Well, they will serve me little purpose," Nicholas chuckled. "I would like you to have them. I will be interested to see how you develop in the art." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely, realizing the man would not take no for an answer. "You're very welcome," Nicholas returned with a smile. "Now, I don't suspect that you will want to spend the remainder of your summer with us old sods. Contrary to popular belief, we are not the most interesting of people, especially not for a 15-year-old boy with such a wondrous castle at his disposal. Let us have lunch, and then I will return you to Hogwarts. Albus did say that you had your owls to complete before the new term begins." "I do," Harry confirmed. "Good. Then let us eat and your journey can continue. We do, however, expect you to write and allow us an occasional visit. We have grown rather fond of you, and we do share blood, after all." That is non-negotiable, Perenelle added amusedly as Harry stared at the duo, perplexed. He could only nod, a sense of warmth filling him. He was growing quickly fond of the Flamels. Nicholas was perhaps the most interesting man he had met. He was quirky in his own way, perhaps a little bent on revenge for a rather trivial slight, but as Perenelle had said, still brilliant. The woman was kind, and Harry had very little experience of kind women throughout his life, other than Mrs. Weasley. Where the redhead could be quite overbearing with her mothering ways, Perenelle seemed to be a little more balanced, warm but likely firm. When she needed to be. Regardless, Harry owed them, and though it did not feel like a debt of burden, he did not wish for them to feel used for what they had done for him. He was grateful, and the least he could do was write to them, and spend time with him, though he could not fathom why they would insist upon such a thing. Still, a part of him was pleased they wanted to. He didn't have many people in this world, and as far as allies went, he could think of none better. He could have made the acquaintance of the Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. He was still reeling from the loss of Sirius, his friends, and the sudden, unplanned trip so far back in time, but with the rest of the summer ahead of him, no Voldemort to hunt him down, life could certainly be much worse. Harry could not deny that it could be better also, but for now, he would take what he could. It was with a flourish that Harry finished his final answer to the last exam he had deigned to take, and he leaned back in his chair, breathing a sigh of relief. It had been a grueling few days under the watch of a considerably younger Madame Marchbanks, who had put him through his paces, though he was pleased with his performances, overall. She may have been less seasoned than the woman he had met only weeks ago, but Marchbanks was no less stern, and even here she had the same unnerving aura about her. Still, Harry had come to respect her, but he would be pleased to see the back of the exam's administrator. His wrists were sore from all the writing. "If you are finished, you may leave," she instructed. "I will have your work marked by the end of the day and you can collect your results from Professor Dippet." Harry nodded gratefully. He did not need telling twice, and he also had a visit to Diagon Alley to complete. The new term would be starting in only a couple of days, and he needed to get his supplies. Dippet had provided him with his list, and even gold to purchase them. Harry had tried to return the latter, but the man had insisted. In many ways, the headmaster was very much like the Dumbledore he had come to know, though there was an innocence about him that his former one had lost in recent days. There appeared to be no ulterior motive to the time Dippet spent with Harry, and it seemed that he wanted nothing more than to help him. The teen had come to enjoy his tutoring sessions over the past 2 months and found that he would miss them when the school year began, and they would cease. "How did you do?" Minerva asked excitedly, accosting him after he had barely taken a step through the portrait hole. The two of them had grown closer over the summer, often spending their evenings in the common room together reading, discussing magic, or simply getting to know one another better. It was still odd for Harry, who had found it difficult to shift the image of the older, firm woman he had become accustomed to, and often he would be reminded of it with certain expressions the girl wore. However, she was making the effort to get to know him and had even assisted with his revision. The girl was growing on him. As strange as that thought was, he could not deny it. She had a sharp wit, and wand to match, but most of all, she was fun to be around. It could have been better, he sighed dramatically. I just couldn't get any of it right. She narrowed her eyes at him and placed her hands on her hips. If you're lying to me. Harry laughed, unable to keep up the ruse. He just found it so funny when she became irritated. Her Scottish accent somehow became stronger, and the glare was one that reminded him of home. You're such a prat, she scolded, grinning, though her cheeks had reddened slightly. I would have been furious with you. I did not spend all those hours making sure you had it down for you to fail. I imagine you would have turned my ears into scorpions or something, Harry snorted. Minerva nodded thoughtfully. That could work, she mused aloud. Harry did not doubt she would if she felt the need to. This Minerva was hot-headed enough, and her temper did not have the benefit of maturity as the woman who had gone on to become deputy headmistress of the school. I really shouldn't give you ideas, he sighed. You shouldn't, she agreed, even if they are quite good sometimes. Harry shook his head amusedly. He had come to learn when she was joking just as well as he knew when she was not. Her sense of humor would be an acquired taste for most, but he found he enjoyed it readily enough. "Are you still going to the alley today?" she asked. "I am," Harry confirmed. "I need new robes, new books, and everything else really," he added with a frown. He'd had a growth spurt over the summer. As such, most of his clothes no longer fit, not in length at least. He would never reach the same rotundness of his cousin, but the last cast-offs of Dudley he had been given were now a few inches short, whereas the waist of the trousers remained baggy. "Can I come?" Minerva asked eagerly. "I need a few things myself." Harry nodded. "That would be appreciated," he replied. He didn't know if Diagon Alley resembled the one he was familiar with, and he had not ventured out of the castle thus far, other than to visit the Flamels. He had yet to see the world, and having someone with him that knew it would be for the best. Minerva smiled brightly. "Let me just get some things, then we can get the night bus," she replied enthusiastically, heading towards the staircase that led to the girls' rooms before she had finished speaking. She returned only a few moments later wearing a conservative red dress with matching hat and black heels. She'd also applied some makeup, and Harry found himself confused. "What?" she asked as he eyed her questioningly. "We are going to London, Harry," she said, as though that explained everything. "You'll see what I mean." He did not know what to say and had no clue what she meant. Nonetheless, he followed her from the common room, already having all he needed for the trip. "Do we have to get the bus?" he asked, his memories of being thrown around the vehicle and resulting nausea not having endeared him to the method of transport. "We can always flow if you like." Harry grimaced. He didn't know which he preferred least. "We'll get the bus," he decided. He did not want a repeat of what had happened to him before his second year. Appearing in Borgin and Berks was less appealing than the triple-decker. "Bad experience?" Minerva asked with a smirk. "With both," Harry grumbled. "The flow hates me and the bus was also definitely out to get me." Minerva bit her lip in a bid to prevent the laughter, but it did not go unnoticed by Harry, who scowled. "Don't worry," she comforted, "we will learn to apparate this year. Maybe you'll find that more agreeable." His mood brightened considerably. He was looking forward to apparating. It couldn't be any worse than the alternatives, could it? He would find out soon enough, but first, he had a shopping trip to complete. He had chosen a pleasant day to do so at the very least. The sun was out, but a cooling breeze blew across the grounds of Hogwarts, making the heat a little more bearable. "It will be hotter in London," Minerva said, as though she had read his mind. "It always is." Harry nodded as they passed through the gates and Minerva held up her wand. With a louder than necessary bang, the night bus arrived a moment later, skidding to a halt before them. "Welcome to the night bus," a smartly dressed man greeted them, stepping off and gesturing for the duo to board. "I am your conductor, Eric. Where will you be heading today?" "Diagon Alley," Minerva replied. "Then that will be 3 sickles apiece," Eric announced cheerily, a frown marring his features as he caught sight of Harry. He said nothing but shook his head as Minerva handed him the fare. "Will yourself and your companion require refreshments?" he asked. "No thank you," Minerva answered, taking Harry by the arm and leading him to a seat. 3 sickles?" Harry questioned, ignoring the peering Eric. "I know, it's quite pricey, but it is convenient," Minerva pointed out. "Pricey?" Harry murmured. "It cost me 11 when I used it." 11, Minerva replied, flabbergasted. 11 sickles will pay for your transfiguration text and leave you with change." Harry was not given the chance to reply as the bus suddenly lurched forward and disappeared with another obscenely loud bang. The worth of a galleon was something that had not crossed his mind, but if everything would cost around a quarter of what he was expecting to pay, then the sum of his wealth was considerably greater than he had accounted for. "I hate the bus," he groaned, feeling rather sick by the erratic way it was being weaved in and out of the traffic. "It will be over soon," Minerva returned amusedly. Not soon enough for Harry, though it was only around 5 minutes later that they departed, having been dropped off outside the Leaky Cauldron. "Thank you for choosing the night bus," Eric bid them farewell. "We hope to see you again soon." "Not bloody likely," Harry mumbled as the doors closed and the bus shot down the street towards Charing Cross. "Come on," Minerva urged, taking him by the arm and leading him into the pub. The first thing he noticed was the amount of smoke that filled the room. Dotted around were tables of patrons, the women dressed similarly to Minerva, and the men wearing sport coats, a shirt, and trousers with a crease running down the front. Some even wore hats, and Harry suddenly felt underdressed. Many were openly smoking cigarettes, the gold cases they seemingly kept them in sat atop the table next to their drinks. The men smoked them in the way Harry had seen when in the Muggle world, but the women did so through long metal tubes, some silver and others gold. Different? Minerva asked, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. He nodded. Why aren't they all in robes? Whenever he had visited Diagon Alley, most wore robes other than a few half-bloods and Muggle parents that were accompanying their children. What do you mean? Don't wizards and witches mostly wear robes? He questioned. Minerva looked at him questioningly. Only the purebloods really, she answered. The Muggleborns and half-bloods are quite in touch with their fashion. It's nicer than wearing robes, she added conspiratorially. You're not a pureblood? Harry questioned, surprised by the revelation. No, Minerva chuckled, my father is a Muggle minister, my mother is a pureblood though. That was something he hadn't known, nor even thought to ask. To him, someone's blood did not matter, but it certainly had to many he had met during his life. Was it so different here? Maybe we should get you some clothes first, Minerva suggested, noticing that Harry was garnering a lot of attention, and a haircut. You're beginning to look homeless. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It had gotten longer over the summer, and if he wished to, he could tie it in a ponytail. Not that it would do him any favors judging by the hairstyles he saw around him. If anything, that would only make him stand out more. Probably a good idea, he agreed. I know a place, Minerva replied. Do you want only wizard clothing or some Muggle things too? Harry wasn't sure. He'd always worn Muggle clothing when robes weren't required, and it didn't seem right to change that. Robes were rather cumbersome, though the alternative here was not what he was used to. Both, he questioned uncertainly. Minerva offered him a look of sympathy. We can always have a look. If you don't like what you see, then you can just stick to robes. Harry nodded gratefully, pleased she had asked to come along. Not for the first time since he'd arrived in this strange place, he felt out of his depth and found himself longing once more for familiarity. The homesickness had slowly eased off over the passing weeks, but coming here had only made it resurface. He missed his home, his friends and all the things he knew. Come on then, Minerva encouraged. The quicker we get this done, the quicker we can get back to the castle. Harry nodded and allowed himself to be led through the pub and into the alley on the other side of the wall that separated the magical and Muggle worlds. He took some comfort that the streets at least were somewhat familiar, the row of shops differing slightly, but still recognizable. We should start at Madame Malkin's, Minerva suggested, pointing to a shop only a short distance away. It's new, but she does great robes. I didn't realize she was that old, Harry commented as they made their way. You know it. She's still in business where I'm from. Minerva nodded appreciatively as they entered the shop, and Harry once more found himself taken aback by the clothing of the time. The robes on display were like the ones he already owned, but were less tailored and a slightly looser fit on the mannequin. Hogwarts robes? A young woman from behind the counter questioned. For him, Minerva explained, gesturing to Harry. Of course, the woman complied. I'm Madame Malkin. Let's get you measured and then I can get to work. It felt no less awkward being measured by the seamstress than it had previously. Instead of using a magical tape measure as Ollivander did, she opted to complete the task manually, a levitating quill and parchment noting down the numbers as she said them aloud. And how many robes would you like? Malkin asked when she was done. 3 should do it, Harry answered. He couldn't see why he would need more. Okay, so that will be 4 galleons and 11 sickles, the seamstress informed him. Your robes will be ready in around 45 minutes. Harry handed her the required coins before he and Minerva took their leave of the shop. Let me guess, you're used to paying more. Harry nodded. Almost 5 galleons per robe. Minerva released a deep breath and shook her head. Well, why don't we get you some clothes now, a haircut, your potions ingredients, and then we can go to Quality Quidditch Supplies before getting you your books. She suggested. That could work, Harry agreed. It was an odd though not unpleasant experience shopping with the girl who assisted him with some choices in clothing, something Harry knew nothing about even in his own time. She even helped choose a fashionable haircut when they visited the barbers. When he left, he no longer resembled a scruffy street urchin as the barber had dubbed him, his hair left with a little length, cut shorter on the sides and top swept to the right. He certainly felt better for it, even if he was unsure about the olive green sport coat, white shirt and gray plaid trousers Minerva had picked out for him. He had tried to draw the line at the matching trilby hat, but she had insisted. "It completes your outfit," she explained as though it really explained anything to him. At the very least, he no longer felt out of place walking through Diagon Alley, and people had stopped staring at him, much to his relief. "We have enough time to get the rest of your things before your robes will be ready, but first, Quidditch." "It's only there," Minerva explained, pointing to a nearby building. The eager girl all but frog-marched him into the shop, to his amusement. The McGonagall he knew was an avid Quidditch fan, but he hadn't considered just how much she enjoyed the sport. Evidently, it was much more than he thought. "Look at those," she gushed, pointing at an array of what Harry would consider to be antique brooms. These were worse than the school brooms he had learned to ride on at the beginning of first year. "The Comet 10 does 65 miles per hour. Harry snorted. "His firebolt did more than double that. I suppose the brooms you had are faster?" Minerva asked, her eyebrow raised in his direction. "A lot faster," Harry confirmed, "but also more expensive," he added, spying the price tag of the Comet 10. At 60 galleons, it was a bargain for a top-of-the-range broom. "I'm not here for a new broom anyway, just these," Minerva informed him as she selected a rather thick, unwieldy pair of what appeared to be chaser's gloves. She paid for them, and Harry once more found himself being led through Diagon Alley only a moment later, this time towards the familiar Flourish and Blots. Thankfully, the shop was bereft of many patrons, and they managed to gather his required reading for the year and be out within only a few minutes, and exiting the apothecary shortly after having purchased his potions ingredients. "Now we just have to collect your robes," Minerva reminded him. Harry nodded, his eyes having drifted towards Ollivander's. He, of course, had his wand, but seeing the shop reminded him of what Dumbledore had said about his relationship with it. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the wandmaker, or whomever oversaw the shop now. Something to consider for the Christmas holidays, he decided with a shake of his head. Already, he had tired of being in the alley and wanted only to return to the castle, a place he knew well and was familiar. "Thank you for coming with me today," he said gratefully to the girl that had accompanied him. "I wouldn't have known where to begin without you." Minerva offered him an understanding smile. "Well, maybe one day it will be me that drags you somewhere unfamiliar if I need to," she replied before choking. "I didn't mean it like that." "I know what you meant," Harry chuckled, once more finding himself amused by the girl who was blushing. "But thank you, and for the help with my owls." "I didn't really do much there," Minerva pointed out. "You could already do those things, you just needed the confidence. Speaking of which, when will you get your results?" "When we're back and I go to see Dippet." "That soon? Then what are we doing dawdling around here? Let's get your robes and go." Harry could only laugh as she dragged him towards Madame Malkin's, seemingly more eager to learn how he had done on his exams than he was. "Break. So, how did he do?" Armando asked impatiently. Griselda Marchbanks eyed him sternly over her glasses. "Well enough," she replied cryptically. "A corporeal Patronus his age is quite the feat indeed. He is certainly remarkable." Armando nodded his agreement. "And what name am I to use on his transcript?" Marchbanks asked, her quill poised. "He has only filled in his exam sheet as Harry." The headmaster knew this and had been the one to suggest it to the teen. "That remains to be seen," he answered honestly. "Harry is related to a rather prominent family, and whether he uses the name is currently undecided. I will discuss it with him imminently." Griselda eyed him questioningly but did not press the issue. "Very well," she conceded. "I will leave it to your discretion to complete this when a decision has been made." Armando nodded gratefully. "Thank you for taking the time to assess him," he offered. "I know it is most out of the ordinary, but it is appreciated." Marchbanks waved him off. He proved to be an interesting young man. "Will he be enrolled this year?" "He will," Armando confirmed. "Then I look forward to seeing what he will do under your headship," she declared as she stood. He is a little rough around the edges in some ways but could do very well for himself. That is what I am hoping for. Griselda said nothing else but offered him a nod before sweeping from the office, and Armando breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that she had not pressed him for a name. To many in the wizarding world, a name was everything, especially the purebloods, but people like Griselda Marchbanks cared little for such things. Now, the headmaster need only worry about how he was going to broach the subject with the boy. "Come in, Albus," he called, his ward notifying him to the man's arrival. "Has she gone?" the Transfiguration professor questioned as he entered the room. Armando nodded. "She left only a moment ago," he explained. "Shall I assume that you are just as keen to see how well Harry has done for yourself?" "You should," Dumbledore chuckled. Although it had been Armando that had spent the most time with the boy, it hadn't been uncommon for Albus to join them beyond his own tutoring of Harry and transfiguration of Harry over the summer. Evidently, the boy had grown on them both, just as much as he seemed to be coming into his own. Ever since Flamel had done what he had for Harry, there had been changes with the boy. Not so obvious ones to begin with, but as the summer had increased, they became more noticeable. To begin with, he had certainly become more confident. Armando had at first believed that he was merely becoming more comfortable here, having begun to settle, but no, it was a change to his overall demeanor. Still, he would sometimes shy away from maintaining eye contact when speaking with him, but not so much. He remained quiet for the most part, but not from apprehension. Harry was taking in more around him, observing and questioning what he saw. Armando had even tested him on this without telling the boy by moving things around the office to see if he would notice. He did but did not ask as to why. Harry merely frowned in recognition and would shake his head of any thought he had regarding the matter. Those were only the changes that Armando had noticed, and he often found himself wondering if there were more, or even if Harry was aware of them. "I expect he will be here shortly. He and Minerva have arrived back on the grounds." Dumbledore nodded and the two men waited for Harry to make his way to the office. He did so after around only 10 minutes, understandably rather keen to receive his OWL results. "Come in," Armando bid as a knock sounded, doing a double take as the young man entered. "Well, don't you look sharp," he commented, gesturing towards Harry's ensemble. "Oh, I thought I should try to blend in," Harry explained as he removed his hat and took a seat. "It suits you," Dumbledore complimented with a smile. Harry shrugged in response, his ability to take such sentiments still needing work. "I suppose you have come for these?" Armando asked, holding the envelope Marchbanks had left on his desk aloft. Harry nodded and took the missive, hesitating briefly before tearing it open. The headmaster watched as his eyes scanned the parchment and he breathed a sigh of relief. "You are satisfied?" "Better than I was expecting," Harry answered, handing the man his results. Armando read what he had received and nodded satisfactorily, mirrored by Dumbledore, who had glanced over his shoulder to follow suit. "A mixture of outstanding and exceeds expectations," the headmaster acknowledged. "Considering your thoughts on history and astronomy, you have done very well in all your subjects. You should be very pleased. And on a personal note, the outstanding in Transfiguration was well deserved," Dumbledore added. "Thank you," Harry replied. Armando offered him a smile, though it fell when he realized they had reached an important juncture. "Now, there is something that we can no longer avoid discussing," Dippet said seriously. "As you can see, the documents here only include your first name. With the school term only a few days away, you do need to consider what name you will use." Harry sighed and nodded his understanding. "I can't really use Potter, can I?" "Of course, you can," Dippet disputed, "though doing so will bring much unwanted attention to yourself and your family here. The Potters will wonder who on earth you are, as will the public. The Potters, as I'm sure you're aware, are a very prominent family, and a small one at that. It would not take too much digging to realize something was amiss." "Do you think I should use a different one?" Harry asked. "In a bid to protect yourself from those that will take too much of an interest, I do," Armando responded. "Not because I don't want you to be happy, Harry, but because I want you to be safe." Harry nodded his understanding. "In the spirit of this, I would offer you the use of my own name," Armando continued. My own family is not so prominent that it would provoke too much interest, and there will be few that question my word. I could explain that you are a great nephew. It is a viable option, but ultimately, a big decision for you to make, Dumbledore broke in. It is, Harry murmured. His name was almost all that he had left, and he was reluctant to just simply give it up, though Dippet was right with what he had said. Using it would bring a considerable amount of attention to him, something that he neither wanted nor needed. You need not make a decision this very moment, Harry, the headmaster assured him. Just so long as I have a name before term starts, it will be fine. Harry offered the man a sad, yet grateful smile. Perhaps you should discuss it with Nicholas, Dumbledore suggested. I met with him today and he has asked that you join him and Perenelle for lunch tomorrow. He would have written but felt that I would be a quicker means of conveying the invitation. I will, Harry decided as he stood. And do not feel any pressure by my suggestion, Dippet implored. I am merely offering you an alternative and will feel no slight if you choose any other name. Whatever you choose, just write it on your results sheet and return it to me, he finished, handing Harry his envelope back. Thank you, Professor. I will think about it carefully. Armando smiled as the teen took his leave of the office with much to think about. Such burdens for one so young, Dumbledore mused aloud. I do hope he will be all right. Armando nodded. As much as I wish it had not become a necessity, Harry is a resilient boy and will do just fine, Albus. Whatever name he decides to adopt, I have no doubt he will represent it proudly. He will, Dumbledore agreed, and that was quite the gesture on your part. A warranted one, I believe, Armando replied. I have come to care for the boy, Albus, as I do for all the students here, but Harry has grown on me. Watching him these past 2 months has served as a reminder as to why I accepted this post in the first place. Not only to ensure that all that pass through this hall receive the best education, but they do so as happy as they can be. Break. Harry will be here in a moment, Perenelle reminded her husband. Nicholas placed the book he had been reading back on the shelf in the library. It was a rather dry text written in ancient Greek that he had recently acquired pertaining to the soul. Ever since he had encountered Harry and what had been ailing the boy, Nicholas had taken quite the interest in the subject. It was a curious thing, the soul, something that little could be gleaned about, where those that had written on it speculated for the most part. Although the works he had read differed considerably in opinion, it was almost unanimously agreed upon that the soul was the very essence of what made someone who they were. As the alchemist had said to Harry, he would never pretend to be an expert on such things, but he'd had the opportunity to see for himself what an impact the soul could have. Over the past 2 months since completing the ritual, he had observed the changes within the boy, both physically and emotionally, something that Harry hadn't seemed to notice himself yet. There he is, Nicholas greeted the teen warmly as he entered the dining room to find Perenelle offering her own welcome to the teen. My, you are looking well. He was. Even ignoring the new haircut and clothes he had opted for, Harry appeared to be infinitely healthier than when Nicholas had first met him in Dippet's office. He had grown, that much was obvious, and though he was still a little on the lean side, he was no longer deathly pale. His eyes were bright, and he simply looked more healthier. Hello, Mr. Flamel, Harry replied, offering his hand. Nicholas shook his head as he accepted the proffered limb, the grip of the boy assured as he stood tall, meeting his gaze confidently. Evidently, Harry hadn't only grown taller, but he stood taller now too, and it filled the man with joy to see it so. It's Nicholas, Harry, he chided lightly. The boy chuckled, nodding his acceptance. Nicholas, he huffed good-naturedly. Nicholas smiled at the slight hint of petulance, catching sight of his wife who was seemingly keen to inspect Harry. Let me have a look at you, she demanded, taking the boy by the shoulders and taking in his appearance. You look well, Harry, she said happily. Are you eating regularly? I am. Getting enough sleep? Harry nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. Good. Now, take a seat, lunch will be ready soon. The boy did so, and Nicholas took his own on the opposite side of the table. It had been almost 5 weeks since Harry had last been here, a purposeful absence on the part of the Flamels for various reasons. Firstly, he had his owls to focus on, and they did not wish to intrude upon his study time. Harry was at an important stage of his education, and it was essential most of his focus was spent on that venture. Secondly, and for his own selfish reasons, Nicholas wanted to be able to see how much Harry would change if at all after the ritual. He had, and those changes could not be missed. It was certainly fascinating to see, though he was pleased all seemed to be positive thus far. However, he could only be sure by questioning the boy. "How have you been?" he asked curiously, "since the ritual?" "Fine, I think," Harry answered confusedly. "Any changes that you have noticed, other than the obvious growth?" Harry frowned thoughtfully before nodding. "I don't know if it is because of the lack of headaches, but I'm able to read for longer and can retain information better." Nicholas nodded. That could simply be because of the Horcrux removal, but also because the soul piece he had absorbed into his own belonged to quite a brilliant albeit awful man. Nicholas could not be sure which, but it didn't matter. It was another positive thing to add to the growing list of benefits. "Anything else? I do feel like I have more energy. Not just that I can do more things, but that I want to," Harry replied. "I don't like not being occupied with something. It's like my mind is constantly working, and when it doesn't have something to focus on, I must find something." "Does that make sense?" Nicholas snorted. "It does," he confirmed. "Do you find you enjoy learning for the sake of it, or is there something in particular that you are focusing on?" Harry shook his head. "No, and that is what is frustrating," he sighed. "I don't know what I want to focus on, but I want it to be meaningful. I want the work to go into something productive. And with no goal in mind, you find yourself occupying yourself with a myriad of things." "Exactly," Nicholas laughed. "You've never felt this before." "Not really, no." "Well, that, Harry, is called having ambition. You just don't know what you want it to lead to, and that is fine. You do not have to have all the answers now. Is it supposed to be so overwhelming? It's like my mind won't give me a rest." Nicholas hummed. This Voldemort, I can only assume he was ambitious. He tried to take on the entire ministry and control Britain, Harry explained. "And you have no such urge?" "No," Harry said firmly. "Then I do not believe it to be something to be concerned about," Nicholas deemed. "You seem to have inherited some of his ambition, but not his motivations." "That is a good thing, Harry." The boy seemed to be disgusted by the very notion of having taken anything from the man that had murdered his parents. Understandable, but perhaps he would come to see these things as a positive in the future. "And what about your non-verbal magic?" Nicholas asked, changing the subject. "I've had a breakthrough," Harry announced. "It's still slower than using verbal magic, but I can get it to work." Nicholas smiled proudly. "Show me. Can I do that here?" Harry asked. "You can." Hesitatingly only briefly, Harry removed his wand, and after taking aim, the salt shaker was levitated from the table a moment later. "See," the boy grumbled. "It gets easier the more you do it," Nicholas assured him. "No magic at the table, please," Perenelle huffed as she placed a bowl of soup in front of Harry and a stack of bread. Harry shot Nicholas an accusing glare, but the man busied himself with his own soup, smirking. It was nice to see someone else on the receiving end of his wife's irritation for once. "Do not think that I don't know you encouraged him, Nicholas," Perenelle added as she took her seat. Nicholas could only scowl in response. After 6 centuries, nothing had gotten past his wife, but that did not deter the man from trying. One day, he may even succeed. He smirked once more at the thought before continuing his meal. "You're quieter than usual, Harry," Perenelle spoke a few moments later. "Is something on your mind?" Nicholas glanced at the boy. Something was certainly bothering him. "I have to change my name," Harry said unhappily. "Ah, Albie did mention he and Dippet had been discussing that." Harry nodded before frowning. "Why do you call him Albie?" he asked. "Because I know he hates it," Nicholas answered with a shrug, "but we are not discussing Albus and the many ways I know to get under his skin. I know you will not like to hear it, but they're both right. You keeping the Potter name would present a plethora of problems for you and obstacles to overcome." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "It's just that." He petered off with a shrug. "That your name is special to you," Nicholas finished. "Yes, I understand," Nicholas returned sympathetically, "but you will remain who you are even if only a few know it." His words did little to appease the boy. "Dippet said I could use his But you were reluctant to do so. Harry nodded. I appreciate it, but it feels wrong. As it would using ours, Perenelle broke in understandingly. You could if you wished to, couldn't he? He could, Nicholas agreed, but that would present its own issues. Our name is a very well-known one, and there would be expectations of you because of it. Because of a name? Harry asked. A name is very important in the wizarding world, Nicholas pointed out. Certain names will hold you to a certain standard, but a name is all that many will ever have. Why do you think the purebloods cling to theirs so proudly? Because their name is their armor, Harry, something they can hide behind to protect themselves when they have little else to do so with. I suppose that makes sense, Harry replied. Nicholas wasn't certain it did. Tell me, if we hadn't met and you had happened upon a different person carrying the name Flammel, what would you think of them? Harry pondered the question before a look of realization adorned his features. Ah, he said, I have seen it myself, Nicholas sighed. Albie was a brilliant young man, and everyone expected the same of Abe. Abe, Albie's younger brother, Nicholas explained. By all accounts, an exceptionally gifted wizard in his own right, but always overshadowed by his older sibling. It made him rather bitter. Too many believed that he would follow Albus and take the wizarding world by storm and deemed him unworthy when he did not reach those lofty heights. And there would be those that would expect the same from you if you were to use our name, Perenelle added. That is not a burden you should carry, but you may if you wish. Harry snorted as he shook his head. No offense, but no thank you, he chuckled. I do not know if I should be proud or offended, Nicholas muttered amusedly. Nevertheless, I think you should look at this as positively as you can. How? Harry questioned. It gives you the opportunity to make a name for yourself, from your own merit without the pressure of carrying a pureblood name. You can put some of that newfound ambition to use and make it off your own back. That's what I did, and it still brings me great satisfaction that I could rub my success in the face of those that doubted me. They're all dead now, and here I am, still living life and enjoying it. Nicholas, Perenelle chided, is this the time to flex your ego? Nicholas nodded. When isn't it? Perenelle huffed. You'll have to forgive his smugness, Harry, although he is right, he could have said it in a more pleasant context. What he means is that you can see this as a fresh start for yourself, a new life where there are no expectations of you. Harry nodded, though he did not appear to be convinced. It's just not an easy thing to do, he mumbled. No, it isn't, Perenelle said comfortingly, but as Nicholas said, you will always know who you are, and that is all that matters. I know you're right, it just feels like my name is all I have left. Perenelle stood and put an arm around his shoulder. Then hold on to it in your own way, never forget where you came from and you will always be Harry Potter. The boy smiled gratefully. Perenelle always found a way to get through to someone, and although Nicholas felt for the boy, a simply name change would be easier to deal with than the fallout keeping the Potter one would. Anyway, have you received your results yet? He asked. School is only a couple of days away now. Dippet gave them to me yesterday. Harry explained as he removed an envelope and handed it to the man. Nicholas nodded, appreciatively. Outstanding across the board, he announced proudly. Not in astronomy or history, Harry pointed out. Who cares about those? Nicholas said dismissively. Unless you plan on spending your life sat behind a desk keeping the legacy of others alive or with your face pointed to the sky, they're useless. Take it from someone who has lived for 6 centuries, Harry, your time would be much better invested than wasting it on either of those subjects. Perenelle rolled her eyes at her husband. For someone who spent so much time with his head in books, he could be rather unflattering towards them. I think this is definitely something worth celebrating, don't you, Nicholas? Indeed, the alchemist agreed, removing a package from within his robes. He enlarged it and handed it to Harry, who opened it carefully. The Noble Tongue, the teen read aloud. They are books on parcel magic that I have gathered over the years. I once thought that I could perhaps learn the language, or the magic at least. I managed to pick up a word or two here and there, but nothing substantial, and the spells would not work for me. Having met you, I suspect that it is soul magic and only able to be wielded by those with a natural gift. This was written by Salazar Slytherin. Harry gasped, having read the inscription. To my children, I have taken quill to page so that your journey into our magic will be fraught with less failure than my own. They all are written by the Slytherin family, Nicholas explained, gesturing to the various tomes Harry held. There are very few bloodlines even outside of Europe that has the gift. I believe learning this would be quite the boon. Harry nodded his agreement as he thumbed through the book. There are some really nasty spells in here. Then save them for your enemies, Nicholas suggested. What you have there is an almost unique way of defending yourself. Use it well. Harry shook his head. Shouldn't these be in a museum or something? Nicholas snorted derisively. What good will they do gathering dust and having dribbling buffoons gawping at them? No, they will serve you much better. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. I will look after them. I have no doubt you will. Now, why don't we finish our lunch? You are still thinner than I would like. Break. It was late in the evening that Armando found himself finishing his preparations for the upcoming school year. He wasn't in the habit of leaving such things until the last minute, but much of his free time had been invested in helping Harry over the summer. Not that he regretted it. The boy had needed him, if only to be there for support when he was feeling down about his lot in life. The headmaster had been worried, but as the weeks had gone by, Harry had begun to adapt, had lamented less on the life he'd left behind, and seemingly accepted what had happened. He would never forget, never stop wanting what he once had, but Armando took comfort that the boy was healthy and slowly growing accustomed to what would be a strange place for him, filled with strange people. Come in, he said, a light frown marring his features. It was almost 11 p.m. and he was not expecting anyone. Ah, Harry, how are you? He asked. The boy shrugged and took his seat, eyeing the envelope he held in his hands. I could be better, he sighed, and I'm sorry for disturbing you. Think nothing of it, Armando said dismissively. I have said time and time again that I am at your disposal when you need me. Can I assume that you have made a decision? He asked, nodding towards the missive. Harry nodded. It wasn't an easy decision to make, he mumbled, and I don't mean to offend you, sir, but if I can't have the Potter name, then there's only one. Other that would mean that much to me, he finished, sliding the envelope across the desk. Evans, Armando questioned. For the mother that died for me, Harry replied as he stood and took his leave. Armando felt no offense. If anything, he felt himself filled with pride at the gesture. A tribute fit for a wonderful woman who sacrificed her life so that her son could live his. Are you nervous? Minerva asked as she and Harry waited for the arrival of the Hogwarts Express. Both Dumbledore and Dippet felt it would be best if they were to join their peers on the carriage ride to the school. Not as much as I should be, Harry replied. He felt unusually calm. An unexpected feeling, especially knowing that he was likely to meet his grandfather, or even great-grandfather. He couldn't be certain which. His knowledge on the Potter family tree extended only as far as his mother and father, and nothing beyond. As much as he himself had not tried to learn about them, none had seen fit to speak of them to him either. Dumbledore could have, as could Mr. or Mrs. Weasley during the many weeks he had spent with them over the various summers. Even more so, Sirius and Remus should have taken it upon themselves, but they had not. As with everything else in his life, Harry had been left in the dark. He swallowed down the lump of anger and bitterness that formed. Feeling such a way would solve nothing. Sirius was dead, and he would never again see the others he had known. Here it comes, Minerva announced, pointing to the billowing smoke approaching from in the distance. They watched in silence as the color steam engine rattled to a halt on the platform at Hogsmeade before the dozen or so doors of the train banged open. Wave after wave of students disembarked, heading for the carriages as an unknown yet familiar sentence to Harry rent the air. First years, it called. All first years to the end of the platform. The diminutive children clad in their plain robes scampered eagerly towards a man that Harry did not recognize, though unmissable by the large lantern he held aloft. Were we ever really that small? He asked curiously. Minerva snorted. You weren't much taller when you arrived here. Harry frowned thoughtfully. The girl had been taller than him, though he now towered above her considerably. Have I grown that much? Minerva nodded. You've had quite the growth spurt, Mr. Evans. She had taken to addressing him as such since he'd informed her of the change, her excuse being that she thought she may slip up if she didn't. Harry knew better, however. She did it to tease him, hoping to get under his skin. Evidently, she had not yet forgiven him for happening upon her the way he had the night he arrived. Not that he was to blame, of course, but the Scot held a grudge nonetheless, though blushed whenever he mentioned it, even to apologize. "Come on, we should get a carriage before they're all gone," he urged. Minerva nodded and followed his lead as he made his way towards them. "Minnie, over here," a voice called. The girl's expression immediately brightened, and she took Harry by the forearm and dragged him towards another girl that was leaning out of one of the carriages, waving enthusiastically. "Hello Poppy, how was your summer?" Minerva asked when they reached her. "Not a bad one," the girl, Poppy, replied, "and who is your friend?" "Oh, this is Harry Evans, he's going to be with us this year," Minerva introduced him. "Harry, this is Poppy Pomfrey." Harry froze as he took in the appearance of the other girl. Without the healer robes, gray hair pulled back into a tight bun, and the fact that she was not 60 years older, he hadn't recognized her. Now that he really looked, even this young, he could see the woman that had healed him on several occasions. "Is he okay?" Poppy asked worriedly. "Sorry," Harry replied, pulling himself from his stupor. "You just reminded me of someone I used to know." "Not in a bad way," he added. The girl shot him a grin and winked at Minerva. "An old girlfriend of yours perhaps?" She flicked her long brown hair over her shoulder dramatically, fluttering her eyelashes at him. "Ignore her, Harry," Minerva sighed. "If you let her, Poppy will not miss an opportunity to wind you up." "Minerva is a liar, Harry," Poppy whispered before stepping into the carriage and patting the seat next to her. "Come on, I don't bite." Minerva offered him a look of amusement as he sat, not knowing what to say or do through the awkwardness he felt. Madame Pomfrey was a healer, a rather stern and unyielding woman. He had never thought just what she may have been like as a teenager, but what he had experienced thus far would have been the last thing he considered. "So, what brings you to Hogwarts, Harry?" Poppy asked. "Just a change of scenery more than anything else, I suppose." "A big change," he added internally. "And how did you meet our Minnie? Has she been taking very good care of you?" "Poppy," Minerva groaned. The other girl merely grinned and leaned back in her seat, evidently satisfied with her work. "You will have to excuse Poppy, Harry. She doesn't know when to shut up at times," Minerva said pointedly, a blush of embarrassing forming on her cheeks. "Oh, I'm just having some fun," Poppy huffed. "Well, where are the others? Why can't you have your fun with them?" "Augusta has become boring since she started dating Francis," Poppy replied, the latter of the names said mockingly. "She used to be fun. Is that still going on?" Minerva questioned. "She's in love with him," Poppy answered, feigning a swoon. Minerva laughed, and Harry watched the back and forth between the girls, simply pleased the attention was no longer on him. "But Francis is such a pushover," Poppy finished. "Yes," Minerva agreed. "I thought she would have gone for someone like Tiberius or Charles." "Do you think they would entertain her?" Poppy snorted. Minerva shook her head, offering Harry an apologetic look as she caught sight of him. "Sorry, you will meet them all, I'm sure. You'll know what we mean then." "It's fine," Harry said dismissively, finding himself quite amused by the back and forth between them. The two girls continued catching up until the carriage came to a stop outside the castle several moments later. "I think we're one of the last to arrive," Poppy grumbled. "We'd best get in before the feast starts and all the food is taken." Harry followed the pair through the entrance hall and into a full great hall, all 4 tables lined with the students on both sides. "So, you managed to wrestle your lips from his face then," Poppy commented to another girl as they approached those clad in red and gold. "Jealously doesn't suit you, Poppy," the girl returned evenly. "I'm not jealous," Poppy denied. "Still surprised you ended up with Francis, but not jealous. Where is Loverboy anyway?" "You know very well where he is," the other girl said irritably. "Frank is a Hufflepuff, so he is at that table." "Oh, Frank, now, is it?" Poppy teased. The other girl did not bat an eyelid nor take the bait. "That is what everyone calls him," she retorted. Poppy did not continue attempting to goad the girl but turned towards Harry once more. "This would be Augusta Folly," she introduced the girl. "She used to be fun, but now spends her days tongue wrestling with Francis." Augusta looked familiar also, and it wasn't until Harry cast his mind back to when he visited Arthur Weasley in St. Mungo's the previous Christmas that he remembered who she was. Neville's grandmother. His experience of being here was growingly only ever more surreal with the more people he met. Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and now Augusta Longbottom. "It's nice to meet you, Augusta," he offered cordially. The girl nodded and Poppy pulled him into a seat so that he was between her and the newly introduced girl. "So, Harry, what do you do for fun?" Poppy pressed. Much to his relief, before he could answer, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and the first years due to be sorted were led inside by Dumbledore. It was an odd sight for Harry to say the least, who had only ever witnessed the man acting in capacity as the headmaster. Seeing him fill the role that the girl opposite him once had was another thing he added to the list of things proving to be surreal. "When I call your name, you will take a seat on the stool where the sorting hat will be placed upon your head. When your house is announced, you will join your peers at the designated table," Dumbledore explained to the nervous first years. Stephen Abbott. Harry tried to catch a glimpse of the boy to see if there was any resemblance to Hannah, but most of his head vanished within the hat. "Hufflepuff," it declared only a few seconds later. Harry joined in with the applause that sounded, his mind drifting away from the sorting as his glanced up and down the table he was seated at. There was a noticeable absence of red locks that belonged to the Weasleys. Just as unmissable was the bushy-haired brunette he would normally find himself next to. There was no Neville, no Seamus cracking jokes, nor the lanky Dean Thomas. Katie, Angelina, and Alicia weren't here, and it all felt simply wrong, though there was a head of hair visible that he could not ignore. Much like his own, it was darker than most. The boy it belonged to sat proudly as he watched the sorting. That had to be Charles Potter. The few photos of James that Harry possessed spoke volumes as to how alike the two were, and if Harry didn't know better, he would swear that it was his father clapping along with the rest of the students. He was pulled from his thoughts by a tapping of his leg and turned to be faced by the concerned gaze of Minerva, who shot him a questioning look. He merely offered her a nod, expressing that he was okay, even if he couldn't attest to it himself. It had been overwhelming enough arriving here in the first place, meeting McGonagall, and Dumbledore as he was now, but this had quickly become overwhelming. He didn't have time to dwell on such, however, as the sorting concluded and Dippet stood to address the room, and once more, Harry felt himself relieved by the unwitting intervention. "To our new first years, welcome, and to those that have returned, welcome back," the headmaster greeted the students. "Before the start of term notices are read, as is tradition, we will begin with our feast." With a wave of his wand, the plates and pitchers sat upon the tables were filled with food, and most of the students tucked in hungrily. Harry too helped himself to a portion of what was on offer, and little conversation took place as everyone was preoccupied by the food in front of them. It wasn't until dessert was served that the talking resumed. "What do you think it will be like this year?" Poppy asked. Minerva shrugged. "Easier than last, I suppose, but next year will be harder than fifth." "That makes sense," Poppy mused aloud. "I could do with an easier year. Aren't you going to be spending your free time in the hospital wing?" Augusta broke in. "There's nothing easy about being in there. I couldn't think of anything worse than trying to deal with some of the idiots here when their stupidity gets the better of them. That's what being a healer is about for the most part," Poppy chuckled. "More often than not, you're putting someone together who did something stupid." "Well, I'll leave that to you," Augusta muttered. "I'll be content so long as I'm not married off to a complete Burke." "Ah, the joys of being a pureblood," Poppy replied with a smug grin. Augusta scowled. "You're not a pureblood, are you, Evans?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "Half. On your mother's side I assume, or you would have a pureblood name." "What family are you related to?" "That's a bit personal, don't you think, Augusta?" Minerva interjected pointedly. Augusta had the decency to look abashed. "Apologies, Minnie is right." Harry shrugged and helped himself to a second slice of treacle tart. He expected questions, he just had not prepared an answer for that one. "Watch out, Dippet," Poppy murmured as the headmaster stood once more, a bright smile adorning his features. "Again, welcome to you all," he began. "Before you all head to bed after what has been a long day, there are a few announcements that must be made. For the first years, please know that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. Mr. Pringle does not wish to be called to escort those out that venture within. At the end of the table where Filch would usually lurk was a somehow more unpleasant-looking man. His gray mustache was overly long, and where Filch had always seemed to be rather frail, Pringle's arms were thick with muscle. Secondly, Professor Dumbledore has asked that I announce that the Transfiguration Club will resume on Tuesday evenings this year. For any interested, please see him for details. The first meeting will take place tomorrow. A smattering of excited whispers could be heard throughout the hall, the club evidently popular amongst some students. And finally, we do have a new student who will be joining our 6th year this year. Harry Evans was sorted into Gryffindor House over the summer, and I'm sure you will all give him a warm welcome. Not for the first time in his life, Harry became the center of interest of the entire school, with some students even standing to peer at him from the opposite side of the hall. Those are all the pressing matters, Dippet continued. You will all receive your timetable at breakfast in the morning, so prefects, if you would do the honors of leading your students back to their respective common rooms. Come on, you lot, the boy Harry had identified as being Charles Potter called over the din. The quicker we get back, the quicker you can bugger off to bed. Oi, where do you think you're going? He added to a first year heading towards the door. To the common room. The boy answered nervously. Ah, well, since you know the way, why don't you show the rest of us? It saves me the job. The boy froze and Charles took pity on him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and chuckling. It's not a good idea to wander off, he advised. It's easy to get lost in the castle, even when you think you know it. Don't worry, I'll take you. The boy sagged in relief and followed the older boy towards the exit, with the rest of the house following suit. So, you're the Evans boy, a drawling voice caught Harry's attention as he left the Great Hall. For a moment, Harry thought that Draco had somehow followed him here, but the B.O. staring at him was broader, his features less pointed. Regardless, the resemblance was uncanny at first glance. That would be me, Harry confirmed, his wand ready to be drawn if needed. The B.O. grunted, looking up and down disapprovingly. A mudblood then, he commented. Leave it, Harry, Minerva urged. Harry merely smirked. It seemed that no matter where he went, all Malfoys would be the same. What was different this time, however, was that the words did not get under his skin as they once had. Whenever Draco had used the slur, his blood would immediately boil, but not now. Instead, he snorted as he eyed the boy in return. B.O. hair and nose wrinkled as though you've got shit smeared permanently beneath your nose, you must be a Malfoy. The boy flushed as the students that had stopped to listen in laughed openly at him. His fingers twitched towards his wand, something that did not go unmissed by Harry, who closed the distance between them. Do it, he whispered dangerously. The two stood nose to nose. Unless you're a coward. What are you going to do? Tell your father about me? The Malfoy said nothing, seemingly caught off guard by Harry's response, or he was simply unused to someone taking a stand against. Well, Harry pressed. Any amusement that was felt by the other students was all but absent now, the tense standoff between the teens having taken quite the turn. All right, what's going on here then? A voice broke in. Malfoy here was trying to intimidate me, Harry answered, his gaze still firmly on the B.O. I was seeing how much of a man of his word he is. He heard a breath of irritation being released from behind him. Where is Black? Charles demanded. I'm here, another, bored voice replied, and Harry caught sight of a boy, a relative of Sirius it seemed, emerging from the crowd in robes trimmed with green and silver. We had an agreement, Black, Charles muttered. You keep yours in line, and I'll do the same. Abraxas was only jesting, Black defended, seeing what the new boy was made of. And now you have seen, Charles sighed. Unless Malfoy wants to fight him, tell him to back off. There doesn't need to be any more problems from here. The Black seemed to mull the offer over before sighing. Come, Abraxas, he instructed, unless you do wish to draw your wand. Abraxas' lip curled, and he smirked before taking a step back. Not today, he declared. I would not wish to waste my energy on one not worth my time. Harry's nostrils flared in return. Better? Black asked. Charles nodded. Come one, Evans. There's always another day if Malfoy is willing to grow a pair and demonstrate some of the bluster. Just not the first day of term. Harry nodded, his eyes remaining on the group of Slytherins watching him intently. He had surprised himself with his own actions. If he didn't lose his temper and spells flew, usually, he would try to calm the situation. Not this time. Today, he was calm, composed but unwilling to back down, and ever aware of the others that may well have attempted to harm him. Where did that come from? Was this another effect of the ritual, or that he was simply growing up? He knew not, but he was not intimidated by the likes of Malfoy and his ilk. He had faced the Death Eaters, and the Dark Lord had survived them despite the odds being stacked against him. There was not a Malfoy alive that could fill him with the same dread that Voldemort had, nor cause him the same pain. You did the right thing, Evans, Charles's voice interrupted his thoughts. If you would have backed down, he never would have left you alone. Now, you just have to worry about what he will do next. Not him personally, of course, Malfoy will get someone else to do his dirty work. Harry merely shrugged. He was not concerned with Malfoy. Don't worry, we look out for each other. My name is Charles Potter by the way, the boy introduced himself, offering his hand. Harry accepted it readily. Harry Evans. Charles nodded. So, what brings you to Hogwarts? I heard you say you were a half-blood. I would have thought that one of your parents would have insisted you were here from the start. My parents died when I was a baby. I was raised by Muggles, Harry answered honestly. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Evans, Charles replied sincerely. I bet this is all a bit overwhelming for you, but it's like I said, we look out for each other. If there's anything you need, let me know, or this Pratt, he added, grabbing another boy by the shoulder. This is Tiberius Ogden, he'll be in the dorm with us along with Pruitt. Nice to meet you, Evans, Ogden greeted him. And you, Harry replied. Only 4 of us. Ogden nodded. We are the smallest group of 6th years by far, he explained. The Slytherins have 12 boys, the Ravenclaws 7, and the Hufflepuffs 9. We were a trio, but with you, we are now 4. You have to have a brass pair to be chosen for our house, Charles added proudly. Anyway, I must deal with the first years before they get themselves in a flap. I won't be long, Evans. You can keep Ogden here out of trouble for a while whilst I'm gone, he finished with a grin before walking ahead. Keep you out of trouble? Harry asked the frowning Tiberius. The boy offered him a sheepish grin. I tend to speak before engaging my brain, he answered with a shrug. It gets me into hot water sometimes, especially with the girls. Harry snorted. He had a feeling that Tiberius Ogden would provide him with many moments of entertainment in months to come. So, how do you know Minnie? The boy asked curiously. She was the first person I met here, Harry explained. I've spent most of my summer here working on completing my owls. Tiberius grimaced. Last year was hard, he groaned. How did you do only having the summer? I did okay, all O's except for E's in astronomy and history. Tiberius whistled appreciatively. Not bad, Evans, he complimented. I got an O in defense, care of magical creatures, and history. E's in the rest other than herbology, but I took the A gladly. Plants hate me, Harry chuckled. Potions are the same for me, but I got better over the summer. I think my theory balanced out my practical work. Ah, did you meet Sluggy, then? Sluggy. Yeah, Slughorn, the potions master. Harry shook his head. No, only Dippet and Dumbledore. Tiberius nodded thoughtfully. I suppose Sluggy would have spent his summer visiting all his famous friends. He's always mentioning them, he mused aloud. Anyway, he's all right. We've got a good set of professors here, he added loudly as they entered the rather chaotic common room. The room was full of students, likely catching up their friends with what they did over the summer. Don't worry, it will calm down in a few days, Tiberius explained. Ah, hello Minnie, you're looking very fetching, he said with a wink as Minerva made her over with Poppy and Augusta in tow. Hello Tiberius, Minerva greeted the boy with a pained sigh. You're not already going to give me a reason to turn you into an animal of sorts, are you? You can do that, Tiberius asked worriedly. Minerva nodded, a grin tugging at her lips. Well, I think I should probably leave before I open my trap anymore. It was nice seeing you, Evans. Best watch yourself with her, he added in a whisper. Harry shook his head amusedly. Are you okay? Minerva asked when Ogden had left. I'm fine, Harry said dismissively. I've dealt with people like Malfoy most of my life. I think it's a shame you didn't curse the sod, Poppy broke in. Yes, because getting detention before you've attended a single class is the best way to make a good impression, Augusta said dryly. He wasn't going to do anything, Harry assured the girl. People like Malfoy are all talk unless they have someone stood behind them. True, Augusta conceded. I imagine Black won't be happy with him. We had a fairly peaceful year last year, and if Malfoy has started it all up again, Black will be furious. Started what up? Harry asked. Minerva shook her head irritably. I don't know how it began, but it became a thing for the Slytherins to try and get one of us on our own and scare us a little. Nothing too bad at first, but it escalated, and it became almost a weekly thing that someone would get hurt. That's when Charles took control of the situation. He made sure we were never alone, and even dealt with a few Slytherins that were the worst. They tried to get him back but failed miserably. And then Black, Malfoy, Roll, and Stebbins tried, Augusta broke in gravely. It was unpleasant here for almost 2 years, until Black and Charles held a meeting. They came to an agreement of sorts, and it just stopped overnight. What Malfoy did to you may have broken that agreement, Minerva added with a frown. If it has, then it could all kick off again. We will have to see. That sounded rather ominous to Harry, though it was nothing new. From his first day at Hogwarts, the rivalry and incidents between the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin House were prevalent. It appeared, if any had taken exception to what Malfoy had done, it would very much be the same. Think nothing of it, Poppy urged. Black will deal with it, unless he wants problems again. Arcturus won't want any problems, Charles interjected as he reached them. I'll have a private word with him and that will be the end of it. Anyway, how long did it take for Tiberius to put his foot in it? Before we even reached him, Poppy snorted. Charles chuckled. Ah, the boy will never change. No, he won't, Minerva said, her lips pursed. Oh, he's harmless, Minnie, Charles comforted. He just has no control over his tongue. He's always been like it. I wish he would exercise some control, Minerva huffed. Honestly, 5 years is enough. Then you should be grateful that he is only complimentary of you. Think of poor Bones in Hufflepuff. She gets it worst of all. Only because Tiberius gets tongue-tied around her, Charles laughed. You'll see that for yourself, Evans. It's bloody hilarious. Harry didn't doubt that it would be. Already Ogden had proven himself quite the character, very much the same way Charles was a presence unto himself. Anyway, the first years are in bed, so I'm going to get some sleep myself. See you in a bit, Evans. You know where we are. Harry nodded. Second dorm from the top. Charles nodded before ascending the staircase. By now, the common room had quietened considerably with most of the students having taken to their beds. I think I will turn in too, Minerva announced. Will you meet me here in the morning? She asked Harry, who nodded. 7. Minerva smiled. That works, I'll see you then. With that, she disappeared up the girls' staircase with Augusta and Poppy, and Harry saw no reason to stay awake himself. Deciding to call it a night, he headed to bed feeling rather drained. Already, this Hogwarts was different in many ways, but very much the same in others. It would be an interesting year to say the least. Break. Arcturus Black looked on as Abraxas gloated to any that would listen to his bragging, mocking the Evans boy, though the Black Heir could see no reason for such. It was not as though Abraxas had conducted himself well. When confronted, he proved himself a coward as he always did. Stupid mudblood. I'll teach him, Abraxas declared, eliciting a number of nods of encouragement from the other Slytherins. You will do no such thing, Arcturus said simply. He needed to nip this in the bud, or the unpleasantness the school had seen in previous years would rear its ugly head once more. We're going to let him get away with it? Abraxas asked incredulously. No, they're going to let you get away with it, you idiot. Abraxas was taken aback by the harshness of the words spoken to him, but Arcturus didn't care. He got in my face. Because you, like the fool you are, provoked him, Arcturus bit back. He's a mudblood. At least the other ones are purebloods, like us. He is a half-blood, Arcturus corrected. You may not wish to believe it, but there is a difference. One of his parents is a pureblood. Tell me, Abraxas, do you know what family he hails from? Malfoy frowned as he shook his head. Then you truly are the fool for provoking him. I'm a Malfoy, Abraxas snapped. And yet, would you try to provoke me or any other member of my family the way you did Evans? That's different, Malfoy denied. Arcturus snorted. How so? He's not one of your lot, is he? Arcturus shrugged. For all I know, he could be. He's got the dark hair, and it wouldn't be so much of a stretch to believe he was. Even some members of my family have been disowned for marrying filth. Then it doesn't matter if he is related to you. It doesn't, Arcturus agreed, only if you're sure he could not seek retribution against you. I would tread very carefully, Abraxas. You provoked someone you know nothing of, potentially upsetting a very prominent family in the process. How do you think your father would react if he knew? My father is not untouchable, Arcturus cut him off. Should any member of the Black family wished to see to the end of yours, my father would see it was done, and there are other families also capable of it. Lord Malfoy would not wish to be at odds with the Potters, would he? What about the Bones, or Longbottoms, or even the Moody's? Abraxas scowled but said nothing. You acted foolishly, Abraxas, and if Charles decides that our agreement will be brought to an end, I will throw you to his feet so you can personally beg him for forgiveness. Or I will allow what used to happen to resume. Remind me, how did that turn out for you all? Again, silence, though the Slytherins did not appear to be happy with chiding Arcturus was giving them. I will speak with Charles to smooth this over, but if any of you provoke another episode like what I just witnessed, it will be me you deal with, understood? The other Slytherins nodded unhappily, and Arcturus shook his head. They wouldn't listen. Perhaps at first, they would heed his warning, but eventually, one of them would do something stupid and Arcturus would not be there to protect them. If they wished to engage in a petty and meaningless rivalry, then they would reap what they sow. He did not know this Evans boy, but he had been ready for Abraxas, his wand primed to strike if the foolish bee-owned had dared attempt attack him. The Black Heir had been curious to see what would have happened, but it was probably fortunate that Charles intervened when he had. He and the Potter may not like each other much, but there was an understanding, and even grudging respect between them. Arcturus would sooner keep it that way, even if the other members of his house were keen to look for trouble. As such, it was imperative to speak with Potter. Any impending nastiness needed to be headed off, and it could only be done so through the pair working together. Break. So, what is he like? Minerva deflated. She had been waiting for the questions from her friends and it seemed they did not wish to wait. What do you mean? She asked as she removed her robes and searched in her trunk for some pajamas. Come on, Minnie, Augusta sighed. He was here for however much of the summer, and we both know you were. 2. You must have gotten to know him. He's just, Harry, Minerva shrugged. He's quiet, but he's really nice. Really nice. Poppy returned with a raised eyebrow. What else do you want me to say? Well, some details of a sordid summer romance would be nice, Augusta huffed, but knowing you, you spent the whole time talking about transfiguration. You did, didn't you? She accused when Minerva did not refute her speculation. Harry is interested in transfiguration, Minerva defended, and he's very good at it. So, there was no whirlwind love affair? Poppy asked hopefully. Not even a. No, Minerva said firmly, though her cheeks reddened slightly. She's lying, Augusta declared. Minerva McGonagall is blushing. There was no. Minerva said heatedly, but something else did happen, she added. Well, Poppy demanded. Minerva sighed and shook her head. Well, you know how I like to sometimes practice. You mean almost BPD? Augusta snorted. Believe me, we know, Minnie. Minerva scowled at her friend. Well, the first time I met Harry was when he caught me doing that in the common room. There was silence for a few seconds before both other girls burst out laughing. He saw you. No, not completely, but I wasn't exactly dressed decently. I've never been so embarrassed. Did he look? Augusta asked bluntly. Augusta. Poppy gasped, though her chastisement was half-hearted at best. I don't remember, Minerva replied. I was in shock, and so was he. We've not really spoken about it other than in passing. He definitely looked. Augusta mused aloud. He's a boy, of course he looked. Minerva rolled her eyes as she got into bed. Well, what happened next? Poppy pressed. Nothing, Minerva replied honestly. Dumbledore and Dippet came in, and that was it. Just when it was getting interesting, August muttered. Minerva released a deep sigh. He walked in on me whilst I was practicing, nothing more, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention it to him. It was embarrassing for both of us. I doubt it, Poppy denied. Minerva chose to ignore them in favor of getting some sleep. The first day of term was always a busy and tiring one, and she wanted to be well rested for it. Break. It was the very early hours that Charles was disturbed from his sleep. He had expected a message to reach him in the coming days, but not so soon after the unpleasantness that had unfolded after the welcoming feast. Evidently, Black was keen to see that it did not escalate further, as was Charles for that matter. Last year had been a peaceful one, and he would see it repeated without incident. With a shake of his head, he released a deep breath and pushed off his duvet with his feet. There's no time like the present, he mumbled, wrapping his dressing gown around himself and tiptoeing out of the dormitory where his roommates were sleeping. At this hour, the common room was empty, and the fire that had greeted them upon their arrival was little more than a few dying embers. Charles enjoyed the serenity of the common room when it was like this. When he would finish a prefect patrol, he would often remain in here to complete his homework by candlelight. Tonight, however, was not set aside for such a thing. Going somewhere, Mr. Potter, the portrait of the fat lady asked as he exited. Charles nodded. I will return shortly. Very well, the lady replied, having become accustomed to his comings and goings over the past 2 years or so. Off the top of his head, he couldn't remember who would be on duty tonight, but it didn't matter. None of the other prefects would impede either him or Black, and it was not like they bothered checking the trophy room anyway. It made for a good place to meet. It was situated almost exactly between the Slytherin and Gryffindor common rooms, and there was always a torch or two in there that were kept lit, so the room was warm. Much warmer than the rest of the castle at this time. Pushing open the door when he reached it, he found that Black was already waiting for him, the other boy staring intently at the Quidditch cup. I appreciate you joining me at such short notice, Potter, he greeted him. You wouldn't have sent the message if it wasn't important, Charles replied. Arcturus nodded. I believe that our pact could well be short-lived this year, he said simply. Abraxas is growing bold and is gathering support. He also grows somehow more stupid. He is a Malfoy, Charles reminded the Black heir. Arcturus's lip tugged in amusement. I will continue to do my best to keep the peace, but I do not know what good it will do, he sighed. I will do the same, but if they act against any in my house, there will be severe repercussions. Abraxas started what happened between him and Evans earlier. He did, Arcturus agreed, and will eventually do so again. Then he will have problems. From you, Charles nodded. And Evans, I suspect. What do you know of him, Potter? Not a thing, Charles replied with a shrug. He's a half-blood, that's it. And nothing about his family. Charles shook his head. I've not spoken to him much, he admitted. Arcturus eyed him for a moment. I couldn't help but notice his resemblance to you, and to some members of my family. Is it possible you're related? Charles frowned. You know as well as I do that all our families are connected somewhere down the line. But for him to look as much a Black and Potter as he does, do you not find that a little coincidental? Charles chuckled. Listen, Black, he may well look like us both in some ways, but that's it. We would both be aware if any member of our families had a child born close enough to us that they would be the same age. Doesn't your father still keep a B east of the wayward family members, just in case they attempt a coup? Is this something he would miss? No, he wouldn't, Arcturus muttered. And he certainly isn't such a close relative of mine. My family is much smaller than your own, and any child born to a Potter is accounted for. He's not one of us, and not one of your lot. But what if he is? Arcturus questioned. He isn't, but if it makes you feel better, I will try to learn more about him and see who his parents were. Black asked with a frown. He's an orphan, Arcturus, he told me that himself. Oh, Regardless of who his family is or may have been, he is no threat to either of us, even if there is a connection. He was raised by Muggles. Arcturus nodded. I see your point, but would rest easier knowing for certain, and as I said, I will do what I can to curb Abraxas, for all the good it will do. I appreciate it, Charles replied, offering his hand. Arcturus accepted it, the respect between them transcending the rivalry between their houses. As the black air left, Charles released a deep breath. If Arcturus was admitting that his grasp over his peers was loosening, then it was only a matter of time before one of the Slytherins would do something stupid, and when they did, even Charles would not be able to stop his own housemates from seeking revenge. Bloody hell, he grumbled to himself. You were up early, Evans, Charles commented as Harry exited the shower. I don't sleep much, he replied. He didn't. Not since he could remember had he slept peacefully, the woes of his life endless and burdening him, but he slept even less so now. Ever since the Flamels had done what they had with the ritual, slumber eluded him. Still, as irksome as it was to be up before the sun, he found he was not sluggish nor deprived. If truth be told, he felt invigorated when he woke, eager to set to work on whatever was occupying his mind, and equally restless if he had nothing to focus on. Have you spoke to the healer? Charles asked. She might be able to give you something. Harry shook his head. I just don't need much. Charles snorted. Tell that to Pruitt, he replied, jerking a thumb in the direction of the sleeping boy Harry had yet to meet. He sleeps as much as he can and is always late. We gave up waiting for him to come to breakfast years ago. Speaking of which, Tiberius interjected with a yawn, shouldn't we be heading to the hall? Charles nodded. I have to wait for Minerva, Harry explained. I said I'll meet her at 7. She'll be in the common room already, Charles chuckled. Minnie is probably the only person that you're up before. I just wish she wasn't so quick with her wand in the morning, Tiberius grumbled. I think the problem is that you're too quick with your gob, Charles rebuked. How is it that your mouth is awake and your brain still half asleep? Tiberius shrugged and offered the other boy a grin. Call it a talent, if you will. More like a bloody hazard, Charles muttered. Come on, we don't want to make Poppy wait much longer before she gets to curse you for the first time this year. Now that would be a shame, Tiberius said brightly, heading towards the door. Come on, Harry, Charles urged, you'll miss it if not. Harry followed and the two came upon Tiberius rolling around on the floor trying to extricate a small octopus that had attached itself to his mouth. I told you, Charles sighed as he removed the creature with a wave of his wand. What did do this time? He asked Poppy. Nothing, the girl replied. I just preempted his stupidity and acted before he could. With an octopus. Seemed appropriate, Poppy returned. Charles simply shook his head. You all right there, Ogden? Well, I won't pretend that wasn't a surprise, he answered breathily. I was only going to tell her I liked her hair. Given your previous statements, I can't say I blame her, Charles chuckled, helping the boy back to his feet. Don't worry, Harry, this is almost a daily thing. You get used to it, Minerva broke in. I suppose you were up at the crack of dawn, gallivanting around the castle. I don't gallivant, Harry defended. No, but you still should be sleeping, Minerva said pointedly. You don't need me to tuck you in and make sure you stay in bed, do you? Oh, Tiberius whooped joyously. Give it a rest, Ogden, Poppy huffed. Even you can't believe Minnie meant it in whatever twisted way you think. But she made it sound. Don't finish that sentence, Minerva warned. Tiberius, much to Harry's surprise, did as he was told. What? The boy asked. Poppy is bad enough, but at least she doesn't try to turn my ears into crabs or something like that. You did that. Minerva nodded unapologetically. He deserved it. Anyway, Charles broke in. Forgetting Tiberius' penchant for landing himself in trouble with just about everyone he speaks to, we should get going. Dumbledore will be waiting with the timetables. When none protested, he led them from the common room, with around a dozen first years following so they would not get lost on their way. So, you're still not sleeping any better? Minerva asked. Harry shook his head. I'm used to it now, he returned with a shrug. Minerva nodded her understanding. He had not spoken of the ritual to her, what had been plaguing him or the changes he felt within himself since. As far as Harry was concerned, she already knew too much. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, more that he did not wish for her to be burdened with more than she already was. She was already all but sworn to secrecy regarding his trip through time. It wouldn't be fair to add anything else to that. Only the early risers had found their way to the Great Hall at this hour, and Harry took a seat at the Gryffindor table next to Minerva and helped himself to a very generous platter of eggs and bacon. "Hungry, Evans?" Augusta asked. The pointed look she gave reminded him very much of the stern witch with the odd vulture hat he had met in St. Mungo's. Nonetheless, he shrugged as he added more food to his plate. "Yes," he answered simply. He was famished from his efforts this morning, his appetite seemingly only having increased over the past weeks. Perhaps it was he knew he would not have to endure the starvation he had at the Dursleys or the additional strain he was putting his body and magic under, he couldn't be sure, but he was eating more than he ever had. "Bloody hell, Evans, save some for us," Ogden teased. "There's no way he will eat it all," Poppy predicted. Minerva shook her head amusedly. She had witnessed just how much Harry could cram into his small frame during mealtimes. His plate would be empty soon enough. "Where does it go?" Charles asked curiously, as Harry did indeed polish off his meal without struggle. Harry shrugged in response and the Potter heir chuckled. "Good show," he commented, raising his goblet of orange juice. "Ogden didn't eat half as much as you and still made double the mess." "Oi," Tiberius protested. Unfortunately, the boy had a mouthful of toast and Poppy ended up with a considerable number of crumbs on the front of her robes. "Clean it up," she demanded. With an apologetic look, Tiberius did so. "Sorry, Poppy," he offered. The girl huffed and took pity on him, though she missed the grin and wink he offered to Charles when she turned away. "Dumbledore's coming," Augusta informed them. The Transfiguration professor was beaming as he approached, clutching a stack of parchment in his right hand. "Poppy, Madame Colette is keen for you to begin this evening in the hospital wing, if you still wish to pursue being a healer," he said to the girl who nodded eagerly. "Excellent. She will be pleased to see you." Poppy accepted a sheet of parchment from the man before Dumbledore turned his attention to the rest of the group. "Mr. Potter, can I assume that I will be seeing you this evening for the Transfiguration Club?" "You will, Professor," Charles replied. Dumbledore offered him a smile along with his timetable. "I would kindly ask that you assist Mr. Evans during his first days here." "You have the same timetable." "Of course," Charles readily agreed, nodding towards Harry. "And yourself, Mr. Evans, I would urge you to join us this evening. There are not many with your natural grasp of the art." "He'll be there," Minerva answered for him before Harry could speak. "Bloody hell, Evans, you sounded just like McGonagall then," Tiberius mocked. "And yourself, Mr. Ogden," Dumbledore intervened before Minerva could offer a chastisement. "Do try to exercise some control over your tongue." Tiberius seemed to ponder a response before shaking his head. "I don't think that is possible, Professor." Dumbledore chuckled as he handed the group the rest of their timetables. "Then we must hope that Poppy is as forgiving as she is as quick with her wand. Enjoy your first day." With that, he took his leave and approached the clustered group of nervous first years. "What's first?" Tiberius asked. "Charms with Ashmont," Augusta answered. "After that, defense. And then potions," Harry grumbled, eliciting a groan from Charles. "I thought you were dropping potions," Poppy said confusedly. Charles snorted. "No chance of that. When I brought it up with my parents, my father made it very clear that I will be continuing with it." "William's a ball breaker," Tiberius replied amusedly. Charles nodded. "Anyway, we should go to Charms before Ashmont starts handing out detentions." Harry followed the rest of the group from the hall where they headed towards the Charms corridor. "You don't like potions either then?" Charles asked him. Harry shook his head. "I'm not exactly good at it," he answered. "It's useful to know, but I can't think of anything worse than spending my days lurking in a dungeon and smelling of guts." Charles laughed as he nodded his agreement. "I once blew up 3 cauldrons in one class. The poor girl behind me lost all her hair." "That was only last year, Charles," Augusta pointed out. The Potter heir grimaced. "It's true," he sighed. "I'm terrible at potions." "Maybe we can blow up some cauldrons together then," Harry offered. "That could work," Charles agreed. Maybe between us we can do something right, but why are you taking potions? Couldn't you just drop it? Harry had considered it, but knowing how useful they could be for him in the future had changed his mind. Also, Perenelle had been so happy with his O in the subject, he couldn't bring himself to disappoint her. If I did that, a certain lady would be upset with me. Minerva, Charles asked confusedly. What? No, Harry denied. Then who? My aunt, Harry answered uncertainly, having been put on the spot. Oh, your parents, I forgot, Charles said apologetically. What were they like? Harry shrugged, doing his best to ignore the fact that he was having this conversation with what was likely his grandfather. The resemblance to James Potter truly was unmissable. They were killed when I was 1. I don't really remember anything about them. Charles offered him a look of sympathy. Sorry, Evans, he replied sincerely before a frown marred his features. Killed by a dark wizard. Talk about putting your foot in it, Charles, the Potter mumbled under his breath. It's fine, Harry assured him as they entered the classroom. It looked very much the same as it had when Harry had attended lessons with Flitwick, though the podium was bereft of the stack of books the diminutive man stood upon to see. Augusta, a boy garbed in the yellow striped robes of Hufflepuff called. Hello, Frank, Augusta greeted the boy with a warm smile. One look at the boy told him all Harry needed to know about who he was. If any believed that he and Charles were alike, they would think that Neville and Francis were twins. You must be Evans, the Hufflepuff greeted him. I'm Francis Longbottom, but you can call me Frank. Nice to meet you, Frank, Harry replied, accepting the offered hand. All right, sit down you lot, a loud voice cut across the room. The man that had entered was old, his long, gray hair thinning, and brown eyes the only thing that appeared to have much life left in them. It seemed as though it would take little more than a gentle breeze to topple him. Today we will begin our work on advanced animation, he continued. This is a useful skill for all manner of careers, so I would suggest you put the effort in. Now, pay attention to see what can be achieved when you master this. He proceeded to demonstrate how the magic could be applied by sending books flying around the room as though they were birds, sending chairs cartwheeling across the floor, but it wasn't until he animated a suit of armor in the corner of the room that Harry's interest was piqued. He watched as it clanked towards an empty table before raising an enormous axe above its head and cleaving it in two. As you can see, the magic can be used for the innocent of things, up to and including for defensive measures, Professor Ashmont explained. Were you so inclined, you could even enchant and animate your front door to decapitate any trespassers. Of course, you would have to answer to the Aurors, but you'd be alive to do so at least. Have you done that, Professor? A Hufflepuff boy asked nervously. I can assure you, Wilkin, if any was foolish enough to attempt to break into my home, a front door that can decapitate you would be the least of their concerns. Harry nodded appreciatively, eliciting an amused shake of the head from Minerva. All right, partner up and see how creative you can be, Ashmont instructed. Nothing that will cause harm to any in the room, however. I don't need my bell rung by Colette on the first day back. Use whatever you can find around the room. What do you think, Evans? Charles asked. Anything you see you could work with. Harry gazed around the room. For a moment, his eyes settled on the suit of armor, but he knew he would not be able to resist the temptation to replicate what Ashmont had done. Charles noticed this and chuckled. Believe me, nothing would be more fun, but Minnie would have my hide. I might be the prefect, but she keeps me in line. Harry did not find that hard to believe and found himself wondering why the girl had not been given the position. She was offered it, Charles explained, seemingly having read his thoughts, but she declined, saying that patrols would interfere with her studies and Quidditch. Understandable, Harry commented, remembering how even Hermione had BMO.ned the additional responsibility the badge had given her and cut into her revision during 5th year. What about these? Harry asked, summoning a pair of boots he had spotted near one of the cupboards. Charles nodded before waving his wand and the boots began dancing across the top of their desk. Good Potter, Ashmont called. Take 5 points for Gryffindor. You, Evans, what can you do? Harry pondered the boots for a moment before nodding. The set of books Sirius and Remus had gifted him mentioned animation for defense and how being creative with it could be an excellent weapon. He hadn't given it much thought but felt somewhat familiar with the magic. With that in mind, he waved his wand, transfiguring the soles so that they were adorned with spikes and sent the boots sprinting. They kicked up sparks from the stone floor before they were propelled into the air and embedded themselves into the door with a dull thud. "Well, that's another use for them," Charles commented. "Bloody hell, Evans, nicely done." Ashmont nodded his agreement. "Excellent control, Evans, and a rather inventive use for the spell. Take 10 points for Gryffindor," he praised before turning his attention to a pair of Hufflepuffs. Harry summoned the boots from the door and Charles inspected them, nodding appreciatively. "That's some fine transfiguration," he mumbled. "Those spikes are deadly. Maybe Malfoy will think twice when he hears about this." "Malfoy?" Harry asked. Charles released a deep sigh. "I met with Arcturus Black last night to discuss what happened. He and I have an agreement that we will keep the peace between the houses. Abraxas almost broke that last night, and Black thinks he will try again." "Idiot," Harry muttered. Charles nodded his agreement. "But a dangerous one," he warned. "He is a coward but carries a lot of influence with the snakes. Arcturus is worried they will no longer listen to him, and about you." "Why me? You're an unknown," Charles pointed out. "You have appeared from nowhere claiming to be a half-blood. No one knows what family you come from. Arcturus seems to think you could be related to him or me. Well, you do look like us both in some ways," he added with a frown. "Aren't all purebloods related in some way?" "We are," Charles acknowledged, "but we don't really resemble one another." "Do I look like Ogden at all?" Harry shook his head. "Believe it or not, we are cousins in some way or other. You're either closely related to us, or it is a coincidence. It's not really my business and I won't pry, but people will want to know who your wizarding relatives are. Given that your name is Evans, I'm guessing your mother." Harry felt distinctly uncomfortable with how accurate Charles was, though he kept a straight face despite the inner turmoil he felt. "No, my father was the pureblood. My mother was a Muggle-born and I took her name." Harry wasn't going to give away his secrets, but he wasn't going to lie either. To do so, felt as though he would be disrespecting the heritage of James and Lily Potter. "Like I said, I won't pry," Charles assured him. "I know you're not a Potter. My parents are the only ones left and I am an only child. It has been that way for a few generations now. We are likely related through a bloodline somewhere. Maybe one day you will trust me enough to share your heritage." "You're an interesting one, Evans." Harry could only nod non-committedly. That was not a promise he could keep. "At least I can put Black's mind to rest," Charles chuckled. "You may not be a Potter, but there is every chance you're related to him. They have their fair share of wayward family members who could have sired you." "I'm not a Black," Harry replied. "My father was related to them, but not one by name." "Then Arcturus will be relieved to hear it. No offense, Evans, but being a half-blood Black would cause you more problems than you could imagine. Old Orion would do all he could to be rid of you." "Sounds like a nice bloke." "Wonderful," Charles agreed sarcastically. "Anyway, let me try what you did with these," he added, gesturing to the boots. With a look of concentration and a wave of his wand, they were sprinting across the room, only in the opposite direction. Charles looked horrified as the left boot kicked Tiberius in the backside, sending him tumbling over his desk with a squeal. "What the hell happened?" Charles asked over the peals of laughter. "You must have mixed up your intent of the spell," Harry snorted. "You must have wanted to kick Tiberius." "I always want to kick him, but not then." Harry could only shrug as he fought the urge to laugh once more as Ogden pushed himself to his feet, a look of disbelief adorning his features. "Oi, what was that for?" he asked, rubbing his posterior. "Sorry, Ogden," Charles offered sheepishly. The boy laughed the event off. "Don't worry, if I need it, I'm sure Poppy will give me a look over later." "I will not," the girl huffed. "All right, that's enough of that," Ashmont interjected. "Besides, that is all we have time for today. For your homework, I want a list of 5 creative ways that advanced animation charms can be used, and that is due next week." Off you go. Not having needed anything other than his wand, Harry threw his bag over his shoulder and left the room with the rest of the students. "So, how does Hogwarts measure up to the rest of your education?" Charles asked. Charms had certainly been different with Ashmont than it had with Flitwick, both professors having a different approach to teaching. Ashmont seemed to be someone who wished for students to learn through trial and error, and Flitwick by having them understand the theory first. Harry had not experienced enough of the former to make a judgment, but his first lesson had gone well enough. Different, he answered simply. Charles nodded. Ashmont isn't bad if you stay on his good side. He knows his subject well enough. Professor not as good with defense. You'll learn a lot from her. Professor not? Harry asked. The name was familiar to him, and the memories associated with it were not pleasant. Not had been one of the Death Eaters in graveyard the night Voldemort had risen, and Theo, his son, had been in Harry's year. She is Lord Not's sister, Charles explained. The family are a bit odd, but they know their stuff. Harry said nothing. Odd was not a word he would use to describe what he knew of them. Evil, perhaps, and even fanatical, but maybe they were different here. He would have to see that for himself. Break. Armando leaned forward in his chair as the last of the staff entered and took their seats in his office. With so many students to oversee and his own duties throughout the day to be fulfilled, he relied on the professors to keep him abreast of any concerns that needed raising, and to simply report back to him regularly. He liked to hold a meeting on the first day of term when lessons had concluded. If any concerns, even minor ones, were present, they would be fresh in the mind of those responsible for ensuring the safety and well-being of their charges. As always, I am grateful for your efforts, he began. I know that the first day after such a long absence can be trying with all the excitement of returning back to school. As we know, things will settle after the first week, but is there anything that is pressing at present? Nothing pressing, Ashmont answered. The usual homesickness from the first years, but as you said, they will settle. Armando nodded gratefully. Lewin Ashmont was an excellent educator and efficient head of Ravenclaw House. He was a blunt man, but none could deny his suitability for the roles he filled within the castle. The only concern thus far, Slughorn broke in, is the somewhat unpleasant situation caused by Malfoy last night with Evans. I know that Black has spoken with him, as have I, but his arrogance shines through. I can see it becoming an issue which will only lead to the same problems we had before the previous year. Armando sighed. That, he did not wish to see a repeat of. The mood in the castle had been tense for months until Black and Potter had resolved it amongst themselves. Monitor the boy, Horace, Armando urged. If he persists, then I will speak with him myself, for all the good it will do. A snort caught the headmaster's attention, and he turned to face Rosalina Knott. At first, he had been skeptical about appointing the woman to the defense position, but she had proven that she was indeed a very competent practitioner in the art. Malfoy won't listen, she stated simply. His ego is that of one who has achieved many great things. He will continue to cause problems with Evans, and I say let him learn the hard way. The hard way? Armando inquired. Rosalina nodded. I had Evans in my second lesson today, and his defense work is exemplary for one his age, she explained. His reflexes are exceptional, his wand work fluid, and his ability to remain calm when under pressure is something that cannot be taught. He is beyond his years. Through trial or through natural ability, his potential is undeniable. And you learned all that of him from a single lesson? Horace asked skeptically. I did, Slughorn, she confirmed. My family have produced some of the best duelists in the last 3 centuries, so I know what I am looking for. Evans is a natural. His charms work is excellent, as is his transfiguration, but it is those things that cannot be taught that matter, and he has them all in abundance. He does, Armando agreed quietly. I, along with Albus, worked closely with Mr. Evans over the summer and he is an exceptional young man. I'd like you to push him, Rosalina, as much as you can. He will be grateful for it. Push him towards what? The woman asked with a frown. To fulfill his potential. He will thrive with the challenge as much as I am sure he will surprise and frustrate you with what he can do. Already, he can produce a corporeal Patronus, and has been able to since he was 13. That is the caliber of wizard we are working with. Now that is interesting, Rosalina replied interestedly, more able to speak through her surprise than the rest of her colleagues. A corporeal Patronus? Horace asked. At 13. Armando nodded. He did not know what Harry had planned for the future, but he would see the boy ready to face it. The best thing he could do for him now was ensure that he was pushed sufficiently, and to do that, he would need his staff to do so. That is rather astounding, Horace acknowledged, but where did he learn such magic? Better yet, where was he educated? I do not know, Armando answered. He is here because of a bereavement. He lost his parents as a babe, and recently his godfather in rather unpleasant circumstances. He is here now, and that is all that matters. Our job is to ensure he gets the best education available, not to pry into his affairs. Horace nodded reluctantly. Is there anything else that need to be brought to my attention other than Abraxas Malfoy? When none spoke, Armando dismissed them, but Rosalina remained behind. If I am to work with him, I need to know him, what he can and can't do and what makes him tick, she said bluntly. Then you must earn that, Armando returned. There is nothing I can tell you that you won't learn from him yourself. The woman smirked and nodded her understanding. I will watch him for the next few weeks and see if he is worth my time. If he proves to be, then I will test him myself. That will determine what I decide next. That is non-negotiable, headmaster. Armando chuckled. Rosalina was a prickly woman, but a professional to the core, and her terms did not unsettle him in the slightest. I have no doubt that he will prove his worth to you. So long as no harm comes to him, I am happy for you to proceed how you see fit. Rosalina nodded. I will see about that, she replied before taking her leave of the room. With the staff gone, Armando turned his attention back to his work, pleased that the school seemed to be resuming as it had been left before the summer break, but slightly concerned with the impending conflict between Malfoy and Harry. The former would goad the latter, who in turn would not give an inch. The situation could become ugly, but perhaps Rosalina was right. Maybe he should allow the Malfoy to be put in his place if the situation escalated. He shook his head. No, he would do all he could to prevent it, but with Abraxas, it was almost inevitable. The boy was at an age where he would listen to none, where he believed himself foolishly superior. Having such a view of himself would eventually end badly, and Armando hoped he learned of the folly before a harsh lesson was forced upon him. Break. This will be fun, Minerva assured him excitedly as she led Harry towards the Transfiguration classroom by the hand, the two being followed by an amused Charles Potter. You've got no chance of escape, Evans, he chuckled. When Minnie has an idea in her head, it's going to happen. I wasn't trying to escape, Harry denied. I just didn't feel the need to sprint to get there. Well, if we moved at your pace, we would be late, Minerva returned irritably. Harry shook his head at the girl. If there was anything he had learned about Minerva since meeting her, it was that she loved Transfiguration and was punctual with anything pertaining to it. The Transfiguration Club, evidently, was no exception, and the trio of Gryffindors were the first to arrive. Come, take a seat, Dumbledore invited. The desks that usually sat in rows had been stacked neatly on one side of the room and a circle of chairs had formed instead. We will give the others time to arrive before we begin, Dumbledore explained, taking a seat for himself. I'm glad to see you chose to attend, Harry. I think this could be very beneficial to you. I don't think I could have given it a miss even if I wanted to, Professor, Harry replied, shooting Minerva a teasing look. The girl merely raised an eyebrow as Dumbledore chuckled. Minerva can be quite insistent, he commented with a smile, but with good reason in this instance. I was not surprised by your owl result but pleased. Your hard work paid off. Thank you, Harry returned uncertainly. He wasn't sure how common getting an O in Transfiguration was, but it seemed to be quite the achievement. Ah, I believe the others are arriving now, Dumbledore announced, breaking into his thoughts. A mixture of students from 1st through 7th year entered the room and took their seats, and Dumbledore even had to add another few to accommodate them all. Despite the difficulties the branch of magic presented, the club proved to be popular, and Harry found himself wondering if it had existed where he had come from. He didn't know. He remembered there being a Gobstones club, and even a History of Magic one, but he couldn't think of any others off the top of his head, except the DA. He smiled at the memories of the clandestine meetings he'd held in the room of requirement with Ron, Hermione, and the others that had attended. Those days seemed so far away now, and they were. What was sobering was that even if he were to live to see the 1990s, he would not be a student, and would likely never see his friends again. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore greeted the group warmly. "For those of you that have attended previously, you will know the way the club is run, but for all of you that find themselves here for the first time, I will give a brief explanation. Are there any questions before I begin?" When none were forthcoming, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "The idea of the Transfiguration Club is to supplement your regular teaching in the subject. Here, you can practice any spells you have struggled with, or be pushed to develop your skills further where time does not allow in the classroom. If you are one of those finding difficulty in completing a spell, then this is where you can practice, and if you are one that is thriving, this is where you can come to be challenged. It is truly that simple," he explained. "I am at your disposal, but what I like to see is camaraderie. Help those that you can, and you in turn will receive the same when needed. Anything you need to practice can be found within this room. I only ask that you do not attempt things that you are not ready for. Speak with me if you are uncertain. I would much rather have a frank discussion with you where we can find a path to achieving your goals." "What if we do not have any goals, Professor?" a younger Ravenclaw student asked. "Then I will be happy to find you one," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Feel free to begin when you are ready. I am available to answer questions and offer guidance where needed." The students that were familiar with how the club was run immediately set to work, and Harry found himself at a loss. He had no idea what he needed to or wished to work on, though that was seemingly solved when Charles beckoned for him to follow. "There's something I've been trying to do since the beginning of summer," he explained as he led Harry to a quiet corner of the room where there was an assortment of items placed on a table. "What is it?" Harry asked curiously as Charles began arranging the different things into a circle. "Well, I've been working on multiple transfigurations. Changing different items into different things. At the same time." Charles nodded. "It's not easy, but it can be done. I've managed to change 3 at once, but my dad can do 8. Harry whistled appreciatively. "He must be good at transfiguration." "He is," Charles said proudly. "He makes it all look easy. I think being a Potter and being good at transfiguration is just something that goes hand in hand with the other. It's a family trait of sorts." Harry could understand why he would believe that. According to Sirius and Remus, his father had been exceedingly gifted in the art. "So, how does it work?" he questioned. "I don't know," Charles huffed. "I asked my dad to help me, but he wouldn't. He just said that it will come to me in my own time and that I shouldn't force it." Just like non-verbal magic, Harry mused aloud, the kernel of advice he had received from Professor Dippet appearing to be apt to Charles's own endeavor. "Exactly," the other boy agreed. "It's frustrating though. I can't seem to replicate the one success I had." "How did you make that work the one time it did?" Charles shrugged. "The frustrating thing is that I don't remember," he huffed. "It's like it was there for one moment, and then vanished, and I've not been able to do it again since." "You must be able to remember something," Harry encouraged. Charles frowned for a moment. "I remember the spell feeling different to others. Instead of a short burst of magic, it felt longer. I wasn't really focusing on it," he admitted. Harry frowned thoughtfully. "When your dad does it, do they all change together, or one after the other?" "I don't know," Charles answered. "It happened so quickly, and I was too caught up in surprise." Harry nodded as he drew his wand, an idea forming. "Focusing on 8 different things simultaneously can't be possible," he muttered, waving his wand as he focused on the 4 items Charles had placed on the table. One after the other, in quick succession, he transfigured them, a goblet into a mouse, a quill into a spike, a candle into a wooden swan, and a button into a beetle. "Did it look something like that?" he asked when his work was done. "It did, but quicker," Charles said excitedly, inspecting the transfigurations. With another wave of his wand, Harry changed the items back, managing to do so a little faster than before. "How are you doing that?" Charles asked. "One after the other," Harry confirmed. "I don't doubt your dad is really good at transfiguration, but changing 8 things at once is ludicrous. I don't think even Dumbledore can do that." "Oh," Charles said disappointedly, as the duo was interrupted by a polite clapping courtesy of the Transfiguration professor. "Do not be disheartened, Charles," he urged. I believe your father wanted you to come to the same conclusion that Mr. Evans has. Tell me, if you would have seen any other accomplish the feat, would you not have questioned it more so? Charles frowned but nodded. I suppose I would, he admitted. Then the only mistake you made was not thinking about a problem enough, Dumbledore said comfortingly. It presents the same problem as overthinking the little conundrums that life presents to us, however, take 5 points for Gryffindor. Simultaneously transfiguring 3 items into different things is a remarkable achievement. Thank you, Professor, Charles replied. And 5 points to you, Mr. Evans, for concluding just how Lord Potter completed the transfiguration, and for assisting Charles, he offered. You would also be correct in your assumption that I cannot complete 8 transfigurations at once. I have managed 4, but nothing greater. With a wink, Dumbledore left to assist some other students and Charles simply shook his head. Well, I suppose it's on to the next thing, he sighed. I can't believe my dad did that to me. Are you going to tell him you know how he did it? Harry asked. Charles grinned. No, I'm going to milk it for all I can. I'll teach the git for trying to trick me. Harry snorted. From what little he knew of his father, that was the exact reaction James would have had, and it was quickly becoming clear where he had inherited his mischievous streak. Charles may take things a little more seriously, but at heart, he too was quite the prankster. The incident with Ogden earlier in the day had shown Harry that. So, what would you like to work on next? Charles was startled by the question, seemingly having been lost in his own thoughts. Harry followed the other boy's gaze, a knowing grin tugging at his lips. Charles had composed himself in the meantime and had turned his attention back to the items on the table. I think I'll try doing 3 at once again, he announced. If Dumbledore can manage 4, 3 should be possible to do consistently. Harry nodded and watched him set to work, he too attempting the task with mixed success. Who's the girl? He asked quietly. What girl? Charles asked. The one you were then staring at. You know, dark hair, high cheekbones, and Slytherin robes. Charles shushed him harshly, his cheeks reddening. Don't say that too loudly, he hissed, continuing with his efforts to look busy. Who is she then? Charles deflated, his eyes scanning the room to ensure none were watching them or listening in. She is Doria Black, he mumbled, sister to Arcturus. Ah, Harry deadpanned, and you like her. Charles chuckled humorlessly. Don't be daft, Evans. Even if Merlin himself were to like her, she would be out of bounds. Arcturus is very protective of his little sister, as are the rest of them. Harry shook his head. So, you're a coward, he teased. Charles read the tone and did not take the bait, but his eyes narrowed. It would be much more complicated than that, he muttered. How so? The Potter heir released a deep sigh. Our families aren't at odds, but our values don't exactly align well, he explained. Not once in history has there been a union between a Potter and a Black. I doubt that will change any time soon. So, you will just ignore it. Charles nodded. It's for the best, Evans, and you'd better keep it to yourself. If anything was mentioned, it would cause problems. I won't say a word, Harry promised, the memory of Sirius showing him the Black family tapestry during the previous Christmas surfacing. Charles Potter had married Doria Black, and they had a son, his own father. He didn't know how such a thing had come to pass if what Charles had said was true, but evidently, they had worked it out. He smiled at the thought, his eyes drifting to the Slytherin girl once more. This was his grandmother, and though he could never tell her, seeing her in person meant more to him than he would have ever imagined. During his lonely nights as a boy that wished for his parents to be alive, not once had he considered family beyond them, but here they were, his grandmother and grandfather, before either had even considered that they may one day be married. Come on, Evans, everyone is leaving, Charles interrupted, shaking Harry by the shoulder. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought, but the room had all but emptied except for him, the Potter heir and Minerva who looked at him with concern. He shook his head to let her know that he was okay, even if he wasn't so sure that he was. The walk back to the common room was mostly silent, the conversation taking place being done so by Minerva and Charles whilst Harry allowed his mind to wander once more. He knew that arriving here would present him with opportunities, for himself, and for the family he had lost before he had even gotten to know them, but he knew this was one thing he should not interfere with. Against all odds, his grandparents had married, and though he did not know how they had overcome whatever difficulties they had faced, it was not his place to change things for them, nor would he wish to. Harry could not comprehend the guilt he'd feel were his interference to result in them not being together, so decided he would not mention it again, and he certainly wouldn't do so to anyone else. Charles had been clear on that, and Harry would respect his wishes. Still, there were other things that required his attention, and having made his excuses to turn in earlier than he usually would, he removed the map from his trunk and activated it. He was not inclined to interfere with whatever had happened between Charles and Doria, but the same could not be said for Voldemort. Although it would be some time before they would cross paths, Harry had no hesitation in taking everything from him that he could, and there was one place he was determined to deprive the boy from when he arrived at Hogwarts in search of who he was. With his goal in mind, he turned his attention to the second-floor bathroom on the map. If Harry had his way, Tom Riddle would never enter the Chamber of Secrets, let alone unleash the basilisk within. He merely needed to bide his time, to learn how the castle operated before he made his move, and if all went well, then perhaps it would be him that would reap the benefits of being the first to enter in almost 1,000 years. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.